What is going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Saturday, the 25th of July, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the streets of Sumeru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. God damn. No notes. Yeah. Welcome in, David Gordon, Rocco's Life, modern or otherwise, Hot Ham Radio, Rave, good to see you. Direful, good to see you. Narwhal by Nature, good to see you. Who am I missing? Nobody. Okay, well, yeah, it looks like we are starting late today. Look, I cannot not cover this. Death Size, I'm missing you with a 3-stream streak. I got ahead of myself there. Hello to you as well, and congratulations on your stream, on your streak, on all things. Yeah, speaking of all things, we got all things, we're covering 3 walks of life tonight, right? A rapist, a fascist, and a failson. Welcome to Trump's America, I guess. Yeah, 4 in sticks with the 3-stream streak. Really enjoying the stream. Can't tune in daily. Oh, can't help but tune in daily. That's different. That is different. That's a different thing. Wait, is the music still too loud? I feel like it is. I feel like it is. So yeah, chat, I call out your names just as a little reward for being here early. Behavior I'm trying to encourage. It helps us out in many ways. And I'm noticing the people that are here on time, to class on time. No, it's crazy. My Thai class, I don't know if it's because it's late at night or something. I feel like we started with there was 7 people in the class, right? Now we're down to 3, and no one was being there on time. And in the beginning it was no big deal, you know, it was just kind of get there when you get there. But it's gotten to the point where yeah, if you get there on time to my class, you get a one-on-one with the professor, which sounds great, and it is great, but it's a little bit intimidating too. It's just right into a one-on-one conversation in Thai, and so nobody wants to do it. So everybody's oh yeah, I'm sorry, I was late. And then one time, everybody was one time when I was late because I was running an errand, everybody else was late too. And I get there and their teacher is gone. The teacher was waiting for class to start, and it just you know, at some point she just gave up on it. And I was all right, this is it. We got to be here on time, or somebody's got to be there on time, right? I don't want the class to get canceled. Is it better for you as a student? It's better for you as a student. No. Having other students there. It is actually one-on-one time, but it's just the thing is, for me, the most difficult part of class is when I start, right? I've been speaking English all day and I suddenly flip modes into trying to speak Thai. That is the most challenging experience, right? And I'd rather have it be, you know, come in and just say sawadee ka, and you know, I don't know, kind of ease yourself into it, I guess. But no, it's really good for you. How good is your Thai? You know, it's good enough that if I meet with a person that has halfway decent English, but they don't have great English, I can sometimes solve some of that in Thai, right? That's where it's at now. Because that's the whole thing, is people in at least in the city I'm in, most they speak English, right? They speak, you know, a decent amount of English, but there's some concepts that, you know, I mean, you definitely can't treat it like you're just talking regular, right? You got to kind of talk different when there's a person that you're talking to that is going to have, and it's a function of the language, I believe, right? The fact that a lot of people speak English, but hardly anybody has, and I'm not just saying like not perfect, but as in will not understand certain phrases, will misunderstand certain phrases that they're using, and so miscommunicate that way. And so if you know a little bit of Thai and they know a decent amount of English, it kind of it solves that problem of miscommunication, right? If it doesn't work, like if you don't think that they are completely understanding the English phrase that they're using, you can say, try to say it back to them in Thai and clarify it that way. If you're using Thai incorrectly, or you're not doing you're actually saying like, I got a bicycle coming out of my butt, or a motorcycle coming out of my butt, like I'm pooping a motorcycle instead of I'm riding a motorcycle, then they'll be able to correct you on that. It's kind of nice. We're not in sub only mode. Is that okay? I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna get. The question is, should the chat be in sub only mode? Because obviously there's a lot of Andrew Callahan fans out there, and they're pretty resentful for him being still, even though he's kind of back, right? Being pushed out of polite society. They're very resentful. They think it's cancel culture, right? And so, I mean, that's the whole thing, right? When you are honest about Andrew Callahan, there's some people that don't like to hear that, right? They would rather make it your problem than admit that Andrew Callahan has a problem, which, he's really only half dealt with. And that's what a lot of people miss from the thing. They want to think like, no, dude, he did everything. He did everything he could. He said everything he could. No, there's a lot more that people don't really understand. Some of the clapback at the victims, they don't really know. Mad that he's still known as a sex pest, pretty much. Yeah, pretty like a sex pestiny thing. It's a little bit like a sex pestiny. Xerax, thank you for the resubscribe. That is 6 months for you. Meow. He did everything right and they indicted him. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So yeah, very similar refrain. And also another thing about Andrew Callahan that people don't understand, he is a complicated figure. And watching a little bit of this debate, a little bit of the debate that I did watch. Oh, that reminds me, I need to get us started on the timer. The little bit of the debate that I did watch, it reminded me of how complex he is. What am I talking about? I mean that he is explaining, or attempting to explain to Nick Fuentes, the social construction of whiteness, right? Which most people would consider a very woke concept. And at the same time, you will see him bemoan wokeness, right? Talk about woke, like just give the whole fucking diatribe against wokeness and against language policing and all this stuff. So that's what I mean. He's a mix. He's a mishmash. He's a little bit here. He's a little bit there. He's a little bit everywhere, right? So yeah. Oh yeah, I really gotta. All right, so we every day on the stream we start with 4 hours on the clock. Boom, and I gotta get this. Is good for my health to like remember to do this in the beginning, right? Because yeah, I may have streamed a little extra long yesterday. Not as long as last Friday, but pretty fucking long. He's very much a centrist. Yeah, in a lot of ways. In a lot of ways, yes. But like a centrist with more understanding, maybe of like more like academic understanding of some of the concepts that people because they can't understand will be tempted to dismiss as wokeness, right? When you try to explain that you're not white, you're Scotch Irish, you're like there was a thing there before the whiteness took over, and really the thing that the whiteness is there for is to exclude that which is not white. But before you can really deconstruct the whiteness, which is like a project that lasts probably more than a lifetime, if I'm being honest, right? Before you can get yourself back to being a human being, you gotta like acknowledge and recognize, right? Which a lot of people want to skip over, what this whiteness does for you, right? And what it doesn't do for other people. And so, yeah, it's a complex thing. People want a simple answer, right? They want a straightforward thing. Like, you say something as a social construction, they say, oh, so it's not real? No, it's very real, okay? When it comes to how you get treated by the police, for instance, it's very real. It's very much a material, it affects your material life, even though it's not based on any, any of the stuff that people think that it's based on, right? The idea that this one phenotype, we're going to use it to divide the world, and construct a say all these different groups are like the same, and then on both sides really kind of, but yeah, anyway, he gets some of the concepts that you would not expect a centrist to get, while at the same time really holding a lot of resentment, right? I mean, we saw it on Zateo News after the Trump election. Do people remember that? The TYT of the UK, not Zateo, what is wrong with me? Oh my god, totally different thing. Novara, sorry, not Zateo. Let me not shit on Mehdi Hassan and Zateo, who did nothing wrong in this case. But yeah, Novara, it was Novara Media that had like and it wasn't all of them, it was like 3 members of the collective got together and we're like, yeah, wokeness is kind of bullshit, isn't it? Yeah, we're not gonna take this woke shit anymore, right? And it was cringe. It was really cringe. I mean, you've seen this from a lot of places, right? It's like this is what unites the Barry Weisses and the Andrew Callahans of the world, is this resentment of the idea. And again, look at what it is, right? Exclusion. Who does that usually get applied to? Not generally white people, not generally men, not generally, you know what I mean? All of the axes, all of the vectors of privilege, right, aren't used to experiencing this stuff, aren't used to experiencing any kind of accountability or scapegoating, right? This is the kind of thing, this is the kind of punishment that was reserved for outsiders traditionally, and a lot of people that don't have, that sort of outsiderness in their identity, upon first experiencing some kind of exclusion, mainly for, I don't know, mainly for contributing to or displaying, I don't know, unconscious bias, right? We'll see this as a great crime. This was my talk with Destiny, chat. This was my conversation with Destiny. Oh, really? You think that Demon Mama has got some secret power over you that's unfair, and you're being excluded and treating it unfairly? Well, how do you think trans people feel, Destiny? Because that could have been the start of a greater understanding. If he had been a different person, I don't know, Chad. I say he's like intellectually maybe incapable of even hearing what I had to say. Obviously, he's demotivated from that as well, right? It goes against his whole kind of brand to understand something like that, right? He can't bash leftists. He can't bash leftists. He can't bash wokeness anymore if he understands this. So he just skirted it, but didn't change true. Okay, so yeah, we got to get started here. We got Andrew Callahan, and I'm gonna try to maybe bring in a little bit of a blast from the past. We're gonna try this out, chat. I'm not sure. Okay, I think we decided that this song is a little bit too annoying. It's a cool song, but it doesn't background hard enough. I need something that backgrounds hard, and this is map music, so perfect. Not that kind of map. Not that kind of. We're not talking about food shops here, all right? We're not talking about tomfoolery. No, we're talking about actual map here. But yeah, I thought that I would try to kind of pair this with, and we'll see how this works. We'll see if we have time. For instance, oh my god, I gotta change everything, don't I? All right, what are we doing right now? We are just chatting. We are talking with chat. Talking with chat. That is what we're doing. And then after we talk with chat, we are gonna move on. I don't believe we're gonna do any kind of a rundown or a gauntlet or anything today. We're gonna move right to channel 5 nightmare rotation. That's all I can fit. That's all I can fit. I'm sorry. I can't tell you what kind of rotation, but you know, if you check the thumbnail, you might know. No, I kind of had thoughts about this thumbnail, right? Of like, you know, of all of the sins of the people involved, right? Of all of the misdeeds of Andrew Callahan, Nick Fuentes, and Hunter Biden, why does my thumbnail talk about the least offensive of all these sins, which is, you know, how can I say this without getting demonetized? Enjoying a heavily extracted coca experience. Does that come through? Does everybody understand what I'm saying there? Yeah, Hunter Biden, ironically enough, right? He's a failson. Like, that's got all he's got going against him, and you know, you put him on stage with a fascist and a sex pest at the very least, then you kind of I don't know. I don't want to do a false equivalence. I am butt riding a motorcycle. There we go. Ki motosai. Did I say that right? Ki motosai, not ki motosai. Is a pooping or exuding a motorcycle. I mean, really, the way that it gets used in Thai, the phrase ki in Thai, generally, like when you combine it with something else, it doesn't mean poop. It means you're given to a certain kind of behavior, or really what it's trying to say is you're exuding, like, you know, you're exuding laziness, you're exuding greediness, it's coming off your skin, it's coming off your hair like dandruff. It's like, you know, it's like you're dirtying up the place with your you know, your tendency, whatever that is the way that it's used in Thai. But yeah, so yeah, the you know, Hunter Biden, his sin is perhaps the least. The other idea for the title on the thumbnail itself was going to be, you know, a sex pest, a rapist, and a fascist walk into the bar. But yeah, no, I decided that was too many letters, too busy, a little bit hard to understand, so we went with this instead. Also, Zara, meow to you as well. I didn't see your comment earlier, but yeah, thank you for the resubscribe. And starting us off. Oh my god, that's the other thing I need to fix. This right here. God damn it, chat. Yeah, I just went straight to bed pretty much after stream. I was thinking it might be smart for me to make some food for myself for tomorrow, try to get some stuff done, and I didn't do any of that stuff. I just fell asleep. So I did get a good night's sleep, thankfully. I woke up pretty early, and then just deciding what to cover today, because I mean, look, I don't like covering Channel 5. I don't like covering Andrew Callahan. Sometimes he's got the story. This was true with the Hunter Biden interview, and I guess this is true here. This is just what everybody's talking about. So here we are. But yeah, I thought I'd pair it with maybe a little Destiny blast from the past, right? Because Andrew Callahan is not by far not the only one to platform Nick Fuentes, right? And so we've been talking about Destiny's original sin, actually not even his original sin, but you know, one of the lower moments of the Destiny community. And when I say it, people like don't believe it. They're like, no, Destiny hates MAGA. What are you talking about? Like, platforming Fuentes? No, he must have been debating him. He must have been trying to destroy him. I kid you not, chat. Fuentes was an orbiter. He's got a fascist orbiter on one side. He's got a pedo orbiter on the other side. And these two, you know, elements are kind of flowing into the Destiny community. This was at the same time as Destiny was going on manosphere type like red pill podcasts and bragging about it. Oh, you don't do the red pill stuff, Hassan. You're not reaching out there to the young men out there, and I am, like, right? Destiny was putting himself in proximity of like all kinds of, and you know why that works. You know why he wants to do that, right? Like the Whatever podcast, the Fresh and Fit. At the time, Fresh and Fit was huge. And so Destiny wanted him a piece of that. And you will understand Destiny so much better if you get it out of your head that he's a political actor, that he has any ideology that he truly cares about. He cares about one thing and one thing only, and that is Destiny maxing. That is self-maxing. He cares about his ego, he cares about his grievances, his enemies, and that's it. Ultimately, that's it. If ingratiating himself to a pedo, if ingratiating himself to a Nazi will help his career, he's gonna do it. He's gonna press that button. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. So yeah, I kind of wanted to touch on that. So again, since it keeps on coming up, and I think that people have really forgotten what the nature of Destiny's engagement with Fuentes really was, and the fact that he's not just it wasn't just like a one-off thing of like, hey, I'm gonna have this talk to him. I disagree with him on his Holocaust revisionism. I want to see if I can disabuse him of these notions, right? It was the same thing that a lot of streamers do, where they get tempted by like an old name that was big back in, there's like a kind of a salad days for this debate bro content, and it's around 2015, 2016. Blood sports debates were really big. They were really big on the right. The right was making, a huge impact via that. And you had people like the Kill Stream, like an actual Nazi panel show, right? That were there, and that Vosh went on. And people were looking for, we need a blood sports person, right? They say these blood sports guys, these fascist blood sport guys, they say the left can't debate, and that's why fascism is winning, right? Is you try to suppress this, you refuse to debate, and so people just have to talk about this amongst themselves, the fascists and the non-ball knowers out there, and the non-ball knowers are gonna just be, I never thought about that. Yeah, actually, when you put it that way, race realism makes so much sense. Of course, race is scientific, and so therefore racism could be scientific as well. And you see this shit from Elon, right? That's the excuse for all of Elon's racist shit, is he will, it's not racist, it's true, right? Like in this interview that went down. Has anybody seen the Elon Musk interview? What's up, Sisyphean? Good to see you here. Good to see you here, Big Jerry. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Again, sorry for being late to stream. I just was, I didn't have any time to prepare anything yesterday, and just trying to put it together, trying to find another option besides covering Andrew Callahan, honestly. Vegan enchiladas, that sounds so good, especially given that I'm a little bit hungry since like I said, I didn't have time to make myself food. But look, chat, I got something. Don't cry any tears for me. All right, because I got a coffee smoothie with coconut meat, coffee, and basil seeds, and banana. Banana is what makes this all come together. Oh my god, I can't drink it because it's too gloopy, chat. I swear to god, I'm not gonna actually try this, but it feels like if I turned, oh my god, do I have some on my lip? Yeah, I don't want a Hitler mustache. That would be so bad if I was drinking coffee smoothie and I'd pull it off and I'm like just talking to chat, and chat's like posting, I don't know, like who knows what, and I'm like, wait, why is chat weird? What's going on? And I look at my face and there's like a little Hitler mustache, a perfect little Hitler right there from but yeah, it feels like I could turn it upside down and it wouldn't spill out. It would just stay in there. It's like I can't get it to, oh my god, chat, it's like pudding. It's like pudding. It's exactly like the consistency of pudding. Can I drink the pudding? Why is it thick? Well, I mean, there's coconut meat in there. That's part of the reason. Bananas, I guess, make it a little bit thick, but I think the real thing thickening it up is that basil seeds, much like chia seeds. In fact, that's if you want to understand what a basil seed is, just think of a chia seed but smaller, I guess. Yeah. Smaller, harder, and it takes a little bit longer to soak. You know how chia seeds, you don't want to just like munch chia seeds. You got to soak them because they will absorb water, and if the first water they hit is in your gut, it's gonna be bad for your diet. You know what I mean? It's gonna like dry out your mucous membrane throughout your gut, and so you soak them. And these ones have to be soaked a little bit longer. That's why they're great in coffee, because coffee being hot like it is kind of soaks this a little bit quicker. Yeah, to like take bites out of it, not thick like curdled milk, hopefully. No, it's not chunky, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I left it in the blender long enough that all the chunks have been... Sisyphean task. I'm eating chia seeds right now. Whoa, that's quite a coincidence there. Well, yeah, here, toast to anybody drinking coffee. Toast, I guess, to anybody eating chia seeds or drinking a smoothie, whatever. Because yeah, that's where I am too, and it's necessary today. I mean, it's obviously it's necessary for more than just getting me caffeinated, right? This is like kind of my breakfast, and hopefully this will work. Like I said, we got 4 hours on the clock. That's what we start with every day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, skip Thursday, Friday, Saturday, skip Sunday. 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern time. I realized that I was a little bit more than an hour late by that new time schedule, but the one thing that the schedule does for me is that even when I'm late, I'm like less late than I would be before, because there was a time when the stream was just starting in the middle of the night for like everybody in the US, right? Didn't matter what coast you were on. I was only visible to insomniacs, right? You had to be insomniacs, night shift people, etc., etc. Right? You had to be nocturnal to watch NCC, and I realized that cannot be. We cannot continue like that. And it turns out, Darfil says Paige Christie H3. Oh, are we talking about the bonus content? So yeah, we're gonna watch the Andrew Callahan. What? Yeah. The Nightmare Rotation, Hunter Biden, Nick Fuentes. That's the main content today. We've got 4 hours to do that. Of course, this down here is the goal, right? And if we hit 100 on this goal, we can change this to be 4 hours, right? 4 hours and 41 minutes, whatever, right? If we hit 200, we can change it to be 5 hours, right? Basically, it starts at 4 hours, but if we hit 100, we get 5 hours. If we hit 200, we get 6 hours, right? And that's the limit. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Sunday. Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. Carpe Noctem, yeah, pretty much. That was my Carpe Noctem arc. And there are people up at that time. There are people that appreciate, having some political streamer to watch. It's just not, it's not, a lot of my regulars were just, I disappeared to them. And yeah, it was finally Narwhal that got me off my ass to like just put down a schedule. Make yourself a schedule, right? It doesn't seem like it's gonna do anything. You're like, well, no. I mean, I would stream early if I could, but no, having that whole thing like that timer go off and say, hey, it's 15 minutes until 9 o'clock. You got to get your ass in gear. Like actually spurs me to be like, oh my gosh, I'm not even done with the thumbnail yet left. Let me hurry up. And maybe I'm, late, but I'm not as late as I had been, right? I'm not like Chronic Sonic late. No, wait, Chronic Sonic is a person, chat. Why do I have a Chronic Illness chatters? Oh, I see. Somehow I read that as Chronic Sonic. It was a massive gonzo stream with over 150 likes. Yeah, everybody's doing their, doing their part. Everybody was doing their part yesterday to like the stream, and you could do your part too, because the earlier you like the stream, the more people come in here, the more shit gets going, the more interesting chat is, the more potential, interesting people that you yourself could meet. Is this gonna switch over to a different? It's not. Okay, good. The schedule is either turning me into an extreme morning person or is it morning for you right now? A degenerate night owl? The jury is still out. Yeah, for the European audience. I don't know. I wasn't actually on the perfect time for the European audience either. Yay, schedules. Yay, schedules. But anyway, yeah, the other thing that really helps is having people that are up when I'm asleep send me ideas for stream, what's popping, what's hot. Because like I go to bed in what would be morning time for the rest of you. And then I wake up after a whole day has transpired, and usually after that day has transpired, there's something going on. So as much as I would love to prepare my content ahead of time and just have it like, here's the thumbnail, ready to go for tomorrow, roll out of bed, go to stream, right? As much as I would love to do that, it just doesn't work because whatever was hot, like, you know, the night before is old news by the time that we get to night of the, you know, like, anyway, you know what I'm saying. Hopefully you know what I'm saying, because I got a lot to cover here. But yeah, indeed, your support does make the stream longer. It, whether that comes in the form of super chats, super stickers, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com, which I need to get something up here. The annoying thing, chat, is that Throne, the main function of Throne is to, like, you know, crowdfund stuff for the stream, right? Like, lights and cameras and, you know, stuff, you know, physical things. The thing is that Throne does not really deliver to Thailand. I thought I found a workaround where I could put an item that was on, there are services that do deliver. In fact, Amazon, I think, technically delivers. You just have to pay a lot for shipping. There's no, you know, there's no Prime discount if you live in Southeast Asia, right? It's you just gotta fully cover the cost of shipping. But yeah, you can use Amazon. But what is it? Lazada. Lazada is kind of like the Amazon of Southeast Asia. I tried putting a Lazada thing up there, but it turns out, no, instead of sending it to me, what they do is they're like, here's your money and you can go buy it on Lazada. And I'm like, thanks a lot, Throne. That's not what I was looking for. So, we're gonna put up something on here. All right. Oh, here's what we do. Here's what we do, chat. The new Throne item is a hairstyle. Hair cut, style, and color. Last time I got this, it cost me 3,000 baht. That is about $90. I'm just gonna make it 100. And that way, maybe I can get some hair care products too. Because, yeah, I was looking at old pictures of myself. I was looking at old pictures where my hair looked so much better. It had body to it. It was had shine. You know, it was my hair was very happy, right? There's a lot of humidity in this environment, so I don't know if I can quite get my hair back to like that look again. And then again, there's a lot of humidity in Seattle, so maybe I can. But yeah, it was like a system that I had, which was I had.
At Ravy Bab, super chatted $35.07. Throw my dollary doos on you know who winking face.
Oh my god, I will, Rave. Wait, on you know who? Wait, do I know who? Now I gotta check what's in the bonus content. H. Christie? Is that the who? Rave, also thank you for the super chat. So yeah, we're at 41 right now. Oh my god. That's the wrong thing to hit. $41 out of 100. That's where we're at. Wait, actually 42. Let's make it 42. Yes, because conversion rates fucking suck. I got it right. Okay. So what is Rave talking about? Let me show you. All right, when you support the stream, again, whether it's through a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, which I'm setting up the hair style thing right now, if you want to help my hair look better, because that's something that I just have deprioritized, right? I had a wand in Seattle, not that kind of wand. Get your head out of the gutter. I actually had that kind of wand too, but like, no, that's not related. Congratulations, Jersey Texan on a 3-stream streak. But no, I had one of those hair wands, right? That where it's like a hair dryer, but it's attached to like a brush, and you just kind of pull it through your hair, and it like dries your hair, and it brushes your hair at the same time. There's even versions of this that have like a motor, and they like turn. Yeah, a magic wand. I mean, that's what it felt like, right? It's much better than what else. The other thing is I have not been able to find good hair products here in Thailand. It's because, can you imagine if you went to a world where none of the stuff, well, not none of the stuff, but I guess there are some like Redken products I've seen. Well, I don't use Redken, chat. I don't use the fancy stuff from the salons. I actually use this weird like Dr. Bronner's. That's the soap company that has like it has like it has like an essay on every bottle of soap about how the world should be, because the guy that made it was kind of eccentric, right? But he also makes a hair rinse that's really, really good. Yeah, I was using that, and I don't know how to get that here, but I need to figure it out. Yeah, it's a wand that can blow. Yeah, exactly. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? A lot of like stylists will have something like this, right? It's plugged in. It basically like it blows the hot air out through the brush, right? It's a brush. It's it's plugged in, and it blows everything out.
Super chatted $5. Paige Christie.
Paige Christie, indeed. All right, I gotta. So that's got. I think 41. Okay, 41 for Paige Christie. Is that right? 41 for Paige Christie. That's where we're at. That's the Ethan Klein style content. Or that's Paige Christie talking about Ethan Klein and the Taco Bell ban for the staff. That's right. The H3 crew no longer able to eat Taco Bell on their live streams, because that's an H3 thing, Ethan says. We don't know yet if it's a bit. It does kind of sound like an H3 bit, or if it's real, or maybe they're pretending it's a bit, but it is real. I don't even know, but we'll find out if we pick that one. But yeah, when you support the stream through, whether it's through Super Chat, Super Sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, which I'm trying to add the hair thing for now, or on Patreon, or on Twitch, then you can not only does it potentially make the stream longer, but you can also let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see, and I will put your money, just like I did for Rave, and just like I did. Oh my gosh, I'm not even keeping up with shit today, chat. Yeah, Paige Christie. That is a shitty conversion rate, Rave. We gotta do something about the petrodollar. No, don't worry, chat. Trump is on it. Trump is currently destroying the petrodollar, so I don't know if that's gonna help Rave out though. But yeah, I gotta help myself out in waking the fuck up. That's why I'm trying to drink this coffee. But chat, I swear to God, when you combine a coffee and a smoothie, it's very glorpy. It's highly glorped. And that glorp is kind of hard to guzzle down. I'm trying to guzzle the glorp. What is wrong with me? It sounds like a fetish. It sounds like something you would do for money. I'm glorping the guzzle. I'm guzzling the glorp. Yeah, so yeah, we got Paige Christie at 41%. These are things that I'll add to the I will add this to the I will add this to the poll at the end of when we come up on the time for bonus content, and whatever is in first place I'll do first, whatever is in second place I'll do second, and so on and so on. Right now we got 28 votes. Where's the poll? The poll's over on YouTube. You go to YouTube, you click on the live stream, and then you click on the chat, and then you can click on the poll. The poll's in the bottom. You click on the poll. Wait, the guzzle glorper. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Rocco's live. That's exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking of what the fuck is that? That is the stuff of nightmares, chat. I vaguely have this memory of a nightmare coming to life and saying that he is the guzzle. What am I talking about, chat? The cyclosporosis outbreak is totally effing up my diet. Yeah, I eat a lot of salads, leafy greens, berries. Oh my god, even berries. What about frozen berries? Are frozen berries dangerous? What is this dude's name? What is this thing called? Can I even show it on stream? Will I get copyright striked? He's this like big blob in a book full of a room full of books. I said a book full of rooms. What is wrong with me? A room full of books. and he's singing about how he's the here, let me read the lyrics. I think the lyrics are important. I don't even know what this thing is called, but I have these vague memories, these early nightmares, childhood nightmares about this thing. Glizzle, guzzle, glor, something like that. Gleeble glorp versus. Oh, come on. They're trying to. The AI is trying to tell me. Are you talking about glizzy? Are you talking about a glizzy? Glizzy is another name for a hot dog. Some people call hot dogs glizzies. Is it the gleep glorp? What is this thing called? What's the actual name? Guzzle on my jizzle? I mean, yeah, what is the glabble ghoul? What is this thing? Frozen berries are preferred, but you really gotta cook the fruits and veggies to kill the parasite. Yeah, sounds like it. Oh my god, Foreign Sticks is sending me a link. Just like, I need the name so I gotta like look it up. I don't think I can actually watch it. The glub glob gab galoob. Yeah, the glub glob gab galoob. That's the one. Glub glob gab galoob. Glub glob glab gab galab. There's a movie about this. Is from a movie. It's a 2013 Christian direct to video animated movie. Well, look, Christ is not king. All right, Christ is cuck. So I don't think we can watch any Christian shit here. I'm sorry. I just gotta make sure we got the right audience for this kind of thing. All right. What else can I say? Hitler sucks. Hitler's a bitch. Hitler's cringe and boring. Yes, there we go. What else can I say, chat? Make sure we got the right audience here. Make sure we're getting the right audience. All right. What do I have to say? The schwabble dabble glibble glabble schwibble schwap dap. How did they write that? How did they actually write that? Is that what it's called? Giggle Snort Hotel? Was it a hotel? It's like some place where he like hates. Wait, what's the deal? Oh yeah, it's anti-book. It's anti-book. We love books here. We hate Jesus. All right, Jesus bad, books good. All right, books very very good, and books about how Jesus doesn't exist even better. Even though that's not historically true, there was probably a dude in Nazareth named Jesus. Okay. There's a lot of dudes that got freaking unjustly crucified back in the day, and the story of Jesus, the reason Christianity's a thing, is that all glorped together into a big glob of gooey Christ matter, and if you're Christian or tradcath even, let's just say, that is why you believe that ridiculous shit. You are worshiping a goddamn blob. You might as well worship the gizzle glabble gooble gobble global Google, whatever that thing is, the big, like, here, let me show you. Let me show you what the fuck I'm talking about, chat. This is what you worship if you believe in Christianity, but it's not just Christianity, chat. Let's be real. I mean, this is how myth works, all right? It's a big global of a lot of shit just mashed together into an incomprehensible pile of bullshit meant to mystify you. This is why you should be a materialist. Although not necessarily an atheist. You don't have to be an atheist. You could be an agnostic just as easily. Okay, the glibble, glub, glob, gab, galab. That's what his name is. Glub, glob, gab, galab? I guess that's what his name is, chat. Okay, now I don't know how, I don't think we can watch much of this, but yeah, look, this is, if you, wait, is that even the actual glub glob gab galab? Or what if we play it with music in the background? Okay, that's not it. That's some kind of edit. That's the official one. Wait, why are they giving him hair? Okay, full lyrics video. That's what we need.
Delightful. Really delightful. I'm the Glub Glow Gabgala.
That's Jesus. I present to you the Lord Jesus Christ. All right? In all of his glory. And he's not one dude, he's a bunch of dudes. Bunch of dudes unfairly, unjustly executed for having different kinds of religious ideas that were threatening to the powers that be, including the man in Nazareth, who did exist, as far as we can tell, but probably didn't do a lot of walking on water, probably didn't transmute a lot of water to wine, probably only had a couple of fish and a couple of loaves of bread in his bag to share amongst the masses.
Of books. And this place.
All that shit got Paul Bunyaned. It got telephone gamed into what you now see as modern Christianity in all of its different and schismatic forms.
Is a true treasure trove.
You know, if my sister sees this, she's gonna be mad because she's a big Jesus fan.
I am the Glub Glow Gabgala.
She doesn't want to see Jesus compared to this guy.
I am the yeast of thoughts and minds.
Yeah, this is right. You're the yeast of thoughts and minds if you take this religious shit seriously, okay? So just so we say this, so that we're locking in on the right, Jesus Christ is a polycule. There we go, there we go, there we go. That's what, oh my God, Chad, I wasn't even showing it to you. I didn't even switch. This is the dude. This is the Lord Jesus Christ. So yeah, Christ is not king. He is actually glob glog gob glab is what Christ is. And it's an interesting gabgalab. Certainly deserves to be studied. Certainly could help you in interacting with the unconscious parts of your mind. But just understand that it's a blob. You're worshiping a blob. You might as well worship the freaking, you know, God Emperor from you know, Dune. Which he would laugh at you for, right? Paul Atreides would laugh at you. Paul Atreides would laugh at you for worshiping him, let alone his son Leto II, right? The worm god.
Splendid.
Actually, the worm god probably doesn't give a fuck. He's a worm. Why would he give a fuck?
Simply delicious.
Okay.
I am the Glub Glow Gabgalab, the Schwabble Dabble Wabble Gabble Flibber Blabber Blab. I'm full of Schwibble Glibber kind. I am the yeast of thoughts and minds.
He is the yeast of thoughts and minds. Okay, so if you want to dip your mind into that yeast, into that mold, be my guest. But you know, just don't do so unknowingly, right? Anyway, so I think we've got the right, we've probably got the right audience at this point. But yeah, let's switch back to what I was doing before, talking about bonus content, right? Bonus content exists on YouTube. You can vote for it. 31 of you have so far. 31 of you have voted already, okay? The mind has mold in it. Yeah, I mean, it gets mold in it. It gets moldy. It gets moldy, all right? If you take this shit too seriously. And again, chat, I don't hate Christianity. My sister's a Christian. I don't really look at it as different. You know, I don't really look at it in a moralistic way. God, that's a weird thing to say about religion. We got 31 votes so far. Two-way tie for first place. Paige Christie on H3 Taco Bell ban. And video essay, The Fall of Asmongold at 32%. Coming up really closely in third, we have Destiny Karen's Westside Tyler. Fourth place, Westside Tyler meets DGG or North. So we saw that meeting, IRL meeting get set up. Apparently Westside Tyler and North from DGG, they live in the same place. And they got together and met. It was after Tyler challenged Darius IRL to a fight. I don't think that's gonna happen, although they talked about it. They talked about flying, what was it? Flying Tyler out to LA or to Texas or something to box against Darius. So we'll see if that ends up happening. But what did happen was the meeting of the minds. That is Westside Tyler and DGG or North, the little weenie boy. Yeah, Tyler's gonna meet him in real, or did meet him in real life, and we can watch that, right? Although I will agree with chat that maybe Destiny Karen's Westside Tyler might be the more interesting of the two. It wasn't coordinated at all. It was spontaneous. Yes. I'm gonna book a spontaneous journey to Vietnam pretty soon, chat. But don't think that I'm coordinating with you know, whatever flight I'm taking. Anyway, so those are your options as you can see. And when you support the stream in any of those ways that you do, you can let me know which of these topics appeal to you. I will put your money where your mouth is, and I will I will add them to the topic of your choice. And then at the end, see how it's like plus 41, plus X%, plus 0%, whatever. Yeah, I'll add that to the poll, and then whatever's ahead. But just make sure to vote, because we don't have enough votes yet. We don't have enough likes yet. We got to fix that as soon as we can. Also, congratulations on reaching the Vietnam goal. Yes, well, thank you to my community for making that happen for me. All right, I was pretty shocked to see the, you know what happens when you fulfill a goal? It disappears off of your screen, and that's why it's not on there right now. But let's put this up here. Now I'm gonna have to fix this though, aren't I? Getting my hair done. Isn't it crazy how stuff like that, it costs the same in Thailand as it, I don't know, is it maybe a little cheaper? Chat, what would you pay for cut, color, style in the US? It's probably more than 100, right? So I guess I'm getting getting my hair done to look pretty again, and some hair care products. That's what I am putting on the wish list right now on Throne. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, I gotta change it. I forgot. You gotta make this allow. Wait, where is the thing? Allow crowdfunding. There it is. Proceed. Okay. All right, so it's there. It's allowed to crowdfund, and I don't have it as a QR code, chat. I hope that's okay for everybody. Over 300? Shit. So I am getting a deal. In Buenos Aires, it's cheaper than 100. I feel like maybe you could get it for cheaper in Thailand, because I am sort of, well, not exactly. I didn't go. So there are places that are made for tourists, expats, etc. Even like, I feel like some like there's like a, was it Vidal Sassoon? I can't remember, chat. There was like a place that's like a recognizable, it wasn't Sassoon, but it was something like Vidal Sassoon. But those ones are really expensive, right? I went to the one that is but I guess the advantage is that everybody speaks, you know, very good English there, right? Last time I got my hair cut, I got it cut by a Thai woman that spoke a little bit of English, right? But there was like a manager there who spoke a little bit more English. And so it was like a whole communication of me saying what I wanted in English, this manager explaining it to the person cutting and dyeing my hair, and then me reacting that it wasn't quite what I was. It wasn't quite what I was looking for. It was actually okay. I was trying to tell them it wasn't what I asked for, but I'm not mad. Like that's what I was trying to say, you know? And I don't think it got communicated, right? I think they were under the impression that I was like disappointed, and I just, you know, because I asked for strawberry blonde, which means a very particular thing in the US. I think it means something different in Thailand, right? As far as what strawberry is, right? This is ginger. And I wasn't expecting to become a ginger, but I did. I became a ginger that day. And I wasn't mad about it either, but they thought I was mad. And so they like re-dyed my hair to try to, I don't know. I don't remember if they like raised the red or if they were trying to yeah, it just was, that was the first time that I really understood how communication works in Thai. There are people that speak English, and but just like you know, my Thai after a year of Thai lessons is not great, is not, you know, is maybe slightly conversational, but not much more. Yeah, they're very different languages, Thai and English, and the people that speak that are here that speak English really well are few and far between. A lot of people in Thailand that learn to speak English, like you know, just completely get really good at English, right? They're doing it because they want to move to the US, they want to move to the UK. So, you know, sorry you became a ginger. It was all right. It was all right. It was like I was okay with it, right? I'm trying to, you know, because like, again, this is not, they didn't do anything bad. They weren't trying to fuck with me, right? It's just that I didn't think a very obvious thing, that something colloquially we know strawberry blonde to be like a certain color in English, right? In Thai, you know, they're, you know what I mean? Like they're thinking of this and they're saying, okay, you're talking about a color of a fruit, right? I don't know. There was confusion, right? But anyway, we got to get through the confusion. We got to get to the content, because that's the only way we're going to get to bonus content. And again, if we get to 100 on here, we'll increase the stream time by an hour. If we get to 200 on here, we'll increase the stream time by 2 hours. If that either of those things happens, we'll have time for bonus content, right? If we even hit like 100. Just regular ass haircut here is like $80. Yeah, that's what I figured. My trick when I lived in the US was to go to schools. Like, right, there was like a Vidal Sassoon school. There was like a Paul Mitchell. I think Paul Mitchell is what we got here, maybe. But I can't find any schools. There was a Paul Mitchell school though where I lived, and if you went there, you could you either like look on Facebook, and there were people that were studying there that would be like, hey, I've got to do this kind of haircut. If anybody wants to get this kind of haircut for free, like, you know, DM me and we'll set it up. You could either do that, or you can go to the school and say, like, I want to get this thing set up, and you could have a student do it for like $15, right? Whole everything, $15, which is a very good deal. But of course, they're students. They're learning on your hair. So yeah, limited in what you can expect, really. We gotta get going here. Here, let me just finish this coffee and become the glub glub gooble gabble. Just started doing it myself. What, you cut your own hair? I mean, if you can do that, go with that. Go with that. Schwabble dabble, glibber glabber, schwibble schwap glab. Anyway, we got to get to where we're going here, which is to cover the debate. It's not a debate. Why am I saying it's a debate? The show, the meeting of the minds, right? You get a rapist, a fascist, and a failson together in the same room, and what happens? Well, we're about to see. We're about to find out exactly what that is. Indubitably. I've never paid for a haircut. I just buzz my head and trim my beard. Well, that works for you, it sounds like. I'm a redhead. Oh, sorry. I'm reading people's chats that are to each other. But anyway, yeah, we're at 47 out of 100 right now. If we get to 100 out of 100, I'll add an hour. We'll do some bonus content. What bonus content will we do? The bonus content that you're voting for over on YouTube is what we'll do. And you got options here. Paige Christie on the H3 Taco Bell situation. The real H3 Taco Bell situation, it feels like it should be a Giardia story, don't you think? H3 Taco Bell, what do you get? Massive diarrhea explosion. Wait, I can read it? Oh, I can read your chat on stream. Thank you. I just don't want to, I don't know, intervene in private conversations on the platform. But yeah, you can, Paige Christie, we got a video essay on the fall of Asmongold, right? Asmongold, this is from a fan of Asmongold, an old fan of Asmongold that misses their dude. They miss him, right? They are like, Asmongold used to be different. I liked Asmongold. Like they're sharing everything that they used to love about Asmongold that is just no longer applies. No longer what Asmongold is, no longer what Asmongold does, you know. Very sad. So that's a video essay. Then we got Destiny Karening Westside Tyler on Wick. This is Destiny showing up in Wick stream. This is the Gaslight Zone is sort of what Wick operates. They operate on in a separate reality almost from the rest of the world, where I don't know, IRL kick stream style harassment is actually is free speech, and anybody who gets in the way of that, they're anti-free speech. So Destiny is the victim according to these people. And then we got Westside Tyler possibly meeting up with North in Lexington, Kentucky, where they both live. See how that goes. We can pick any of these, and I will do them. If we get to 100 out of 100, we can add another hour to the time and like that. Okay. What else am I missing? Oh yeah. So I mentioned that you can support me on Twitch. One easy way and one free way, and one way that I'm trying to save you money here. So listen, okay, I'm trying to save you money. All right, if you've got Prime, you don't need to get, you don't need to spend $6 for a sub. If you got Prime, you can get a sub for free. All you gotta do is hook up your Amazon account to your Twitch account. You'll get this thing called a Twitch Prime sub. You can give it to any streamer on Twitch, but if you choose me, first of all, thank you so much, because you only have one to give, and I really do appreciate it if you use that on me. But second of all, yeah, you'll get the same benefits as anybody else that becomes a sub on Twitch. You will get no ads ever, none whatsoever. You will be able to rewind the stream if you want. And I have noticed there are ads, chat. My last paycheck said that there's somehow ads on Twitch again. There's not very many, but there's a few. So if you want to get out of those ads, and don't worry about it, because it comes back to me as, what, Turbo or something like that. Yeah, I get paid for it anyway, so don't worry about turning off the ads through subs. You can get one for free using a Twitch Prime sub. If you pay for one, it is $6. It's twice as much as a YouTube membership. That kind of sucks, but never fear. If you're the kind of person that cannot afford, that extra $6 in your budget, there is a way for you to still get a sub, and that is just by being active in the chat. If you're active in the chat, when somebody's looking to give gift subs, they might just give gift subs to you, and if you'll get the same benefits as anyone else. So that's your best bet if you're in that situation. I also mentioned Patreon, right? I like to read off my Patreon members at the beginning and end of every stream. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out when we start out the stream. So let me do those now. Shouts out to Neo Prakash, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Emily Friend, shouts out to Big Owl of the Cake Mix, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oral to Lipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noe, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Zera Xerix. There we go, chat. And with that, I feel like it is time to get the show on the road. All right, what do I mean by that? I mean the schwibble, schlabble, glibber, glabber, schwibble, schwap, glab. AKA organized religion. All right, that's what you're worshiping. This guy. And he's a big blob. He's an interesting blob. Much like Leto Atreides, he's an interesting blob. You should probably study this blob. And if you find that the books that this blob, offers you are helpful for understanding your own unconscious mind, that which is not conscious within yourself, then go with it, I say. Whatever form that takes. I'm not actually hostile to any form of that, including Jesus. If that is the form of the blob, if that's the form that the blob takes for you, I don't know, I guess you can do a little communion and eat of the body of the blob, drink of the cytoplasm of the blob, And you know, if that helps you deal with your life, all the better for you. Okay, just yeah, don't get this confused with, like, I don't know, any kind of material thing, because it's not. And if you want to deal in real shit, you're gonna take that materialism and do dialectics with it. Anyway, chat, I've said enough. I've said enough, because what we're really after here is probably, yeah, Twitter. Okay, so here we go, chat. This is the blast off tweet. It's already at 7, but I want you to help me to get it further, all right? The blast off tweet you can access by clicking on the pinned. If you don't know what that means, though, you can just click on this. I'm gonna put it in Twitter, and I'm gonna put it in YouTube for you to click on. And if you use the hell site like I do, you can go and show your support there. You can like the tweet. If you like the tweet, you can share the tweet with your followers if you think the followers would like it. Don't just spam, you know, my shit on your timeline if you think it's gonna piss people off, because we're not trying to piss people off, all right? You make that call. I'm not asking you to lose followers for me. And if you know, people feel like you're being spammy, they might unfollow you. So don't do that. Only retweet it if you think, well, my followers really would be interested in this, right? So yeah, go give that some love. A rapist, a fascist, and a failson walk into a bar. Nightmare crack rotation. That's what we're covering today, and you can help let the larger world know about it just by liking the tweet, maybe even commenting if you want to. Comment if you want to comment. Anyway, with that out of the way, I believe we can get... I keep on thinking this is going to be the content for today. I keep on thinking I'm going to do a schwabble dabble glibber glabber schwibble schwap glab analysis, but that's probably not a good idea. I think it would probably go better if we type in this.
The Italian festival could happen.
All right, so here we go.
You said you want to ask me, why are you a Nazi?
Inclusion has been our greatest strength. Diversity has been our greatest strength.
White people do feel like we are being boxed out.
A 26-year-old white kid doesn't feel like he has access because he's been canceled, and the problem is black people.
I didn't say the problem's black people.
Well, you just did, Nick. You just
I
said
the problem is crime, and we know who's doing.
Okay, so it is a little bit of a debate, maybe. I don't know where I've heard some weird shit about this, right? When Nick talks about the realignment and you do not push back and say, go get, you know, fucked. I don't know what kind of nonsense you're entertaining. I have timestamps. Oh my God, thank you so much, Tyreful.
Doing the crime in Chicago.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
About the Holocaust things?
Oh, about that. We get to say whatever.
Oh, that old chestnut. Yes, the Holocaust, as they call it. The supposed Holocaust. Oh, yes, of course. I know what you're allegedly talking about. Is he gonna do the thing where they ask him like you know, they say 6 million and he's like, well, I mean, we don't know if it's 6 million. Maybe it was more than 6 million. Maybe it was 12 billion. Maybe it was actually 88 gorillion. Is he gonna do the thing where he just like throws out the? I don't know which Nick we're gonna get, because there does seem to be a different Nick emerging, who's trying to disassociate himself from his past and become more of a mainstream figure. And then there's the Nick that we all know and some of us, unfortunately, don't hate nearly enough.
The internet, we get to deny the Holocaust. As far as Jews are concerned in general, I think that everybody in the country should be treated with dignity and respect and have their civil rights.
Like, what do you think about somebody like Mamdani?
Personally, I don't like him. Like, for example, on 4th of July, when he takes the opportunity to sit there with, let's be honest, not a single white person.
What about fucking Donald Trump? There's no ideological core to Donald Trump.
No, I agree with you.
Don Jr. got the largest loan ever given.
So we're going to hear a lot about white people. And it's funny because Andrew Callahan does call him on like the social construction of whiteness, but it's weird. Like knowledge like that somehow just bounces off his, like it's like water off a duck's back.
by the Department of Defense.
Vance owes his entire political career to Peter Thiel. Whichever firm is
You think I don't see it?
the one to develop ASI, that could confer dictatorial-like powers upon the CEO
You don't know where I've been.
of that company.
Everything that we think about the way in which we exist in the world completely changes.
Increasingly with Uber, Airbnb, banking apps, you can't live your life without the tech platforms.
Everything that AI is built on is ours. That's what they're stealing from us. I want to find common ground of how much of a shithead Donald Trump is. We can get there, okay?
I feel like they hate Trump for different reasons, though. Okay, so like Direful said, we got timestamps for this. I am going to use those. I would be so silly to, yeah, there we go. I would be silly to not, wait, if I could make it, how does this, like that? Okay, there we go. All right, so this way we'll be able to get through this conversation and also go back in time to watch Nick get platformed for the first time after the massive deplatforming that he experienced earlier in his career, get platformed and brought back into relevancy by none other than Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell II himself, right? This was at the same time. I'm reminding you that Destiny also had kind of brought in a YouTuber named Mr. Girl into his, into his community. And what you got here is, a pedo or a pedo normalizer. Let's just, I don't know what Mr. Girl actually gets up to in real life, but I know what he's doing on the internet. That's trying to normalize this stuff, right? And you got a Nazi and well, because the pedo happens to be the pedo normalizing guy happens to be Jewish, he's like, hey, what is going on? Why do you have a Nazi? Right? They don't play well together, Nick and Mr. Girl. And it was a sweet gig for Destiny because he's in here just kind of like bringing the communities, right, are oozing these underground online, hyper online, right, in terms of people that spend their whole life online. In actually both cases, they're oozing into DGG, and it's benefiting Destiny. But it turns out this is like mixing oil and water. You can't have Mr. Girl and Nick Fuentes in the same space. And what ends up happening is that Mr. Girl flips on Destiny and starts calling him out mainly over the Nick Fuentes stuff. Destiny is fine with Mr. Girl normalizing pedophilia. He loves that. But once Mr. Girl starts saying Destiny bad, it becomes inconvenient. We got to get rid of this guy. He does get rid of this guy. He purges him out of the community, and the Groypers end up deplatforming Mr. Girl.
The kind of first question that I had whenever I caught wind that you wanted to do an interview like this is, why now? What made you want to sit down for this kind of interview?
Well, I think it's an interesting conversation to have all of us here. And, I think it's a moment in our country when there's a lot of realignment. I think that people recognize, especially in the past couple of years, I'm like a non-conventional critic, maybe, of what's happening. And so I think it'll be an interesting, productive conversation. I think it'll be different.
But I mean, specifically, because we kind of share a publicist, I heard that you wanted to...
I'm sorry, but please, let's get this notion out of our mind that critics of what's happening are like, that makes you like allies, right? It doesn't. It doesn't. There's a lot of shit happening. Okay, it's obviously fucked up. It's obviously off the rails. Anybody can fucking tell you that. That's the one thing that everybody, agrees on. It doesn't mean that we're all, trying to go the same place.
To kind of... Okay.
Okay, so just in case we missed that, let me roll that back really quick. Just see what that is. What Andrew's...
An interesting, productive conversation. I think it'll be different.
But I mean, specifically, because we kind of share a publicist, I heard that you wanted to kind of...
So we share a publicist, is what Andrew said. Andrew's publicist speaks up and says, I am not Nick's publicist, right? They share something, though. What is it?
Okay. we have a publicist that you hit up, and you said that you wanted to talk to someone who would...
Oh, you know what they do share, though? A love of Oakley's. Look at this, chat. Does this remind you of any scene outside of perhaps a Charlie Kirk speech as Nick and his friends were being kicked out?
Give you kind of a fair shot to like clear up.
I don't know if the wraparound sunglasses is like a part of the Groyper uniform or not, but you can see that Yeah, cancellation has been a little bit hard on Andrew as well.
Some things and maybe some misconceptions about you and the things you believe.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I think that, you know, I'm somebody who I think like you, actually, maybe we have this in common, is kind of pigeonholed in a certain way for things that we've done in the past or things that we've said.
Yeah, I'm a crackhead.
But I'm racist, right?
I got pigeonholed there. Mine is true. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, mine's a little true.
Wait, what? Mine is actually true, though. I'm a real one, unlike you, Nick. You fake Nazi bitch.
Maybe a little, no. But yeah, so I think it'd be good to clear up some of the misrepresentations and put out something accurate.
So what do you think is the most misrepresented thing about you?
Well, I think really the whole image everybody has about me. You know, when you mentioned me, I think on a recent show, you said you want to ask me, why are you a Nazi?
Yeah.
And that's how everybody knows me. Everybody thinks of me as a white supremacist Nazi, and I don't think that's really true at all. I think that we definitely have different values. I mean, you're more from the left, I'm more from the right, but I don't think I'm a hater. I'm not a hateful person.
It is Heil Hitler Friday, Heil Hitler, all my niggas Nazis.
Hitler was very fucking cool.
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
So what's the thing about, I guess,
Are you tired of, like, bastardizing Batman script lines? Are you tired of being cringe? I feel like that's an element of Fuentes that just does not get played up enough. The weaponized cringe, right? What is that doing? Yeah, and that ties right into the wraparound. I don't know if they're Oakleys. I don't actually know sunglasses, but
traditional Nazism that you think you disagree with the most?
Well, it's a non-Christian ideology.
like it's just the whole thing. It's like it was funny when Joaquin Phoenix said it. Funny, dark, funny, whatever you want to call it. It was something. It was cinema. I don't know. I mean, like there's a whole fucking mass, a glob, you could say, of guys out there that resonate with something that is kind of a spent meme, right? Whatever the fuck the Joker was supposed to mean, it has become part of mainstream culture now, and it's not, in leftism we talk about the recuperation of revolutionary ideas. I'm not sure. God, I gotta rewatch that movie. Not sure how revolutionary it was to start out with, but I certainly look. If I was to say, like, even saying something like, don't you boo me. I know what you cheer for, right? Okay, that was great when Justin Roiland wrote it, or whoever, on the Rick and Morty staff wrote that. That was an interesting original idea. Me repeating it, or even Hassan repeating it, not quite as interesting. I mean, he's making a point. You're doing a cultural reference at this point. I don't know. And even as a cultural reference, the Joker is a little bit played out.
So, I mean, look, I believe that race is real, as the Nazis did, but I don't think
good movie though
defines a person. As a Christian, I think we're all created beings. I do believe there's such a thing as a universal human community, and so I think it's a cruel ideology. I've said this on my show, by the way, but I mean, that would maybe be the fundamental.
Did you always feel that way?
Always, yeah, absolutely.
So even whenever you were younger and stuff?
I did, but you got to recognize times have changed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ago, we had a totally different political...
Yeah, good point, Mikus. Don't bully Hassan. It's his birthday. I forgot about that. It is happy birthday to Hassan.
...world. The regulation and policing.
Joker was about how neglecting people doesn't make them go away. I mean, I guess this is what this interview is about, right? Radicalizes them in ways... I mean, that is, that is what we're talking about.
A speech, what you would call wokeness, I think was at an all-time high when I got started as a very young man.
What would you call wokeness?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and I think, would you not...
Shall we go back to the real definition of wokeness, right? This is not, a word that my culture came up with. This was a word that people in the Black community used to describe being fully aware of the situation that you are in, being Black in the United States, right? It's being aware, it's being awake. One might even call it being red-pilled, right? And how the fuck is the bastardization of a movie written by two trans women, you know, like it's a good thing, I guess, and then wokeness, we're gonna make that the pejorative, right? Like when you make woke a pejorative, you're making going to sleep a positive, right? You're making sleeping on, like, ignoring, not being aware of, going along with, right? Nobody's actually arguing for that when they say fuck wokeness. They're kind of arguing for the idea that that this, like, you know, wait, let's get her up, chat. We got to get her up. When we're talking about wokeness, we do have an avatar. Will it come up if I just type in woke and look at images? Oh wait, no. Actually, the positive woke stuff, the proactive, like the actual, you know, concept of wokeness as it existed, in the early Black Lives Matter movement is the majority of what actually comes up when I type in woke. What is the name of the protester? Woke protester. Protester. Will that bring the image that I'm looking for up? No, come on. This image was so ubiquitous. Has it played out? I don't even know what this is called. What if I type in SJW? SJW meme. Can I not find this anymore? Oh, I can find one of the avatars. I can find there's Big Red. Oh, there we go. I got them all. I caught them all. This is Pokemon, chat. There we go. We got to have the right background in order to discuss wokeness. There it is. There we go. This is wokeness, all right? Wokeness is what happens when women expect too much, right? That is what we're talking about. Right? These are three femoids or foids, if you will, that will refuse to go along and get along, right? They refuse to go to sleep. There we go. And that's what makes them bad. Now, what's funny is that, like, we don't see a lot of video going along with this stuff. We usually see frames. We see stills, right? We see moments. A moment of anguish over here. I guess this is supposed to look like a moment of entitlement with Big Red. Is that what she represents as an avatar of wokeness? And of course, we gotta shrink it down one more time because my OBS setup fucking sucks. There we go. So we got a moment of anguish, a moment of entitlement, and a moment of rage. Yes. That is wokeness. And noticeably absent from these images of wokeness is anything referring to the historical context, right? Which actually traces itself back, depending on what you choose to, you know, like all the way into like a blues musician, like Leadbelly, talking about being woke. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I said that the Joker was a pretty bastardized cultural reference by this point. I feel like this is even more, I don't know what the fuck this is. And overall, it's like women need to be seen but not heard. That's what this says. Like, women need to be the background, right? When women come into the foreground, that's woke. But again, not even the original meaning of what wokeness even is.
Or
Maybe,
some
yeah,
excesses maybe in those days.
Yeah,
The red-haired lady seems pretty chill. Yeah, as I remember, there is video of some of this stuff, right? The red-haired lady was outside of a men's rights conference. So yeah, she's always portrayed, this is Big Red, is what her nickname is. She's always portrayed as a like a feminist losing her shit. And in actuality, there was a bunch of men's rights activists losing their shit over some shit that doesn't even compare to real, to the real life scapegoating and silencing and oppression and I don't know what else of women, right? We got to talk about men's rights to their feelings. Well, Jesus Christ, you do have a right to your feeling. You know what's stopping you from expressing your feelings? It's not feminism. It's not feminism that says men can't have feelings, right? That is the patriarchy oppressing you. And yet you strike out against women. Interesting that. It's almost like you're too much of a pussy to actually fight back against the real source, some kind of mythical father figure that you still fear somewhere deep in your heart.
In those days, I wasn't doing too well, so I wasn't paying much attention. Anyway, I would love to hear, and I'm not asking you to like retract everything that you've ever said and all, or anything, but I said that I would love to talk to you because number one, I told you this, is that I think you're really smart. And I think that with that comes in a real responsibility. And you have an audience. And I have a friend whose son is my daughter's age.
Now, again, an interesting question. And look, a very woke perspective on something like intelligence, right? Hunter says he thinks Nick is really smart. A very woke perspective of intelligence is that there is no singular thing called intelligence. There are intelligences, right? There is your natural inclination to different subjects, to different activities, to different ways of thinking, and in reality, a better way to look at it is that, right? So is Nick smart? Is Nick intelligent, right? Well, it depends on what you're what kind of intelligence you're interrogating. If we're talking about like verbal intelligence, right? Being able to put words together and, in a rhetorical, towards a rhetorical end. Yeah, Nick is good at that. But we're talking about the kind of things that he would have learned in college had he spent time in college instead of living out his young adulthood on the internet. Well, maybe, but then again, maybe you don't value the kind of stuff that you learn in college, and I would never say that is the only way that you can possibly be smart. That's the only useful intelligence, right? It encompasses a lot of different fields for sure, and you can, depending on what kind of education you have access to, you can sort of take your education in different directions and learn more about it. Obviously, there is more to, as studying medicine, for instance, right? You learn about anatomy, physiology. These are really important. Endocrinology, very complicated subjects. And then you go into practice and you start to develop clinical skills, right? You don't learn this in college. You do hopefully get it as maybe... you do get it in very practical ways, right? But yeah, there is a difference between theoretically knowing about something. It's same thing in language, right? Thai, I can study Thai. I can understand how different words work, how grammar works, etc. But am I really learning Thai until I can speak and be understood and understand what other people are saying, communicate with people that, that speak Thai, right? That's the real test. And it's a very, we talk about the limits, I guess, of that. But I also want to just remind people, while this has been something that's degraded, right? This is something that you'll hear a lot of people say, if you want to go to college, especially for something like philosophy or English lit, or, there's a lot of fields that, are very complex, but there's just not the opportunities to really, the job field is oversaturated or too small. A lot of people want to study this and they don't get, same thing with something like music, right? A lot of people are very interested in music. A lot of people want to write music, want to sing music, want to be in a band, want to be a rock star. But the opportunities for that are very limited. So, you know, maybe there's a mismatch in terms of education with, you know, the fields that are offered, the fields that people want to go into versus the jobs that are available. But again, understand that we're dealing with, you know, when we're talking about music and art and things like this, right? It's a very different geography under capitalism, right? And we don't usually think about under capitalism versus not under capitalism because non-capitalist government has been able to function. You know, socialism never works anywhere. It fails everywhere. And we never really ask ourselves in what way capitalism might be failing us. One of these ways is in art, right? Who does art, chat? Who do you have to be to have a career in art? And even more so in music and a lot of, you know, other fields. You kind of need to have a stable, and by stable, I mean wealthy family in order to go into a lot of these fields. And so the art that we see, which nobody really talks about, I mean, like, forget like modern art, like, you know, Jackson Pollock or abstract expressionism or anything like that. Nobody's like, art is like, you know, it doesn't seem to be innovating, right? And would you be surprised to know that the people that make it are, you know, many times trust fund kids, the only people that can dedicate their life to a field that is generally not financially very rewarding, right? So in that way, capitalism is impoverishing you. We usually associate capitalism with you know, with wealth, and yeah, it definitely creates wealth for some people, but for the rest of us, it creates a world in which some of the human activities that you're most drawn to, that you most want to experience, that a lot of people are interested in, are just not activities that you can do without that wealth in that familiar wealth, without generational wealth, which that comes from exploiting workers over generations.
You know, maybe 28. You know, we got your age. And he's really smart, and he is a big fan of yours. And so, I
don't think their degrees have anything to do with their current positions. What I'm talking about, right, is whether Nick Fuentes is smart, right? Because I've heard this from a lot of people. This is a you know, when people that don't like Fuentes, don't agree with Fuentes, when they talk about, when they got to give like some kind of well, you know, he has this, or explain his success, right? People say he's smart. And, you know, I will agree that he has like an aptitude, I guess, for rhetoric, but I don't know how, you know, I don't know how smart that is. And I'm talking about like in indulging in this aptitude for rhetoric and doing what he's doing, you know, has he maybe missed some opportunities to understand the world better? Because what good is rhetoric if you don't know shit? Really?
Virtue of the relationship.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I got to learn what it is why he is a fan of yours. And none of it has to do with, I would hope you agree, like really egregious things that you've said in the past about the Holocaust or about, you know.
And what is clever? Is clever like thinks on his feet? Is that what we mean by clever?
Did Jews ever talk about the 100 million whites that died in World War?
Picking up a new skill quickly? Is that what clever means? I don't know, making decisions that are that lend towards one's success and survival. Is that what clever is?
War II? Or do they just bitch and moan about the so-called 6 million Jews that died?
And so it's just nice to poke holes in it and say, it's not 6 million.
6 million? I don't think so.
And I don't even know, I think I've heard you since kind of rescind a lot of that.
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust?
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering all the time. So it could maybe even be.
Yeah, Joel Siverud, thank you for the gift sub to Foreign Sticks. Foreign Sticks, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. I am slowly waking up, chat. I'm sorry if I'm a little bit extra indulgent of my ADHD today, a little bit disorganized in my thinking. I'm just throwing a lot of stuff out there, kind of like a glob or a glorb, right? Hopefully, wake me up when it's all over. Yeah. What was that? Wait. Oh yeah. So Tanner Dudeman. Yes. Hunter Biden talking to Nick Fuentes, a conversation facilitated by none other than Andrew Callahan. And that's where we get our nightmare crack rotation from. That's when we get our weird a fascist, a sex pest, and a failson walk into a bar joke. Yo, we're at 53 already. Look at that. We're over halfway towards adding an extra hour.
Be more than that.
But what he agrees with is kind of the anger about the situation that particularly your generation finds yourself in. I know that to be real. And I think that there, maybe my reasons for recognizing that anger as being legitimate and my targets are different than yours. I just wanted to hear from you. When you say you can't...
No, did he try to show so like after a lot of what these people are saying, Callahan is showing sort of I don't know, like a moment, like, they're talking about denying the Holocaust. They show him doing that. Lately you've been doing less of that. They show him and he's not. Okay. You know what he's doing now is he's pointing out the ridiculousness. And look, there is a point to be, made that, like, and acknowledging, historical facts is not like does not make you in and of itself does not make you a moral person. However, this is a historical event that is one of the most well documented. Is it the only genocide ever? No, it's not, right? But it's a modern one, and it's one that's been studied and looked at, and people that try to like sort of play around with, well, it's not what they say it is. It's actually, in general, it's done in bad faith. But yeah, these are like heuristics rather than hard and fast rules of just like identifying somebody that is trying to in some way resurrect what was put to bed, although not entirely. We'll get into that more later. After the Holocaust, right? After the U.S. and Soviet troops came through the camps, looked at what was there, and this was all documented. This was a thing for, I don't know, a good 40, 50, 60 years. Nobody wanted to be.
Super chatted $5. Please check your mic. When you speak, it's adding this weird static, almost like peaking, but not quite.
All right. That is what's keeping me cool, actually. You're hearing the fan. The other thing that you're noticing, too, is I think I pushed my mic back a little bit. So if it's up here, you're going to hear more of me, less of the room noise. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a fan. It's this thing. It's a little tiny fan. Because I can, put it close to me, I can direct it right at me, and but yeah, what happens is you got a noise gate normally, right? So check this out. I'll put it on. Wait, no, here, turn it off. All right, so I'm gonna put it on. Tell me, do you hear anything? All right, fan is on. Okay, I'm going to regard that as the audience doesn't hear anything. Now, it's in time with your words, right? Because that's what a noise gate does. A noise gate will shut off the noise when I'm not talking. But when I am talking, it stops shutting it off. And that means it also picks up the noise, the room noise as well. So yeah, that's what you're hearing. I can probably put it a little bit further away from me. I don't know where yeah, here we go. Here we go. This is a good idea. Because it's like behind the microphone. Now, let me know. Do you hear it now? Do you hear it now when I speak? Yeah, if that's consistent. That's consistent with how microphone and a noise gate work together. Can you hear it right now, though? I'm wondering, because I placed the fan, I think, somewhere. Well, you can hear it when I speak. You can hear it when I speak. Okay, can I turn it off and speak? All right, I'm turning it off, and I'm speaking. Do you? Yeah, you probably shouldn't hear it. Yeah, no, it's a fan issue, but it's an audio issue too. If you're noticing it when it's, yeah, like ideally, I'd have it in a way that you're not gonna hear it when I talk. Oh, you don't hear. Okay, you don't hear it because, yeah, it's off. Wait, but do you hear it now? Oh, actually, that's the fan for sure. I recognize the sound. We do want to have good audio here, though. Do you hear it now? You hear it a little bit yes. Okay, so people do hear it there. I'm just like wondering if there's any place I can put it. Because theoretically, oh my God, what is it, like a? I can't. Yeah, it's a cardioid pattern, right? That Anyway, sorry, chat. I'm getting. I can probably just do it without. Here, let me just give myself one more. I'm just gonna like cool myself down and then turn it off. Because, yeah, okay, and that is actually really good feedback, right? Because I don't want to be, you know what I mean? It makes the audio worse.
At Narwhalby, super chatted $5. No, can't hear the fan. I think you're like 30 seconds behind chat.
I'm 30 seconds behind chat, or chat is 30 seconds behind me? Because that would actually make sense. I don't know. Did I remember to do the thing today? Let's take a look. Let's see if I fucked this up. Stream settings. No, it's normal latency. God damn it. It won't just default to the good button. Anyway, chat, there's a good button. I have been remembering to hit it every time today. I didn't remember this time.
A lot of that.
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust.
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering all the time. So it could maybe even be more than that.
But what he agrees with is kind of the anger about the situation that.
Yeah. So I read the answer late because you hear the stream late. Does that make sense? Like it's you when I forget, like, okay, so there's a button on YouTube that says, do I want normal latency? Do I want less latency, or do I want very little latency? And I usually remember to hit very little latency. It's like defaulted to normal, right? Normal is what you're saying, like 30 seconds behind. So what that means is if it's there's a latency in it, and you're hearing everything that I say 30 seconds after I say it, so you can't help but respond. I don't know. You're hearing it 20 seconds after I'm saying it. Let's put it that way. So you can't help but respond to it 30 set way. I think that's, oh my God.
Your generation finds yourself in. I know that to be real. And I think that there, maybe my reasons for recognizing that anger is being legitimate and my targets are different than yours. I just wanted to hear from you. When you say you're canceled by the right in 2016.
Yes.
I almost felt like in...
At Joel Siver, super chatted $12.36. We have actually developed quantum chat, so we are chatting in front of you flushed starstruck.
I mean, that is possible. I'm like trying to think of how it actually works. And it's breaking my brain to actually conceive of the delay, the sound, the delay, and how that actually plays out.
In preparing to meet you now, is that your reaction to that was to just dig deeper and deeper into kind of the outsider, kind of radical, say anything for the purpose of generating, the attention to build an audience. Is that true? And it's not an accusation. I really mean it. I want this to be a conversation as much as possible.
I mean, there's certainly some truth to that, but I think that might be overstating it a little bit, because I really got...
So is that what he's saying? The anger that he's talking about is not, like, he's not explaining Fuentes' original radicalization to the alt-right by, well, it was your anger. You were angry, and, you should be angry. The anger is appropriate. Things are, but your reaction is wrong, right? Is he saying that, or is he saying the anger comes from cancel culture, and you know, you were unfairly treated, and your Nazi shit is bullshit. Your Nazi shit is wrong. Fuck your Nazi shit. You shouldn't be a Nazi, but I understand why you are. Is it 75? Are we at 75 already? Nice.
Got canceled by the right and the left.
Yeah.
And back in those days in 2017, you had these far left journalists at Huffington Post, Right Wing Watch, ADL, SPLC, and I really believe they were on a mission to find extremist rhetoric.
I'm sorry.
White
the way that we're talking about cancel culture in this conversation is not useful, right? Because we're not separating the idea of a platform saying that we think that this guy is a brand risk, or even that, you know, we don't want this liability, right? If fascism takes over again, we don't want people to be able to be like, well, look, YouTube was letting Nick Fuentes, you know, kind of stoke these fires, right? There's a difference between that and what people normally call cancel culture, which is, I don't fuck with Drake anymore. All right. Like I really liked, you know, growing up, I really liked his music, but, you know, there's a lot of hits that, you know, I associate with like different times in my life, but, knowing what I know about, Drake now, I do not want to listen to that anymore. Right. Which honestly, arguments against that are anti-free speech arguments, when the cancel culture that you're arguing against is, you know, people's taste, right? People's, you know, thoughts about you, people's opinion of you, right? And you're doing this special pleading of like, that shouldn't happen. I should be able to say what I say. I'm Ethan Klein. All right. I'm Ethan Klein. People love me. Then October 7th happens, and I start, you know, scolding and chiding anybody that says, what about the Palestinians? And look at this, my audience. This was my audience. Why did my audience get taken away from me? I deserve this audience. They were mine. Why did it get taken away? No, they were never yours. They're people. They're real people, Ethan Klein. They're real people out there that react to what you say. And even if you don't understand why they had a negative reaction, that negative reaction is theirs to have. And you trying to fucking caring about this shit, like, I don't know, go over their heads and say, no, I shouldn't be canceled. What the fuck, right? Is you arguing against free speech. Now, there's nothing, Ethan Klein is not going to be able to suppress your free speech. If the free speech is no longer watching the Ethan Klein show, he can't cancel that. He might be able to cancel, or he might be able to, you know, Karen some college students that are protesting on their campus, get them canceled with. And this is the thing, another hypocrisy. We don't use the word canceled both ways. Just like I was pointing out to Destiny, you say that Demon Mama can cancel you, but you don't notice, you know, the sort of, you don't regard the transphobia that sort of, you know, limits, you know, her as cancellation in any way. You don't regard the scapegoating and the ostracization of trans people. You're not you're like, no, that's, you know, it's only cancel culture when it happens to me. In other words,
nationalist, neo-Nazi, boogeyman, all that kind of stuff. And they would look at someone like myself, 18, and if I was being serious or joking, things taken out of context, they would clip it, post it, and they wanted me to be the villain. And I think they wanted a lot of people to be the villain. And I think the left, in a way, kind of created this climate where I think they pushed a lot of people farther to the right.
No, by the way, that very well may be true, but you gave them a lot of ammunition.
That's true.
You know, I mean, I hope that some.
Yeah, I don't know what Hunter Biden thinks he's doing, but he is in the process of normalizing Nick Fuentes, right?
Of those things.
I don't know. Do you think he thinks he's reaching out to him, changing him, giving him new ideas? You know, like he's you know, the best case scenario is he's giving Nick like the code to be, you know, to trip people's red flags less. And it doesn't really speak to what he's actually pushing, as
you said,
as his audience will tell you, right? That you're not seeing what Nick Fuentes is saying. You're just seeing what he wants you to see.
In the past are not things that you believed in and that are you meant just to engender like a really radical kind of response. I mean, is that true or not?
Well, you know, again, I think that back in those days, you could
It gets worse.
anything. In 2017, 2018, cancel culture was so in overdrive.
I'm sorry, wait, what are we watching? Because of Taylor Swift? Oh, okay. Sorry, like this is going back by too fast. These are, remember, Channel 5, sort of editing.
No.
Well, you know, again, I think that back in those days, you could not say anything. In 2017.
Okay, Shia's music receive. Oh, wait, what? Wait, are we talking about the autism thing? With Shia? I was like, I was into a few songs of she am I pronouncing her name right, Shia? Yeah, autism community. Wait a minute. No. Somebody's got to know more about this than I do. Okay, I've heard stuff about this. I think they're kind of mischaracterizing what this is a backlash to. Why is there a bed behind him? You know, when I saw that bed, it kind of made me. There's a picture of Fuentes in sitting at. I don't know if it's his room at his parents' house or whatever, but it looks like a child's bed, or like you know what I mean. It looks like the kind of bedroom that like a high school kid would have. And then like I don't know if it was a Trump flag or an America First flag in the background, something like that. But she should, by the way, working with Autism Speaks. Okay, there we go. So yeah, this is not, oh my God. Look, do you want people to be stupid? Do you want people to be asleep? Is that's the irony of what Nick is fighting for? Because everything that, everything that he says he's about is like the red pill, be aware, noticing, right? And it's noticing, I don't know, noticing, that Jews control XYZ, right, is the kind of awareness, awakeness that he's talking about. But when we're talking about Shia's fans being upset that she works with a group called Autism Speaks, it's that they maybe have a little bit more knowledge than she does about what this group actually does to autistic people. About the way that a group like Autism Speaks really leans into the medical model of disability and makes things harder for autistic people. Yeah, the swing from the chandelier, dude, that was a fucking vibe for me. I was like in my car, like going to the gym, like swing from the chandelier was like one of the constant, like that was always on. It's a radio station I listened to, played it like 80 million times a day, but she partnered with Autism Speaks. She had HR Muse Maddie portray. Yeah. I was thinking about this. The Shia thing was actually pretty fucking bad. Like, right? It's not one of these things where like she misspeaks and says like, I don't know, all autistic people like trains, and there were like some autistic people that were like, that's not my hyperfixation. How dare you, Shia? Like, right, it's not like some little thing that people are overreacting to, right? This was just, a fuck up, which at best could be excused by ignorance. But with somebody with a platform like that, it kind of doesn't matter. If you're promoting things that hurt the autistic community, do they not get, again, how is cancel culture being used to cancel people's free speech? That's what I'm seeing right here, right? The backlash is actually more, oh my God, authoritarian than any sort of, the backlash to the backlash is actually, more authoritarian than the original backlash, right? Sia. Okay, it is Sia. Oh my God, it's Sia? Wait, it's just Sia. I was calling her Sia in the beginning, right? Like when I first heard her on the radio or saw, I was like, oh, okay, Sia, right? And then I feel like somebody corrected me and was like, no, it's not. But I couldn't remember. It was like, okay, so that's the obvious. Yeah, that's the obvious pronunciation. Jesus Christ, I was like bending myself in pretzels all these years to say Shia, even though I wanted to say Sia. Thank you. I don't know who got that in my head, but they were wrong. Right? Probably my Probably my friend, the Zumba instructor, but she's really nice. So yeah, she's not a Shia. She's a Sunni, actually. Good point. Good point. But yeah, I feel like we're glossing past this, and we're kind of, categorizing things, as authoritarian, when actually the real authoritarianism is trying to shut up autistic people from not wanting to be represented in certain ways, and from not wanting, like, groups that you would think, like, right, it sounds like a charity that wants to help autistic people. That's not how autistic people feel about Autism Speaks. There's a reason that this group is hated within the community. Somebody like Sia might not have I can't believe that I was going that extra step to change my pronunciation of her name all that time, when I don't want to hear about third positionists. Is third positionism except for Gaddafi?
In 2018, cancel culture was so...
Beyonce removed the same ableist slur from Renaissance that Lizzo removed from her album. What was the slur? Are we talking about the R slur? Or are we talking about Autism Speaks believes? Yeah, that's the medical model right there, Rave. So I don't talk about this nearly enough. This is a very woke subject, right? When we're talking about disability, rights, but yeah, there are two ways of looking at disability, right? I'll just go through this quickly. One we call the medical model, and that is, you got to be changed. If you have a disability, we need to change you to fit into society. Society, the world is the way it is. We're not even going to think about changing that. We're going to change the disabled person, right? We're going to make them fit in, right? So instead of, I don't know, like, realizing that disabled people are part of humanity, which is a really important thing to understand if you don't want to be doing more harm than good to the disabled people you're supposedly trying to help, right? Recognizing that it is normal to be disabled. Disability is a thing that happens within humanity, right? Instead, what we think of is, like, humanity, the prototypical human being is, one of the characteristics is fully abled. You can see. What can a human being do? You can see, you can hear, you can walk in a quote unquote normal way, right? All of these assumptions that get made that don't actually reflect humanity cause us to create a world not for humanity, including disabled people, but for people that aren't disabled. And we start to think of humanity as being the people that are not disabled. There's another way to look at this, Chad, and it's called the social model. And this is what disability rights activists this is the knowledge that they try to, make people aware of, right? And the social model, says that we have in all of humanity people with a vast, array of abilities in different things. And since humanity is like this, shouldn't we make the world like this? Shouldn't there be a ramp? Because not everybody can walk. Some people are in a wheelchair. Put a ramp there, right? I mean, that's the most simple example. There's a lot of different examples. So are we going to change the world to match what humanity really is? Or are we going to try to change humanity to, I don't know, medically erase people's disabilities? Now, it's just not me saying that, like, I'm against, like, medical interventions, for disabled people that want them, but I am against an ethic that seeks to, that seeks to, remedy, the person rather than remedy society, because society current is not reflecting the true diversity of humanity. Anyway, enough of that. This is the most woke stream I've done in a long time, chat. We're getting woke here.
Any joke.
I hope you're ready for that. Taylor Swift edits music video after fat phobia accusations.
Any edgelording, anything like that.
I do feel, though, like we're really kind of pulling in a lot of stuff that is, like in this media reel here, we're pulling out in a lot of stuff that's not equivalent.
They would, first of all, there's no sense of
See,
humor.
I'm so old. I don't even. What's
Okay, well, to break it
edgelordy?
down for you, so the dawn of wokeness as it's known today, I think was in like the post-Trump era. After Trump won the election in 2016, there was a big movement to deplatform.
Yeah, you're right, Mikus. It's because a lot of people do not want to think about disabled people. They do not. It's not their problem, so they don't want to be concerned. If you can just fix them, like Rave was saying, the cure for autism, and a lot of, unfortunately, this is really appealing to a lot of parents of autistic kids, but to that like autistic kid who's trying to be fixed instead of maybe being understood or accommodated in any way, it's miserable. And the people, this is the reason that autistic people, had a problem with Sia, supporting Autism Speaks, and let alone there was like a movie, people, right? This is the part I'm missing, right? I never saw this, but there was a movie somehow dealing with autism that Sia was involved in that also pissed people off. I remember this controversy happening, but I just didn't, I didn't see enough of the references of what it was, what exactly it was referring to.
Form and kind of push away those who I guess the left feel like had galvanized them into the presidency. So there was this big idea that if you push people off mainstream social media platforms, they would go away. Now we know through Trump's reelection, that's not even true. But at the time, that was the mantra. Problematic viewpoints needed to be silenced, tucked away somewhere, and they would just sort of die in isolation. So I think that was the climate where you first got started, 2017, that time period.
I feel like you can see examples of both, right? I feel like there are examples of and the reason it's hard to think of is because if they go away, you forget who they are and stuff. But yeah, deplatforming does work in certain situations.
It was like crucial for getting people off mainstream platforms. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I would say that
Oh, there it is. That's his bed.
So I think that was the climate where you first got started, 2017. That time period was like crucial for getting people off mainstream platforms. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the bed sheet. Yeah, as I look at more, so when I saw the room that they're in with the comforter on the bed in the background, it looks like a hotel room. I immediately thought, wait, is that Nick's comforter from this picture? Because I'd used this picture before in and I think this might be at his parents' home. This might be his childhood bedroom or whatever. But I thought maybe I was like, wait, is he like, is this blanket part of his brand? Did he bring it along? Did he come in and be like, I'm going to put this on the bed, to make myself more comfortable? No, it's definitely a different, in fact, that might even be a bed sheet that I'm looking at anyway.
And I would say that you got to get into the psychology of those days. It felt like anybody that wasn't on board with the most progressive agenda had no options. There was just no alternative. It was going to be progressive, liberal, feminist, BLM, all that kind of stuff. And if you were to the right of John McCain, you're no platformed. Censored, banned from all the platforms, you're fired from your job, you're ostracized socially. And I think what happened really in 2021 when Trump got banned from the platforms is it felt like...
And what he doesn't notice is that even though it may be inappropriate to, eliminate people from platforms who have those kinds of viewpoints, right? That there still is a social price to be paid for, not for trying to live in the past, right? That's what we're talking about, with this, conservative and with Nick, we're talking about like more reactionary content. We saw this yesterday with Westside Tyler and Wick. Wick is constantly using the R slur as almost like a reflexive move of like, Wick is not a very tough guy. He's not a very masculine guy. He is not, cool or, there's a lot that got kind of going against Wick, a lot that would tell you like, this is maybe not the guy to do like online content, right? But he makes up for that by like, I'm going to call I'm going to come on every day and say, what's up, and then the N word with the WH instead of the N. That's what he calls his chat, right? So he's an edgy dude. He's kind of tough. He's kind of, oh, look at this. He's got teeth, right? He's going to imply the N word. And then if that's not enough, he's going to call you the R slur. Tyler, you're such the R slur. And Tyler, it's just funny because like, again, like that's a playground taunt for, I don't know, middle schoolers, right? most of the people in the world leave that shit behind in middle school, but there is a group of, like, if JD Vance does it too, right? And what's funny is that these guys are cringe. Wick is fucking cringe. He tries to make up for the cringe by, I don't know, like, I mean, this is like a guy that gets, is afraid of being called, considered gay, like saying the F slur. In fact, I think they do. Maybe that's more of a not ContraPoints. That's more of a ConnerPoints thing, maybe than a Wick thing. I don't hear him doing that a lot, but yeah, the weird ironies that I think we do really need to grapple with, right? Why is it these cringe guys that are trying to disassociate themselves with cringe by, I don't know, reinforcing it's just literally ableism here? And if you don't think, if you're gonna make the South Park argument of like things mean a lot of different things, and when we're thinking about the R slur, we're not talking about my friend that is on crutches, we're not talking about character that's got a disability, we're talking about somebody that's bad and stupid and annoying. And it's like, okay, well, what if I took your identity and I used that word that's associated with it to mean bad, cringe, and stupid? You think you wouldn't have a problem with that? Ogre Boy, welcome to the stream. Welcome streamers, welcome raiders. Good to have you with us here. We're just sitting around with a few close friends here. Andrew Callahan, Nick Fuentes, and Hunter Biden. And what are we doing? I feel like we're normalizing fascism. We're saying, like, people kind of reacted to the fascism in a bad way. They were like, oh, we don't want you to be on the platform. We don't want you to, you're a brand risk and all the rest of this. And now having, experienced, all this stuff, Trump 2.0, we realized that was a mistake, and we should just treat like fascists like normal people and be like, okay, I guess if you think that race is a scientific thing, which, implies, that's the Elon Musk school of well, racism is bad when it's, against a group that I approve of, right? But when it is when it is true, right? When it is justified, when the race that we're talking about is actually the dirty thing that we are calling them, then it is based and right and scientific, and it is wrong of you to try to suppress that. So yeah, strange shit. There's always a realignment going on, to go to the kind of the overarching subject of this conversation. They're talking about realignment. Now, the right got their dick so hard, I don't know, a few years ago, about a realignment that was gonna, end wokeness and I don't know, make some of the, make racism and sexism and all this shit acceptable. And they got so fucking horny for that shit. And what you're seeing is actually woke 2.0. Now, I know there's some people in my audience that really grind your gears to hear the phrase woke 2.0. I've explained before how the word woke was kind of bastardized from its original meaning and redefined in a almost nonsensical way. But there is a shift in the culture. There is a vibe shift, as the conservatives like to say. I don't know, a year and a half ago or so, like after the Trump election, they were really excited about what was the thing that PBD had? Somebody remind me. PBD, what is it? The future looks bright. Was that their merchandise? They had like a whole line of merchandise that was the future looks bright, and they were looking forward to oh my god, what is it called in the Of Montreal album? Of Montreal forecast fascist future. They were looking ahead excitedly to forecast fascist future. Yeah, that's the reference I want to make. Anybody want to out themselves as an Of Montreal fan in chat? He's a numbers guy. He is a numbers guy, and the future looked bright not too long ago. But now there is a real vibe shift, right? I'm not sure how real the the one that they like to proclaim after the election of Trump was, but there is a real vibe shift brewing, and it's one that's kind of sick of their shit. That's sick of all this shit. That has looked back at the past 10 years and has seen how fucked up it got. You know, and not that things were great in 2016. If they were great in 2016, you probably wouldn't have seen a Trump administration, right? If there wasn't for the, you know, corrupt and bought, you know, money in politics, you know, quote unquote democracy that we have, you might not see, you know, this sort of reaction. But they're looking at the last 10 years of their life, and they're looking at how things went from not great to legitimately bad to really fucked up when Trump was in charge of the country under a pandemic, to downright scary on January 6th, when you saw that we were just a breath away from having the democratic process reversed. And now to intolerable, chat. That's how people see the current state of things, as intolerable. Yeah, go follow Ogre Boy if you have not already. And thank you for the raid, Ogre Boy. Good to have you here with us tonight. Did you cover this by chance? I don't know if you're sometimes streamers raid in like me and they're very tired, so I'm not going to necessarily expect a response from Ogre Boy, but I will look for one if we get it. But maybe some chatters can help me out here. PBD tempering expectations now. The future looks bleak. They need to do they still have that shit? Did they just like silently remove it from the merch shop? Because that is a crazy thing to say in 2026, right? As we look towards oil now exceeding $100 a barrel, we're looking at a $5 plus you know, a gallon gas prices, right? We're looking at a completely unaffordable world and a president that doesn't give a fuck about how we're doing. I think the vibe shift is real, and I think people associate all the fucked up shit that's been happening in the last 10 years with Trump. Now that's a start, okay, chat? That is a fairly productive way of looking at things, and it will get us started. But if we really want to, you know, pull out the roots of fascism to the extent that we can, because we call it fascism because it's always present, it's always there, and as long as you have capitalism, you're going to have, in addition to the, you know, specter of communism, you're going to have the specter of fascism. Because fascism is what capitalism goes into when it gets defensive, when it gets worried. And so you should be worried about fascism, even though Trump embodies it and is exceedingly unpopular on both sides now, right? Capitalism in a pinch, when it looks like you might be going towards a more, you know, socialist, communist mode of production, capitalism will throw its weight behind fascism. And you've seen that even with Trump, just to do better under capitalism, right? Kiss Trump's ass. You want to get the merger, the illegal merger that should never happen. You want to get that through? Kiss Trump's ass, right? Help Trump out. Normalize him. And Callahan, to me, seems not to be getting the message because he's too hurt. He's too butthurt from the consequences of his own fucking actions, of imposing himself upon women that you know, have a certain degree of trust on him because they fuck with his content. They like what he does. Yeah, he's actually kind of you know, you want to talk about somebody who's talented, you want to talk about somebody who's innovated, and like, you know, this is not me you know, glazing him or praising him or anything, like, but what he did as All Gas No Breaks and later as Channel 5 was innovative. It's just too bad that the guy that does it is a dude that turns around and takes advantage of his own fans, like you know, like how he does. So yeah, I think because of his own personal aggrievement, Callahan is failing to see that we are not in a moment of realigning ourselves with fascism.
70 million people got canceled. 70 million people that voted for Trump, or, you know, 60, 70 million people. We were all felt like
maybe even 88 million. Am I right, my dudes? I'm sorry. Why did I put the Destiny voice on him? I mean, we're going to get to Destiny in a second, chat. Okay, in fact, I should change this, what it says right here. Anyway, chat, sorry, I have just woken up, right? I know I was awake. I know I was streaming this whole time, but you may have noticed I was a little out of it. I'm back into it right now. I've got a full tank of gas, no brakes whatsoever. All right, so we take that out and we replace this with, we're going to watch next Destiny. What is this? Fuentes. and Destiny. I'll just put it that way. We're gonna take a little tour through the past to see how Nick got his groove back, right? Because again, he did get deplatformed, and it was out of sight, out of mind. Look, that shit proves that deplatforming works on some level. Now, what you want to use it for, and the prospect of not I don't want to say cancel culture, but I want to say like deplatforming in the hands of like liberal Zionists like Joe Biden, for instance, right, is not something that we want. You can even look a little step further and look at the ICC officials that are being debanked and taken out of the SWIFT system, like unable to, for instance, like make travel plans on online, unable to enter the United States because of Trump, like just using everything that he can against the ICC. We can kind of question that, but what you can't question is the fact that Nick was deplatformed and he receded. All right, and that's the argument that they're all trying to make. I don't know how many of them are too stupid to know the actual history of Nick Fuentes, know that his deplatforming, whatever you want to say about it, actually worked. He did recede into the fucking shadow realm until he was brought back by a craven streamer named Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bunnell. So yeah, let's fix this, chat. It's all messy here. Channel 5, Nightmare rotation, and then next we got Fuentes and Destiny. And I want to bring that back to show you what really brought Destiny back into prominence, which was not just Destiny, because again, Destiny in that famous clip talks about no jumper, talks about the people that he gave Fuentes his number to, put in a good word for him, right? It wasn't just Destiny, but don't underestimate, because we're talking about momentum. When Nick was deplatformed, his momentum was broken, right? People started to forget about him. And Destiny remembered the old days, right? The days when he was more relevant. The days when the things that people loved him about, the things that the left loved about Destiny. And chat, I hate to break your brains here, because in this world, the left does not love Destiny, but there was a time where that was actually true. People were so desperate, not for a Joe Rogan of the left, but for a debate bro of the left. There were right-wing debate bros. That kind of content was popping off. There was a giant stream called the Kill Stream. This is the one that Vosh went on and tried to strategically say the N-word to let these Nazis know that he was not afraid to say the hard R on stream, right? And their response to that was, we need an edgy boy messiah. And there was different candidates. Destiny probably the first, Vosh the second, even Xanderhall, right? His first video, How I Left the Alt-Right Rabbit Hole, is really playing into that. And people forget, Xanderhall got 1 million views as a nothing channel because he was embodying a story that everybody wanted to hear about, right? Of like the guy that got sucked down the rabbit hole and climbed his way back out. What can we learn from him? How can we study him? We must study his brain, chat. Vivisection Xanderhall now. That's what people were saying back then. And they couldn't vivisection him, obviously, because he lived in a gated community. But they did watch his content to try to discern that, and he made a lot of hay out of that. But yeah, we got 3 examples of edgy boy messiahs here. The debate bro of the left, and because Destiny wanted to be that debate bro of the left. How do you become the debate bro of the left? What do people want from you, chat? They're worried. They see Nick Fuentes blowing up. They see Lauren Southern blowing up. They see all these alt-right Nazi weirdos blowing up, and they need a guy to like come along and smack them down and put them in their place. And even people that a lot of us like Lance from the Surfs made this mistake of debating Lauren Southern. Didn't quite understand maybe the purpose of deplatforming and the danger of trying to perform this. I call it slaying the dragon, right? Nick Fuentes is a dragon. Lauren Southern is a dragon. There's many examples of dragons from the past. They got deplatformed. Their motion was arrested, and they're kind of fucked, right? They're like turtles on their backs, right? You see a little turtle on their back, you look, oh, that's that dragon. That's that evil dragon, Lauren Southern. I remember this shit. If I could get her back up and do a little fighty fight with her and knock her out of the way, I'm not going to kill her, right? Because she's very valuable. I'm not going to slay the dragon. We got to keep the dragon alive. We got to make sure the dragon can come back next week so I can slay it again. So, you know, I mean, like, and yeah, a lot of good people, you know, sort of fell into this and didn't realize what they're doing. Nick Fuentes made a whole streaming platform, right? He loses platforms. He creates this thing called cozy.tv. I think it was the name of his streaming service, and it goes nowhere. He needed Destiny to flip him back over, so now he's on his feet again, and Destiny's thinking, I'm just going to use and abuse this guy, right? I can re-roll, I can rerun this debate, perform smashing the alt-right over and over again now because I got this little, and he'll be grateful to me. I'm bringing him back. I'll be able to have him as my little pet. And it turns out this pet did not play nicely with the, in this case, a pedo normalizer named Mr. Girl, who also happened to be Jewish and did not like the fact that even fucking a pedophile could see that there was something wrong with Destiny bringing this Nazi back. Because that's what you do. You take somebody that's incapacitated. What is a turtle going to do on its back? It's never going to get up again, chat. Unless somebody is stupid enough. Unless Link goes over there and bleeds on Ganon. Ganon is fucking dead. And these motherfuckers both, you know, overestimated I think the interest in seeing these like faded, you know, fascist stars of the past, you know, gone up against and slayed, and also underestimated the fact that, yes, Nick Fuentes can get his career going again, and all he needs is somebody to give him eyeballs. That's all he needs. Nobody's looking at him. Nobody's going to cozy.tv. Nobody gives a fuck. Right, except for Ninetales, but we're not talking about Ninetales today, Chad. That's a name that we don't speak of Ninetales anymore. But yeah, so yeah, this is, you know, the fatal, the original sin, I guess, of, you know, the Destiny community, and sort of how we know that it's not about ideology when it comes to Destiny. Everything that he did with Nick Fuentes was about his personal mission, his self-maximizing, his ego, and maybe a little bit of his aggrievement as well, right? Feeling like a victim of cancel culture when Demon Mama said he was transphobic. We can't have that, so we're gonna get these SJWs back by you know, you don't like me platforming Nick Fuentes? Haha, tough luck. He's going on No Jumper next week.
Like, oh.
Also, the blowjob probably helped him too. That's a good point, Tanky Gooner. I didn't think about that. Yeah, he just needed one blowjob to get himself to right himself. Just like all I needed today was you know, a little bit of coffee and a little bit of green tea. And you know, I got myself back on my feet as well. Anyway, not a fascist though, despite you know, the rumors of me being an alt-right Canadian. I am no such thing.
So if Trump is out of politics and we're all banned from
sorry, chat. That's a very old meme that probably nobody gets anymore.
Platforms, then how is there any redress for our grievances? Do we just have to shut up and get with the program and we're all going to be progressive? And I think that drove people to a far more radical place where people said, well, what really is a solution? We can't talk. We can't express ourselves.
Hey, here's a solution. We open up the schools, okay? Because obviously your first attempt at education didn't go very well. A lot of this comes from just a nation that is that has had anti-intellectualism encouraged because it's very useful to one of the sides of one of the political parties.
We can't participate in the process or run for office. And I was one of the people saying that's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to drive people to extremism. If you don't talk, if people don't feel like they have a seat at the table and enfranchisement, I think then they start exploring options outside the system, outside of the political process, the democratic process. So I think it's
So yeah, we just show our bellies to the Nazis and say, oh, we will never deplatform you. We believe in free speech. We're good little liberals. We'll let you exploit our liberalism. Exploit the oh my god, what is the whole the paradox of tolerance, and let you run your little fascist program in daylight. And in reality, chat, the best that we can do with fascism, which like I said is always going to exist in a residual form as fascism, right? This is the proto-fascism. There's always going to be fascist instincts, fascist tendencies, right? But when saying, look at this is Pepe the Frog and blah, 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 gets you punched in the face, when there's educational opportunities, when society is moving forward and not being arrested by cynical liberals trying to dole out a little bit of freedom at a time as treats, right? When a different political tendency takes over the American left, then yes, we can push these fascists back into their caves and make them fascists again. That's the best we can do, chat, without totally revamping our mode of production, which I have great hope for. But again, this is going to be a long-term process, probably not achievable in our lifetimes. And yet we must push that boulder up the hill every day anyway, in hopes that, finally we can get it up there. Like that's what we're looking at. All right. I mean, obviously Andrew Callahan and Hunter Biden taking this a very different way, looking for rapprochement with the dissident right here. And again, they do so at their peril, at all of our perils, to be real.
Conflicted in many ways.
So you feel like after the mass deplatforming in 2021, whenever people on the right got pushed to platforms like Parler,
they just wanted their speech amplified. Yes, Sisyphean task there.
Gab, Rumble, etc., the lack of discourse and like the political singularity of those platforms created more extremism?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because look, you take Trump off of Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and I predicted this in 21. I said, watch, you're going to see alternative social media rise because some venture capitalists...
Look, as long as shit's not going well, as long as things aren't being fixed, as long as the problems of society back in 2008, hell, the problems of our political system going back to the 80s are not solved, you're going to be dealing, with this kind of a dynamic, right?
You take Trump off of Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and I predicted that
you can't go back to brunch as much as you might like to, as much as brunch was a much nicer time for even those of us who weren't able to afford brunch, right? Than it is now, right? You can't go back to brunch because brunch is what got us here, right? You got to move past Obama in order to shove these closet cases back into the closet. No, chat, I'm not talking about his sexuality. I'm talking about his political tendency.
This in 21, I said, watch, you're going to see alternative social media rise because some venture capitalists...
Twitch is the alternative social media? Excuse me? What?
See, there's a off of Twitter.
Wait, is he trying to show the difference of Twitch being the mainstream and Rumble? Twitch is not mainstream, but it's also not alt-right. Rumble is a Peter Thiel project, so you can imagine what kind of stuff gets propagated there.
Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. And I predicted this in 21. I said, watch, you're going to see alternative social media rise because some...
Super chatted $5. By even attempting to reason with Nick, it by default makes him look inherently reasonable, which is more than he deserves. I hate this so much.
It's funny how much they're willing to do this on his terms. It's funny how much they feel like showing their belly to Fuentes is going to achieve something. They really true believers in, like, actually it was our sin. It wasn't your sin. It was our problem. We thought that deplatforming was good. We thought you should punch a Nazi. We thought that we could, I don't know, brute force, Trump out of existence. And so if we're just like, we should have treated you nice. You're actually a nice guy. You only got mean because we mistreated you. We're done with that, though. We're going to treat you nice. We're going to bring you onto the platform. We're going to have a nice little conversation with a guy that you just said is very smart. Now, again, I don't agree that Nick Fuentes is really smart. I think he's missing a lot of, important things to have a real political analysis. But I will say that, the chatters that said that he's clever are right. And, in terms of his verbal intelligence, in terms of his rhetorical acumen, yes, Nick is proficient. Definitely more so than Hunter, probably more so than Andrew, although I will, like I granted earlier, I think he is he's a quick adopter of what works in new media, right? He's, built a kind of, like the all brakes, no gas, all brakes. Wait, no, all gas, no brakes. Yes, all gas, no brakes. And, which because it was owned by somebody else, which later he left and spun off his Channel 5 thing. I do think a lot of the success of that is due to his ability. And it's just a shame that ability, that acumen, that cleverness exists in somebody that would exploit their own fans as a sex pest, right? It really does suck that that's the guy that, you know, has all brakes, no gas. Yeah.
Some venture capitalist is going to see there's a huge market of 70 million people that are going to follow Trump because Trump is no platformed. And that's exactly what happened.
I don't know about that.
Elon bought Twitter. And what happened when you had total free speech on these platforms? Well, Twitter now resembles 4chan.
You know what didn't blow up? Oh my God, is that Backrooms? That's the Backrooms, isn't it? Yeah. I think the Backrooms did come from 4chan. Is that right? There's a lot of old memes in there too. Jeez, what the fuck is that? What are we looking at, chat? I'm sorry. Let me get this out. I just wanted to make sure to get, we're at 80 out of 100. If we get to 100, we're gonna add an extra hour. I'm gonna continue to go through the stream as if we don't get an extra hour, just in case we don't get there, so that I'm able to give you as much of this content as I can. Yeah, after this, we're gonna be moving on to a little blast from the past, actually watching the interaction between Nick Fuentes and Destiny, and trying to glean from it what we can. Oh my God, that's the "Oh really, Al"? That's the "Not Even Doom Music Cat." That's the troll face. Yeah, these are old memes, and even Pepe. Oh my God, and the what do you call this one? The penguin down there, right, chat? These were called, I can't remember. It was a certain kind of meme. I think that's where the Doge meme came from. Like the Chinu Ibu. I think it was one of those. What was there? There was like the overly attached girlfriend. Backrooms comes from, the picture was first posted on 4chan, and then later just became its own self-licking ice cream code of a fan. What do you call it? Like it's not, you can't even really say that the Backrooms is like, you know, Kane Pixels, although he made a movie of it, he made it kind of more prominent and famous, but you know, it's a crowdsourced meme, a crowdsourced concept, right? Almost like a crowd-written fiction that just is sprawling because everybody's got their own ideas about what could be dwelling in the Backrooms, and what if there's another level that's all pools, and what if there's another level that's like a warehouse, and a level that's a you know, industrial sort of setting, a level that's an office, a level that's an old hotel. Yeah, if we could just build the Backrooms, right?
And now, you know, there's no gatekeepers. And I think it did push people in a radical direction. And honestly, people are even blowing past me. Now there's like mainstream, normie.
If you think I'm bad, just wait until, you know, what's coming up. And look, chat, if you fucking show your belly to a fascist, you're going to get to see the asshole that's more radical than Nick Fuentes. You're going to get, yeah, it's a standalone complex. There we go. It is a standalone complex, isn't it?
Types that are even blowing past me in terms of how radical they are.
So you better be nice to me. You better treat me well, because the next guy that's coming after me, he's looking to, his name is Cookie Monster, okay? All right? And there's no limits to how many ovens this Cookie Monster can produce. And, you know, he's going to be baking those cookies like you wouldn't believe. So, yeah. Go with the Cookie Monster, you know, not the Cookie Monster that love the horror, loving horror and being gay is synonymous. Oh.
People start saying things like, "There's no political solution. There's going to be a civil war."
Yeah, definitely not the same blanket. I don't know why. It's just like it's a weird blanket, honestly, to find in a hotel room.
Need a revolution.
Sorry, it looks like it's like woven, right?
And I think that's because the message from the left was, you're crushed. You have no options. You can't win. There's no alternative. Trump is going to be...
I guess that's how you feel after trying to, you know, pretend that the election was stolen and not getting anywhere in court, you know? I mean, this is their reaction to, you know, people rejecting their narrative that is not in concert with the facts. Sesame Street needs to send him a cease and desist order for sure.
Be indicted and charged. And
I mean, that wouldn't work, but yeah, it would be nice.
Can't run.
It's crocheted. Yeah, I think you're right.
Can't be on Twitter. You can't have a job. And so people started to say, okay, well, you know, we still exist. We're still here. We still have these concerns. What do we do now? And then people start to say, well, we need to...
We open the schools is what we do, okay? We embark on a project of re-education. Because apparently, yeah, America's not doing... Yeah, like, you want to talk about problems with education? A lot of that goes back to the No Child Left Behind policies of the Bush administration, which were never quite remedied. This is the ratcheting effect, right, of Republicans getting into office, changing a decent amount, maybe not as much as their base wants. You know, I always give the example of the carrot on a fishing pole held out in front of the Republican base of immigration. Like Republicans like the fact that immigration and the fact that so much of it has to be undocumented provides a even more pliable workforce than the undereducated and impoverished people in the working class, right? You got somebody now who doesn't even have the legal right to be in the country, and if they don't play ball with you, if they don't submit to however you want to treat them, then you can call ICE on them yourself, and you don't get in trouble, they do.
Revolution. And I'm one of the only people saying, no, we should still engage in the process.
Oh my God.
And talk with each other. And it's not all one-sided.
Sorry.
I think there's problems on the left and the right, but I certainly think it takes two to tango.
Okay, so there, we agree. I think that
He's sending all the signals that he's a reasonable guy, and Hunter Biden is like, yeah, okay, this is what we need. Oh, thank God, I was right. I thought maybe showing my belly to him he would shiv me 1,000 times. But no, he's being a nice guy. He is performing the reasonable interlocutor that you are wish casting him to be, because he knows how to fucking use you. He knows how to manipulate. This is what he's good at. You want to know what Nick Fuentes' intelligence is? It's manipulative. It's a manipulative intelligence. He manipulates his followers. He's manipulating these liberals now. So yeah, we're gonna have a realignment chat where liberals like Hunter Biden and Nick Fuentes now agree and agree not to do the things that keep fascism fascism, so that he can build his greater project. Yeah, I'm sure this is going to end well.
there are problems on the left and the right, and I don't.
But again, everybody, when I say fascism, it's because it's pervasive. It's everywhere. Joe Biden is a great example. Joe Biden is a great example of somebody who's like kind of accepted like fascist, like a fascist perspective when it comes to Israel. That has accepted that the horrors of the Holocaust can only be remedied by allowing the Jewish people in Israel to repeat those horrors on Palestinians. So
disagree with some of the things that you just said. I guess I just came to a different conclusion, that there are some things that people should be deplatformed for. Not that they can't say it where they want to say it, but I think that it's a right of anybody.
Okay, top 3 things. What do you think?
There's a difference between being able to say that you're proud of your white heritage and also being just a flat-out racist. I think that there's a difference between saying you're proud of your Christian heritage and the white culture from what you come from and Nazis, or that you adopt the Nazism as a legitimate ideology. I think that there's a difference between saying that you disagree with the United States policy as it relates to Israel and saying that the Holocaust didn't exist.
I was like, Mom, Dad, Hitler was awesome. Hitler was right. And the Holocaust didn't happen. And my parents were like, we cannot believe.
Those are my...
Joel, I don't know why the stream alerts are disrespecting your super chat, but there it is. You should have gotten like I kind of wish that Andrew didn't let this fascist clown speak so much shit unopposed. Yeah. But also, yeah, because there's a lot of different ways. I mean, if you look, I'm not totally against the idea I don't know. Look, when Destiny did it, it was wrong. It was craven. He brought on Fuentes after he'd been deplatformed, when he had no motion, when he was a little turtle turned over on his back. Destiny turned him back over, and that's fucked up. Just for his own, benefit is what Destiny did. That's wrong. I don't think that necessarily bringing Nick Fuentes onto a platform at this point where he is very platformed, I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea. I could imagine somebody like Andrew having the ability to kind of hoist the guy on his own petard and maybe, you know, diminish his motion and put him in a position where he is, you know, kind of losing steam, right? It's possible, but you got to be real about yourself, and you got to be real about your own ego. Is this my ego telling me that I am the great hero who can slay the dragon, when in actuality, I'm going to be offering Nick an opportunity, right? Because good people, like with the intention of exposing this guy, have actually just, you know, increased his legend, right? People that I like and appreciate, like Lance is Lance was with Lauren Southern, not with. I don't want to give people ideas that Lance was platforming Nick Fuentes. I don't think he ever would. I think he knows better, and I think he probably learned something from that Lauren Southern thing. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, and we are getting towards 100. We're getting towards the place where I'm going to need to add an hour. What did we decide for music? That the music was going to be? I did Persona Mamba last time. I don't think he's platforming as much as he's doing a media tour to make all these dickheads eat poop. Wait, who? Rach? You don't think Andrew Callahan is platforming Fuentes as much as he's doing a media tour? Of course, Andrew would jump at the chance to become relevant again through controversy. Well, look, I mean, I think like he had the Hunter Biden interview. That's one thing that made him relevant. Again, chat, I'm pretty reticent to cover Andrew Callahan stuff, just given how many people seem to want to look past his indiscretions, pretend that he did a meaningful apology in response and some kind of accountability when he didn't. People that are completely oblivious to the fact that this dude's got a big fucking chip on his shoulder, you know, when he comes to wokeness, right? And he's not bad on all the issues, but yeah, he's gotten a little bit of that, you know, kind of anti-woke dog in him. And, you know, he definitely a lot of grievance. Oh, you're talking about Hunter is doing a tour to, well, I mean, I don't know. I guess, you know, in a manner of speaking, like, you know, Hunter appearing with Nick Fuentes because of the sort of, you know, I guess his Twitter performance, right? The fact that he's bringing, I guess, refreshing perspectives, like to, I don't know how to explain it. Just like Tyler in some ways, in some arguments, in some online discussions that he's had recently, Hunter, I'm talking about. He has been the man for the moment, and even if, you know, there's a lot that's not great about him, and obviously, you know, he's never taken any accountability for, you know, his dad's presidency, for instance. He met with Candace, Don Lemon, Jennifer Welsh. Yeah, that's true. He is.
Those would be top 3 things in my mind. I know that you believe that some people took you out of context, and I do agree.
We're at 93, chat.
Both the right and the left. There are these gatekeepers, 100%. And look at me. The mainstream press just destroyed me for 7 years without any real kind of reflection about what they were doing. I do think that, you know, some of those things are legitimate reasons to say, you know, we don't want you on our, you know, on our commercial platform. Would you agree with that? I mean, you just said, for instance, people calling for a, like an armed revolution, like people calling for actual violence. You're opposed to.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm against violence, and I do think those are
Leaving frogs are getting fed once again. Oh yeah, I got to take the 100 off from
things that should be taken from the platform. You know, there's a lot of the stuff on social media I don't agree with, but again, you know, what started to happen is there was this like editorial censorship where certain ideas
down to 5
were banned, and they just, it was such a broad brush. and also totally opaque and ad hoc. You'd be on YouTube, like I was, for example. They banned me for life and didn't even give me a reason. Not a specific quote, not a specific infraction. And so you don't know what the rules are. You don't.
Yeah, Joel, thank you for signing up for a membership on YouTube as well.
Don't know what the process is. They just take you down, and especially now when everything.
I gotta say, I think that people have probably seen others that are not Nick Fuentes, that do not espouse anything close to his, straight up fascist ideology, also be treated in similar ways by YouTube. Right. I think, just look on Twitter and see how many channels are taken down, not given a real reason, certainly not given a clip of like, hey, this is the moment that you fucked up. This is the thing that you said or did that is unacceptable. Here's the terms of, like, they're very, a lot of people who do not deserve to have their monetization taken, to, be have their channels banned or suspended, get this from. It's not just Nick. It's a fucking hell of a lot of people, and it's not from YouTube being too woke. Do people know that the new owner of YouTube, the person that took Sue's place, is actually like a friend and collaborator of Trump's, right? It's not wokeness that's going on right now on YouTube. If he doesn't understand why he got banned, there's a problem. He could just listen to himself. Yeah, he's pretending like, all that stuff was out of context. I mean, look, when it's like Destiny, okay, and there's a hell of a lot that he did wrong. For instance, in that IRL harassment he was attempting on Hassan, it's almost like there's too much for somebody to focus on and be like, look, this is, I mean, you can try, like, here's, Darius, choking somebody. Apparently that video exists, but it's almost too much. Same thing with Trump. It's muzzle. Yes, not muzzle like a dog, but muzzle like a gun velocity, right? They're sending this shit out at muzzle velocity, and so it's impossible to people have a lot of struggle a lot combating with somebody that's flooding the zone with shit. I think Nick is also flooding the zone with shit, whether it be his own weaponized cringe, like the way he's dressed when he's going to attack Charlie Kirk's speech, or whether it is, straight up fascism, Holocaust denial, etc., etc. Just advertisers not wanting certain. So yeah, part of it is that. Yeah, and they will call that cancel culture. And really, they are kind of mad at the culture, because it's the culture and its unacceptance of this stuff that makes them a brand risk.
Digital. That's not just the social platforms, it's the other ones like Uber, Airbnb.
Wait, ironically, Nick is responsible for taking down whole channels via false DMCA claims? Wait, can you muscle memory? I like that one. No, the you're not talking about Mr. Girl though, right, Direful? You're talking about DMCA claims. So they watched Nick Fuentes videos and he did a strike?
Be whatever, it feels like you're being denied almost something like a civil right, because the social platforms are the modern public square. Increasingly with Uber, Airbnb, the banking apps, you can't live your life without the tech platforms. And it felt like if you just simply had the wrong opinions, or you were the wrong kind of person, you were being deprived of like a basic civil right, or being able to participate in society. So, and I think maybe that's an area of collaboration where we recognize.
Okay, so we're gonna pause now. And thank FGW all day for the 5 gifted memberships. Jesse Desu, you just got weaseled. Donald James X, you just got weaseled. Cal Marks, okay, clever. You just got weaseled. I didn't get that at first. Like, I'm reading it off and I'm like, oh, that's the joke you're making. Biggest Mutta, you just got weaseled. Isabella Music, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Okay, so we're crossing the line here, chat. We're getting ready to cross that fine line into, adding an hour, also adding some bonus content. What are we at now? I think it's, is it 111? yeah, 111 out of 200. So yeah, as you may or may not know, we start with 4 hours every day. We have the chance to expand that for 2 extra hours on normal days, and we just got there thanks to FTW and thanks to all of you actually, because yeah. Also, sorry, as I say this, I need to. This is so fucked up. It's like, people are supporting the stream. We're getting an extra hour. We're getting bonus content. And then I'm like, but it's not enough. But it's not enough. You got to like the stream. You got to like the stream. You got to click like on the stream so that more people will have a chance to see it and choose to come in here, maybe learn something. And yeah, I gotta bully you. Get bullied, chat. Get bullied. Ugh. Get bullied into liking the stream. Okay, that's enough. That's enough bullying for today. But yeah, thank you, FTW. Now, what did we do last time we just played Persona Mamba? We got to come up with something. There's got to be like some kind of music or like a sound drop or something that we love to hear. Can anybody want to name a sound drop? I mean, there's like the liberal one. This, I guess, doesn't really apply except for with Hunter Biden, maybe, to this conversation. Oh my God. Twitch chat is our Nakama? Oh. Oh, Nekomata? How do you actually pronounce that in Japanese? Nekomata. Something like that. I always get Japanese pronunciations wrong. What do we think, chat? Maybe anybody got an idea? What do we do to celebrate adding an hour? And don't say Turby Derby, because that's AI slop. All right, we're looking for something not AI. Yeah, no Charlie Kirk, no Turby Derby. What would be a good sound drop? What is like a classic sound drop? Nekomata. Yeah, that's right. It's all even. Nekomata. Do you think, can we play the glob gab galab without getting copyright struck? Okay, I'll look it up. Does the glob that's okay, so does the glob glog gab galab get copyright claimed on YouTube? That's the question. Yes, the glub glab gab galab character and song. God damn it, I think I already fucked myself with this. I mean, that's a good call though. Oh, YouTube. Yeah, Saberspark got a copyright strike. Oh no. That's not good. I shouldn't have played this at all. I did have a song going on at the same time. I only played a little bit of it. Oh my God, the fucking Google's AI is trying to entice me to ask it how to use meme clip safely. God damn, the glob glug glab glab is gonna get me fucked up, chat. That's what's gonna happen if I use this. What can I do? Haley, I hate you Apple. Kanye sampled one of his songs. Wait, what? On Donda? Grab the Hunter clip of about it not being his coke. Okay, we'll do that since it's Hunter. Like, I mean, we could obviously do like the I'm gonna come, do not come thing. What am I actually looking for? Red sun in the sky. What about that one? Isn't there like a what is it? Chotima on a wing. The red sun in the sky. I can do. Okay, not being on coke. Okay, it's not his coke. Hunter Biden. Not my coke.
I think they're opening up an investigation to cocaine that was found in a cubby outside the West Wing of the White House.
I think it was Don Jr.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about old White House?
Yeah, when my dad was there.
Oh, so they just got to blame you automatically.
Yeah, I mean, they're literally going to do an FBI, another congressional investigation, because they've convinced themselves that it had to be me, that there was a little tiny. And I guess my point of even bringing it up is that no. I have been clean and sober since June of 2019, and I have not touched a drop of alcohol or a drug, and I'm incredibly proud of that.
And why would you bring...
Come on, say the thing.
Why would I bring cocaine to the White House, stick it into a cubby outside the Situation Room in the West Wing when I wasn't there? Anyway,
this is not what we're looking for, is it? It's just him saying, like, are you stupid? Like, I was addicted to this substance. Why the fuck would I leave it around? Something like that. I mean, I don't, it's not. Fuck. All right, whatever. We'll figure it out later, I guess. I don't know. I don't want to stop the stream. We're having fun, okay? And we added an extra hour. That's a good thing. I just, yeah, I want something special, and I can't think of it. My brain is not kicked into gear yet, 100%. I might grab some more coffee.
Maybe it is a civil right to use the digital platforms, but here are the rules. Here's what you can say. Here's what you can't say. Here's the process. Maybe there's a reconciliation mechanism, but I mean, the censorship was just out of control.
Look, I do think these, the problem, you know what the problem is? It's capitalism once again, right? There's no incentive for them to establish a fair process on YouTube, on Twitch, on anywhere. There's no incentive for them to be transparent. There's no incentive for any of this shit, right? Their incentive is to keep their advertisers happy, right? So show that they're doing something and spend the least amount of money possible. That always ends in, yes, an AI making the determination, and that if there is any process by which a manual review can be triggered, that they put the least man hours into that review possible, so they have to pay their employees the least amount, right? That's the problem. It's capitalism again. It's capitalism. As far as what he is complaining about right now, he wants to say what it is that these people are very woke. The capitalists, the owners, they're very woke, and they have this opaque process, which, you know, is supposed to be about, like, okay, our terms of service are this, but because it's so opaque that they just kind of take it behind the shed, and if it's like, okay, we don't like that, that's conservative, shoot it in the head. That's liberal, let's let it go. Hassan Piker, we let you go. Destiny, shot in the head. Right? That's what he's saying. That's what he's arguing, and that's bullshit. It's 100%, 100% the perverse incentives of capitalism.
I don't think anyone disagrees there's a reasonable limit, though.
Yeah, no, I guess what I'm saying is that I don't see that as a result of left-wing or right-wing ideology. I view that kind of level.
Does Five-ish make a sound when it dances and chases children?
Deplatforming. Look, I was debanked. I was debanked before I was ever even charged with anything. I lost every bank account. It took me, 9 months once they, the Trump administration, said that they were starting an investigation into me to be able to actually get a bank account again. And I don't want to tell you the bank because tomorrow they may debank me again.
Right. I mean, look, if they can, they will. Somebody in the Trump administration is probably on that as we speak. Hunter Biden, again, is from a wealthy family. I think he'll be okay. I think he's going to be all right. But yeah, it is a problem that, they're, just like, again, refer to what's happening to ICC officials, right? What Trump is doing to try to basically intimidate them into, rescinding their judgments about Israel and Netanyahu. Especially in terms of certain drugs, I understand both the idea of getting away with successfully leaving without leaving evidence, also sounding the inevitable miscalculation that leads to leaving evidence behind.
But my point is that those people are incredibly identifiable. I've been talking and going around, and I say things like, I don't think we are nearly as divided as they're telling us we are. Because I do believe that there are an identifiable group of people that are responsible for an enormous amount of the discord and division because they make money off of it. I think that these social media companies that are controlled by, 3, 4,
I'm sorry, but doesn't Nick Fuentes do exactly what you're describing? He was looking at Nick when he said it. I don't know. Now, we have seen some little snippets where it gets contentious between these two, but goddamn, it's a very friendly conversation going on here.
5, individuals have made it clear that they only care about one thing. They only care about how much money they can produce for themselves and, the people that hold stocks in their company.
Oh, he's talking about like Elon. He's talking about Elon.
We know for certain that they're driving teenage girls to the highest levels of suicide by a factor, like exponential factor.
And Zuckerberg.
Directly related to the content that they're being pushed, and they won't do anything about it.
Right.
And so, to the same degree, I think they, a lot of what you call wokeness was maybe an illegitimate, but a financial decision based on a lot of these.
Corporate psyop, maybe.
No. What Hunter was talking about and what I was talking about, and I'm surprised he came up with it, is just the profit incentive. The profit incentive in and of itself, does not care if the algorithm supports, bad eating, eating disorders and stuff like that. It doesn't care if the process is unfair and arbitrary. It would rather have an unfair, arbitrary process to eliminate content creators using AI rather than, paying for a transparent and fair process where everybody knows where they stand. I've also suspected, and I'm not sure if this is true, given, other people that I've seen have trouble with YouTube monetization and with, having, being unfairly moderated in different ways by YouTube. I also suspect that it might be partially because, like, the more people they can eliminate from their partner program, the less money they have to pay out. Some of those people are going to keep on making content. Some of those people are going to keep on doing things that make the platform more profitable. And now they've got like an opaque process that gives them an excuse to be like, oh, hey, that paycheck you were expecting this next month? Yeah, we're not giving you that. It's fucked up. That's one of the most fucked up things about it, right? Is they make a mistake and you pay for it. Anyway, chat, I'm going to make some coffee, grab a little bit of water. Some coffee makes you thirsty, and I'm gonna leave you in the capable hands of Irene. I'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. But yeah, we'll keep on going with this a little bit. I'm gonna switch at some time. We're gonna switch it up. We're gonna move to Destiny and look at how he dealt with Nick Fuentes. Darful's got some stuff for us to watch in that regard. So yeah.
I mean, by the way, exactly. I
just wanted to back up real quick. So you talked about certain people going too far. About 2.5 months ago, I visited a whites-only community in Hardy, Arkansas. And I don't know why, I guess coming from like a more like left-wing place, I'm from Seattle, I kind of assumed there was like a united front on the right for some reason. So I'm out there, I'm chilling with these dudes. They're like sword fighting, having barbecues. Overall, it was a good time for them. I had a hard time connecting with them because I don't agree with them, but it's all good. I was having fun for a couple days. And then like right as I was there, I guess you had hit them up on X or something and said like, hey, I don't want to associate with you guys. What happened there?
Well, that was really more of a personal disagreement with the guy that founded it.
Yeah.
But I do think it's an interesting project, and it's interesting that that got so much pushback, this whites-only community, because you know what? If you go to a lot of these different neighborhoods in major cities, there are ethnic enclaves, and it's not like there's an explicit rule that you have to be a certain ethnicity, but we all know in Chicago and New York and LA, you got certain neighborhoods where it is 80, 90% one ethnicity.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of white people that say we kind of want something similar. I don't think there's anything.
But Nick, what is this
Well, okay, let's back up. If you want to talk
That's
about
funny.
the histories of, New York and Chicago, I feel like that was also a conscious decision that was made like
I
after
tell
the
you
Civil
where
Rights
it's
Act.
blacks only. It's in Cabrini Green, where Mayor Daley made everybody that was black live in the Cabrini Green. I mean, it's not, that wasn't by choice. It's not by choice that these ethnic enclaves are 80 or 90%, whatever that ethnicity is. It's because that's the only place in which they had an opportunity to live unbothered, or where they were told that they had to live because of the historical fact that they could not move into other neighborhoods. You could not move into parts of South Chicago without, being stoned.
Right.
Literally, right?
Yeah,
and so, like so it's not as if those ethnic enclaves are there by choice. And so that
Also, ethnic enclaves do exist for like specific variations of different Europeans. Like, there is like places that are chocolate. Like South Philly is full of Italians.
there's Little Italy and there's Little Korea.
So I
and
think
there's
the
Little
issue,
Japan.
I always like, what confused me the most about the whites only community is like, there's just so many different kinds of white people in America. So like to establish a unified white culture with a place so diverse and full of like different regional flavors just kind of felt confusing to me. Because that could mean a different thing depending on what part of the country or what European enclave you originated from. Like we're Irish people from the Philly area. Can you compare that to like, surfers in San Diego or even like, Italian Americans in Staten Island? I don't know, everything just feels so different. So when I got there, I was trying to identify what they meant by white culture. It wasn't really based on shared like cultural practices, but more the exclusion of people who weren't white. So they weren't like stoked on being European necessarily. They were more just like, oh, we're here because those people aren't here. So it just kind of felt more negative than constructive.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not really involved with that project in particular, but I think that, look, I mean, you talk about the anger that's out there and the frustration, and I think part of the frustration, let's be honest, is that white people do feel like we are being boxed out in major cities in the country, and it feels like, look, there's a little Haiti, and there's various ethnic enclaves where you get that local culture, and they do their, cultural festivals and that sort of thing, and white people feel like they're being pushed out, and they want a space where things are familiar.
Do you feel the same way about the Italian festival that happens in every city?
Well, here's a good example.
Or St. Patrick's Day?
Well, there's no Irish neighborhood in Chicago. Little
Sure
Italy.
there is.
I mean, there's some
Also,
remnant in Bridgeport.
yeah.
And,
It's important to note that, like, and I'm not trying to get into like a shouting match here, but like, as a family who did, coming from a family who did leave Philadelphia in the 60s because of black migration from the South after the Civil Rights Act was passed, there was a sort of like mass flight of white people into the suburbs, and that kind of led to a homogenization of different cultures because they rushed so fast to build these like identical strip mall suburbs that it was very hard to maintain cultural bonds that made different European and white neighborhoods unique around like the 1950s and before. So I feel like the mass suburbanization is also a big factor that led to those like cultural bonds breaking.
yeah, but why did that happen? I mean, a lot of the suburbanization is because of the race riots in the 1960s. People moved out because of the violence. My grandfather was in the National Guard in Chicago when, after MLK got assassinated, the whole West Side burned to the ground. And people didn't want to be around that anymore.
Why were the riots?
MLK Jr. was assassinated.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so does that justify burning down the city?
No, I
which
didn't
then
say it
never recovered?
justifies it, but it sure justifies an enormous amount of the anger, the same kind of anger that you feel about being left out, the same kind of anger that you're expressing right now about the idea that you're culturally irrelevant, that you don't have a place in society. Imagine if you were a 26-year-old black man in 1968 and saw your hero be assassinated. And
I
nothing being done
saw
about it.
Trump get shot in the ear, and
Did he?
And I saw Charlie Kirk get shot, and I didn't see any cities get burned down. It's funny how that works.
I think it's a very, very, very different thing. I think
How's
it's
that different?
absolutely
Charlie
different
Kirk got shot in the neck.
Yeah.
And liberals celebrated
whom?
all over social media by Tyler Robinson.
Yeah. Who is what?
Who is some liberal guy.
He is?
Mm-hmm.
But
he's got a transgender boyfriend.
Does that makes him liberal? Because he's transgender? Because he's gay?
Well, because he's got a transgender boyfriend, yeah, I think so.
It makes him liberal.
I think he was liberal, yeah.
Okay. Well, he didn't come from a liberal family. He didn't come from a liberal enclave. He didn't come from a liberal background. He's not a minority. He was a Mormon, correct? And grew up in a Mormon household. And he went to a largely Mormon college. And he ended up committing an act of violence, according to the FBI and the authorities in Utah that charged him. How does that in any way compare to what we're talking about? I'm not justifying the violence that occurred after the death of Martin Luther King, but you're saying that that person, this Tyler, whoever his name is was as disenfranchised as the African-American community in 1968 in inner cities?
Well, the question is who we want to live around.
I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry.
And in the 1960s, the West Side burns down. We don't want to live around that. We don't want to live around a city that's burning down.
That's not when the white flight happened.
It is. It was a big response to it. Absolutely.
100% not.
Absolutely.
You make these historical connections that don't exist. Part of it was potentially, but before that, what Mayor Daley did is made Chicago the most segregated city in the entire United States, other than Boston. When you would come from the South to Chicago, African Americans from the South, blacks in the South coming to Chicago would say that Chicago was twice the level of segregation and racism that occurred in the South. And so it wasn't as if you're coming into a situation in which you're feeling in any way enfranchised by the community in the situation that you're in. And as many people left simply because of the idea that someone was black moving into their...
So much wrong. I mean, look, he's got, like, here's, for example, the effects of a college education, which is really easy for, you know, Hunter Biden to get a top tier, you know, education, you know, considering the you know, sort of privileged background he came from. But, you know, this reductive assumption that, like, oh yeah, white flight, well, of course there were the Watts riots, and it's ahistorical. It's ahistorical. Hunter's pointing out now, you know, has the historical perspective. Like, this is what you miss from not having a college education. Not that I'm shitting on people that don't have one. Not that there's not a lot of, you know, really smart people that are curious and educate themselves, and not that there's not problems with the implication of that education, not the least of which being, you know, that it's kind of, you're orientated towards people that are not disabled, right? I mean, we're sort of trying to move away from that a little bit, right? There's accommodations now if you're disabled, but anyway, you can see why this is an important thing and why everybody should have access to it. The difference between, well, I heard from some other racist that, you know, the white flight was all because the blacks got violent. They got violent. And he's conflating, yeah, the you know, Chicago post MLK's assassination in 1968 with the actual white flight, which started in the 50s, right? What it was redlining that traditionally kept you from getting a loan, from being able to move into a place if you were not white, and then you know, as that is lifted, the response to white people of people, you know, moving into their blocks of the block. Look, wait, this place used to be super white, and now there's black people moving in. Then they're like, all right, we're gonna go to the suburbs where, you know, black people are kind of priced out. Not entirely, obviously. There's like black people that are wealthy too, but they're more few and far between than the number of white people that can afford to move out there. Because yes, we're talking about generational wealth that black people were denied access to. And we're talking about all of the things that you know, that contribute to this overall inequality. And then the response to any sort of remedy of the inequality being like, that's DEI. That's affirmative action, right? So there's no way that we can redress the problems that have gone in the past that contribute to this inequality, and then the inequality gets used to, sort of filter out who can live in certain neighborhoods. And yeah, you do get, black people moving into those neighborhoods, black people that are, extremely wealthy. And still, there's problems with that. Remember this was during the Obama administration, right? But I believe there's a Harvard professor who came home. This is an experience you may have. This is something you might be able to relate to. He comes home, can't find his key, needs to get into his house, right? And I don't remember what he did. If he jimmied a door, or if he broke a window or whatever. Just because it's like, okay, I got to get into my house, right? There's another key in the house or whatever. Like, he does this. He's noticed by his neighbors. The neighbors call the police because they're like, there's a black guy breaking into a building right there. Yeah, he's breaking into his own house, right? And the cops come and treat him like shit, right? So yeah, there's so much going on here that's getting skipped over. It's a good thing that Hunter's got that perspective, that he's able to just kind of fill in the blank where Nick has just heard some utter bullshit. This was Henry Louis Gates Jr. Oh, was it Henry Louis Gates Jr.? This was a Harvard professor. I'm trying to remember. But this was what spawned, and eventually and Obama gets involved and says, hey, this is fucked up. There's still racism, right? Obama, new president, just elected, right? Really, he's not, he's really, he talks about inequality, he talks about racism, but he does it in a way that doesn't make white people feel uncomfortable. But somehow when Obama talks about, this racism existing even for a well-known Harvard professor, the media, he gets a backlash. And Obama, being, who he is, right? His solution is like, well, let's have a beer summit. We're going to talk to the racist cop. We're going to talk to the Harvard professor. We're going to work it all out over a bottle of beer, right? It's just so, you see why we got here, right? You see where the failures were in previous formations of liberalism, that even when the liberals got the wheel back from the Bush administration, what does Bill Clinton do? He makes welfare harder to access, right? Especially for mothers. He puts a ton of cops on the streets, right? He does a bunch of conservative shit just to convince everybody that, hey, liberals aren't so bad. Look at that, we're tough on crime. Look at that, we're tough on welfare too. And the same kind of shit with Obama. A lot of it's, that's kind of performative, right? The Obama's beer summit is not policy. It's not like, affecting people in a negative way. But the fact that he had to stand down, it was Henry Louis Gates that, you remember this. Yeah. And as much as you want to, Americans wanted to pat themselves on the back of hey, achievement unlocked, black president, first time, that's the situation that you're dealing with, right? Where even the black president cannot acknowledge racism. It was sushi with the boys.
Neighborhood as the
something just happened, didn't it? Did I miss something that just happened? Yes, it did. Yes, it did indeed. Something did just happen. And it's FT. Wait, did I? No, I didn't shout these out. I did not shout these out, right? Christian Strand, you just got weaseled. Carrie Clark, you just got weaseled. Allegedly Melanie, you just got weaseled. Manic Pixie Books, you just got weaseled. And Alex J. Brady, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. And that brings us up to 126. We're at 126 out of 200. If we get to 200, we'll add another, yes, even another hour to the stream. And I'll be able to bring you even more bonus content and even more. I got to think about at what point to. I know there's a lot of good stuff. There's a lot of important stuff on this video, right? And I don't want to miss too much of it, but I also want to give the Destiny content. Direful, actually, I'll look and see how much time the Vox Populi. All right, that's 30 to Vox Populi. Now, wait a minute. That is from yesterday, right? The 50% to Vox Populi. That is me failing to reset things like I should. So yeah, 30%. Now, what does Vox Populi do? Some people say. And that's from yesterday. Is it? No, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. That Rave, I almost erased your dono there. No, that's today. That's today. Okay, so Vox Populi makes it easier for the people voting, and I should check the vote to get what they want. It makes it harder for people that are donating to solely determine the direction of the stream. All right, so yeah, look, here's what we got right now. Paige Christie in first place, 34%. Video essay on, Destiny Karen's Westside Tyler in second place at 27. Video essay, The Fall of Asmongold in third place at 26. And Westside Tyler meets with North, that little weenie boy from DGG. It's going to have a conversation. Skip to 52:29 for the Hassan call out. I mean, can I skip? Am I going to be skipping over some good stuff? Nate. Yes, the guy that I keep on calling Nate mistakenly. I got myself another cup of coffee too, because apparently I'm not fully, oh God, it's hot right now. It's so good, chat. It's just instant coffee and some soy milk. It's black sesame soy milk, but it's so good. He does look like an 8. He really does. Should we do this? Should we do this? Should we move forward to 52:29? So as long as I'm not missing anything important, although we're probably going to miss important stuff regardless. We don't have time. You know the way I go over content, chat, that, oh God, that's an ad, isn't it? All right, here we go. 52:39?
A little bit, I guess, from high school.
29.
Do a little bit.
Un poco.
Okay,
I don't
good.
speak it from my dad, so.
Did you grow up like around a lot of Mexicans?
No, all white people for the most part.
Did they know you were Mexican?
They did. And not gonna lie, I mean, people made fun of me for that.
What'd they say?
Well, like, for example, one time when I was in Model UN, I was entering high school as a freshman.
Oh, shit. We should go right back, shouldn't we? Where were we at, chat? We're at like 20 minutes. Jarfel saying the convo about redlining and white light is the most contentious part of the debate. Hunter is my problematic fave. Yo, Christian Strand with the super sticker that I did not see because the super stickers don't make noise, but thanks for calling that out so I could put it on the screen. We got trees. We got, is anybody out there smoking trees? Finish this part and then, wait, skip back? Finish this part, skip back? Yeah, because I think you're right about the conversation about redlining and white flight. And also, again, this is one of the things that Nick, like as clever as he is, as great as he is at manipulating language, manipulating people with language, there's some shit that you miss. Not that everybody that has a bachelor's is going to be aware of the specifics of white flight and history, but it just gives you a better chance to be exposed to that.
Looked at my name on the roster without knowing me. And they told me this after the fact, the leadership of the club. They said, oh, we thought you were just some Mexican kid, so we gave you a bad committee assignment.
Wow.
But see, I heard that and I laughed. I said, that's funny. Whereas a lot of people.
Why is it funny? Because you can get the good committee, you can like show up and be white as fuck and get the good committee assignment. Is that why it's funny? Because it doesn't really affect you?
People would say, oh, that's traumatic. I'm a victim of racism. I think that's, it's just a human thing.
Yeah, I always felt like growing up as like a white kid in America.
Isn't that crazy? Like we looked at your name and we were ready to discriminate against you. And then when we showed up in person, you were, you embody what? Oh, that's my rice cooker that's making that noise. You embody whiteness so well that, and again, remember the Wagnaff thing, right? White ass N-word going hard as fuck. This is a meme within the Fuentes community to describe non-white people ingratiating themselves to white supremacists by being extra hateful, right? By being extra bigoted. And so like he's I mean, he's doing it. He was doing it even then. He was a Wagnaff.
Okay.
What if you went? Wait. What if you were? And
I thought there was like a Hassan call out. That's what I clicked here for. I'm so confused now. I don't know what I'm looking at.
as being Mexican, and they came to you and they didn't tell you that's the reason that they gave you all the bad committee assignments.
Oh,
That
no,
would
it's
be
burbling, chat. We can't have that.
I'm just saying.
That's the whole point, isn't it?
And
so
I'm
you
not-
may find it funny because you pass as a white
There we go.
Christian.
Do you think I pass?
What?
Do you think I pass as a white Anglo-Christian?
Well, I not only think you pass, I think you identify as it. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. No, but really, for real. And my point is that I heard you do an interview, okay? And I literally on the write up here, is like you were talking about how you were raised on like Mark Levin in high school.
Right.
And the thing that you liked.
Oh, go back to 2244. I mean, this is interesting too, but yeah, you're right. We should probably go back to 2244 and just at least see the redlining conversation before getting into Destiny.
King was shot. You had more people leave the city because of the desegregation, because of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, than you did after the riots.
I think that's just not true. I think that the race riots were a huge driver of white flight to the suburbs. I think it's just dishonest to say that's not the case.
Okay.
Because in your mind, that's how it works, because you're a fucking bigot. And you're an uneducated bigot, right? Which makes you... God damn it. No, again, I don't want to be, driving this too hard, or shaming people, because again, a college education can be a difficult thing to access. I'm more of making a statement that we got to reorient our whole society, our whole program, and view education as a right. You have the right to knowledge. This is knowledge that your ancestors collected. This is knowledge that we as a human species should have a right to. And you're being tricked right now. Like the current program that is operating is like, oh, college education is very expensive. You really want all those loans? And it shouldn't be like that. No, there shouldn't be any loans. You're doing something good for society, but you're also doing something that makes it harder for fascists to get elected, for conservatives to get elected. You're doing something that drives society forward. There's what, the progress and progressive, right? We learn more, we make better choices. But you can't do that if you're wallowing around in this fucking aggrievement and racism and trying to fit into like a white world that literally discriminates against you because of your last name, and because you can get out of it by passing as white and by being, ingratiating yourself to racists. You're like, oh yeah, it's no big deal. Nobody should complain. You're just a little discrimination, They just look at your name and they don't give you a good assignment, right? Why would you complain about that? Why would you cry? Why are you being such a bitch baby? Just get discriminated against and then be hella white like me. And you'll be fine. You'll be absolutely fine. You just got to increase your whiteness. Also, find a minority that is underneath you in the hierarchy. This classic American tradition, chat, of minority groups assimilating into whiteness, literally going from not being considered white, like Irish people and Italian people and Jewish people were, to being considered white because, look, we both hate the black person. There's literally, oh my God, chat, I'm trying to remember which Toni Morrison book. Anybody remember where there's like there's two black girls coming home from school, and there's this Irish kid like bullying them, right? Like menacing them, like physically gonna do something to hurt them. And is it Sula? I think it's Sula. One of the girls like cuts her finger and says, if I'm willing to do that to myself, just imagine what I'll do to you, right? Literally has to cut her finger to keep from getting like her ass beat, right? And this is representative of Irish immigrants who are considered an other, being ingratiating themselves into whiteness with by saying we're on board for the anti-blackness. We are so on board for the anti-blackness. Irene, also Reagan/public education in the 80s. Thank you. It's not just Bush. Thank you. Good point, Christian Strand. These people want you stupid, all right? No, do with that what you will. intentionally undereducating the population. Yeah, it works for them. Up until somebody like Trump comes along and takes that anti-intellectual, uneducated base and manipulates them for his own purpose, and then the neocons are out of power, and then until Marco Rubio comes in here and Netanyahu and basically encourages Trump to be a neocon, at least in terms of foreign policy. Another super chat from Christian that did not get, is this a super sticker thing? I'm confused. Is my shit broken? Am I just not seeing stuff? Because I see one.
So what's your point about all of this?
Well, we're talking about where people want to live.
Yeah, I know. So like what in 2026?
Well,
what's the
okay,
point?
how about in 2020 when Minneapolis burned to the ground? Or how about in the summer of 2020 in Chicago?
Minneapolis didn't burn to the ground.
It didn't?
No. I mean, there were
BLM
parts
didn't.
of
But
it.
I saw a bunch of clips, right? Which if I put them all together and assume that they are representative of Minneapolis, makes it look like it burned to the ground. It's a unicorn. Okay, let me see if I can. Maybe is that on delay too? Maybe it'll show up in a second.
Okay, if you guys need a physical
or maybe
witness to what happened in Minneapolis, there were many structures that burned to the ground. Not the city, but there was, I would say, between 40 to 50 buildings off of Lake Street in the south side that did burn to the ground. But most of the city was intact, but it was quite an intense situation.
People don't want to live around that. People don't want to live around that. You know, in Chicago, it rolled on into the summer, and it wasn't, let's say, the anger of the oppressed and the disenfranchised.
So
they were looting. They were looting and carjacking.
There it is. Okay, wait. Can I make it show up?
With a 26-year-old white kid living in suburbia outside of Chicago, and his feeling of being disenfranchised is because there was looting and rioting in Minneapolis.
There it is. Okay.
By black people, and it's black people that are doing it.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with Austin Metcalf was that he got stabbed in the neck at a track meet. And the problem with our city in Chicago is that the Magnificent Mile is gone. Water Tower Place is gone.
But you know what's not fixed? The over-application of violence towards black people in the United States by police. The over-application of violence by law enforcement in general, but yeah, the disproportionate way in which that affects black people. Rahm Emanuel is the only person I have heard. Oh my God.
At Lithium19 super chatted $5. Fox News frames blue states as losing residents all the time. It seems they are winning the narrative war. Texas, the Carolinas, ECT, are booming.
Rage.
Because of all the crime.
Nick,
I hate to tell you this, right? But Rama, you consider yourself progressive, Rach? Would you self-identify as progressive? Do you think you're progressive, Rach? KP? Are you like somebody that, there might be some stuff you don't know about Rahm Emanuel, all right? I'm glad I'm here to fill in the gaps. Also, Lithium, thank you for the $5 super chat. We are at what, 133 now? 133. So we're slowly reaching our way towards expanding the stream for another hour. Would you consider yourself progressive? It's gonna take a while. Rahm sucks. Okay, wait. So you're not like unaware of Rahm Emanuel? Yeah, I wouldn't trust that guy at all. He's gonna be running for president. All right, Rahm Emanuel is not, I don't know about Secretary of Education, but he's going to be running for president. So yeah, watch out for that. He's also going to try to make himself sound like he's a ally of Palestine, right? He's gotten the memo of, I mean, like if you look at his history, if you look at what he stood for in the past, it doesn't make sense. But he is right now sort of trying to sing along with the chorus of pro-Palestinian voices, hoping that he can, paper over his Zionist history there. So yeah, watch out for, so you're well aware of, and you get Rahm Emanuel in education is just like, this is name a more cursed duo, right? Considering what he did as mayor.
stereotype of an entire generation of African Americans is that they've been getting killed by cops for decades.
That's
what are
just
you
not
talking
true.
about, Nick?
That's just not true. Oh my God, no.
Because they commit crimes.
So this is where it gets dicey. This is where it gets contentious. And this is probably, we're going to watch this and we're going to move on to Destiny. I don't want you to think that that this is representative of the entire conversation, though, because there is, you know, from what I've heard, yeah, like, I mean, we've heard it kind of earlier, the desire of, you know, Hunter to think of like Nick, you just have to show him that you're not the evil cancel culture, and then he'll straighten up, he'll act right. You know, he was mad. It's understandable why he was mad. He doubled down on Hitler and his madness. And turns out we can't actually deplatform a person, because if they double down on Hitler, they get really, really popular. So as long as we're doing deplatforming, we're going to make Hitler people popular. But if these guys know we're not with the deplatforming, we want you to say your Nazi shit, he'll be like, oh, well, maybe I shouldn't say Nazi shit anymore, right? So there's a lot of problems with Andrew and the normalization. He is, you know, pushing by bringing Nick on here. There's a little bit of an effort to push back and sort of, you know, expose his history and everything. You know, show people who he is. But yeah, we're going to show them, you know, fighting. We're going to show them arguing, because that's what's interesting. And I just don't want you to think that that's like representative of the rest of the thing that we're not going to get a chance to watch. So anyway, I've blabbed, I've yapped enough already.
Fine. And listen, it's not...
Nick,
What?
that's not true. It's not true. Are
it
you
is.
saying that police brutality as it relates and racism in the police force, in the way in which police treat African Americans? Nick, you could grow up here like I did between Wilmington and Philadelphia. And if you were a black dentist and you lived in Wilmington and you commuted to Philadelphia, the chances of you being pulled over by a state trooper, either Delaware or in Pennsylvania, are about 50 times that would be if it was a white guy. 50 times. And
We're
so what
talking
you're
about-
trying to tell me is that the problem in America right now is that a 26-year-old...
Yeah, Andrew also has allegations. Yeah, and look, like, Andrew's not a chud. You know, he's debunking Nick on some of the stuff. You know, he's you know, he's aware of a lot of the structural racism. He even like sort of entered into a little bit of a conversation about whiteness that Nick just completely is impervious to. Again, open the schools. Open the schools. Like, please, open the schools, right? Nick doesn't care what they're saying. Yeah, probably true. Probably true. So yeah, Andrew's... If we're talking about, okay, chud has so many different meanings now, I probably shouldn't have used that term. Andrew is not a conservative. Andrew is an aggrieved progressive that has bought into the hype of cancel culture and purity testing and all this kind of shit because he is a predator. And also he has not really gone through any kind of process of, you know, he hasn't really gone, you know, through any sort of accountability. Like he's skipped a lot of the accountability, right? He has, you know, silenced a lot of his victims. People don't know this. People have seen his apology and they've taken it at his word. So Rave is correct that in that sense, yes, I think I know what you're saying is that, yeah, he's a wankstain and a chud. But what I'm trying to get across is that he doesn't have overarching right-wing beliefs the way that Nick does. Don't get me wrong in how I am, you know, showing these people, but he is, through his own naivety, and probably through his own, what we call this camaraderie of the accused, right? When you've been accused when you've been canceled in his mind, like he has for, you know, taking advantage of his fans. That's what he did, right? Taking advantage of his fans sexually, and probably even, I think there's even some stuff before he was big. But and then you see Nick Fuentes accused of being a frothing in the mouth Nazi, right? Andrew's kind of, you know, hey, I can sort of, you know, like I feel your pain, man. Like, right, that's camaraderie of the accused. He's got that going on, and that's making him naive. That's making him overall think that this conversation can be a vehicle to change Fuentes into something better. that he's angry. Maybe some of that anger is justified. Well, it's more of what Hunter says, but maybe some of that anger is justifiable. But if you show him, I'm not the big, mean SJW, I actually hate wokeness too, then he'll calm down and he'll be reasonable, and you can dodge that bullet. No, he's not gonna support Nazism anymore. Yeah, no, you're absolutely. I am not gonna argue the definition of chud with you, Rave. Your opinion is just as valid as mine. This is a word that's in flux, but what you get what I'm trying to get across. I'm talking about his beliefs. They're not, and I'm telling the people out there that are gonna make the accusation that you're like acting like Andrew Callahan is a fucking alt-righter, and I'm not. I'm obviously not. I'm acknowledging the beliefs that he has, and also acknowledging what Rave's talking about. This guy's a predator. If you want to say he's a chud for being a predator, have at it. I'm totally not committed to the, not committed to the way that I'm, trying to use chud right now. But I think we both agree on the substance, and that's what is important. And yeah, we just got a new follower over on Twitch. Welcome in, Owner.
White kid who lives in suburban Chicago doesn't feel like he has access because he's been canceled or he's been woke, and the problem is black people.
I didn't say the problem's black people.
Well, you just did, Nick. You just
said the problem is crime, and we know who's doing the crime in Chicago. The carjackings, shooting.
There it is. This is what I was describing with Elon Musk. The way to be racist and not get called for it, right? Is to say that, I am not racist, but black people sure are doing an awful lot of crime. And if you are calling me racist and saying that that's a problem, then that's you failing to acknowledge that all the crime is coming from black people, right? It's I'm not racist. Let me say a very racist thing, but you can't call me racist. You can't call me racist because I've cited some statistics. No, you're good. You're good. I just wanted to make sure, because I'm serious, right? There's not a right, I'm right about the definition of the word chud. It's a very flexible word. So I recognized that, you're saying something that I don't disagree with. I just wanted to make sure that that I was not disagreeing with you, if that makes sense.
Teen takeovers. We know why there's no business on the Mag Mile anymore, and it's because they steal cars, they drive them through windows. And listen, black people are some of the biggest.
What? I'm sorry, the Magnificent Mile? Wait, is this the Miracle Mile? I only know about this through a fucking old ass song that I think my uncle or my dad used to listen to. It's like a Billy Joel song. What is it? Something, are you gonna cruise the miracle? Wait, is this the same thing? Is this the same thing?
Victims of the black crime. But we're not allowed to talk.
The black crime. Again, remember, Breitbart had a section in its, how newspapers have online, outlets, online news outlets have sections of politics, sports, blah, 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 blah. The Breitbart, I believe at one time had and I think also, what was it? The Drudge Report had this too. It was black. What was it like? Was it black crime? It was something very similar. It's a very popular area. What is the area called? Somebody help me out with this. The Magnificent Mile? The Mag Mile? What's he talking about? I don't know enough about Chicago, I guess. But I did hear the Billy Joel song. I think he's referring to the same thing.
About it because of
the Magnificent Mile is a shopping strip in downtown Chicago. Okay.
The racial
what do you mean
dimension.
You're not allowed to talk about it? We're talking about it right here.
Hey guys,
you have a platform in which millions of people listen to you, Nick.
I think
well, after Elon had to buy Twitter and open it up. It wasn't like that before. I was banned from everything for many years. So no, you weren't allowed it. You're right. We could talk about it now, but that's only because the good guys won.
Hey, what's up, guys? There's something I forgot to tell you about.
Ooh.
We also just launched our own.
Ooh, who did this? Who did this? Do you see what just happened? You gave Nick the last word on that. Editor, I mean, really the buck stops with Andrew, right? You see how that worked out?
was banned from everything for many years. So no, you weren't allowed it. You're right. We can talk about it now, but that's only because the good guys
Nick.
won.
That's only because the good guys won. And we're going to end it like that. I don't know if that represents Andrew kind of agreeing with him that, yeah, actually, Twitter was a real problem. Jack Dorsey, super woke. If you know Jack Dorsey, you know he's actually anti-woke, not super woke. Right? And that, yeah, Twitter has become a fucking shithole of bots and Nazis and near unusable. And all it's missing is somebody coming along, deciding to eat Elon's lunch for breakfast, right? They tried it with Blue Sky, did not work out. I don't know if it's going to work out. But yeah, this is clown on the ad drop. I mean, look, they got to have ads. He's going to make his money. He's got to have ads. But the way that they, that's kind of like the end of the. Let's see how it opens up again, though.
Documenting a physician, psychiatrist, philosopher, sorcerer of the mind named.
Okay, no, we're still not. We're still in commercial land. Here it is. Okay. That's abrasive.
You went from being banned on Twitter to being on YouTube to creating an entire show. I know you're not, but now you have Kick and now you have all of these other things. You have an enormous platform. I want to find common ground of how much of a shithead Donald Trump is. We can get there. Okay. What I don't understand is how you didn't recognize that in 2016 and how you didn't recognize.
The good guys won. Anybody that thinks that this guy is meaningfully anti-Trump, anybody that thinks that this guy hasn't he criticized Elon before? Like I feel like it'd be hard, given what he's trying to do and go mainstream. It'd be hard not to, have an issue with Elon Musk, right? God, fuck, so much shit. It's wild. It's wild, and it's also very, I don't know, locked in. Like these guys are still in this mode of like post 2024 victory, the vibe shift, and they don't realize that your vibe shift is over, and it's very much gone to the other side. Now that the good guys have won and they're in control, guess how many people? It's fucking like 70% of America hates these fucks and identifies these fucks with the relative misery that they've experienced for the last 10 years. All right. And one of the worst things that could happen is we do go back to brunch because people fucking hate Trump that much and they want to pretend it's 2015 again. Because 2015 again and a fucking milquetoast liberal in the White House will get us, yes, to the same point. Maybe probably not with Donald Trump, maybe with Donald Trump Jr., maybe with Eric Trump or whoever the fuck, JD Vance, Marco Rubio, whoever the fuck wants to ride that train. But yeah, Nick is... That's the good guys won. The good guys won. Everything's good now. Everything's great. Don't you love Twitter? Don't you love Twitter? Don't you love Elon Musk's effect on the government? Don't you think that's really great? Him pretending to cut waste and fraud and then ending up raising the deficit with Doge? Actually raising the cost of Doge more expensive than the results of the the cuts that were made cost the country more money. What's the result? People fucking die for no reason. There's no sort of like handoff to a charity group or to anything to take care of these, to take care of the good things that were implemented through stuff like USAID, the money that was going to, and was, that pulling the money, results in more people dying, right? Nothing good came out of that. That's fucking ridiculous.
Recognize that in 2020 and how you didn't recognize that in 2024.
And yeah, despite the fact that he's tried to distance himself from Donald Trump, he knows that Donald Trump's a loser. If you really listen to Nick Fuentes, the problem that he has with Trump is not that he is, cutting social services like Medicaid and Medicare, which are about to receive a huge cut as soon as what? The primary elections are over. Yeah. As soon as they try to schedule this shit to come into phase, in the time that it's going to electorally hurt Trump the least, but it is coming. This is the real reason he hates Trump. if you want to know, is because there was a little bit of a scaling back of the scope and speed of ICE's mass deportation mission, right? And so in his mind, Trump has failed. Even if they continue to deport people, even if they continue to mistreat people, people die in these concentration camps, more people are shot by ICE. Even if with all that, he hates it because he hates the optics of like admitting that there's anything wrong with mass deportation. A base Trump would have just gone fucking whole hog forward and crushed any dissent. And he saw Trump flinch. He doesn't like that. That's his problem with Trump, chat. That's Nick Fuentes' problem with Trump. All right.
Because Donald Trump hasn't.
24.
Because Donald Trump hasn't changed. Donald Trump hasn't changed at all. Donald Trump has been Donald Trump since he came out of the womb of a woman that was an immigrant to this country. And so what I want to know, though, is that I don't know how we get past this idea that the biggest problem that you have with your personal situation and how you extrapolate that to the situation of other white kids that are your age that feel disenfranchised.
Yeah, Brim says he hates Trump because of his overwhelming unpopularity. There is a certain degree of like self-preservation, maximization of his platform, his continued attempt to enter the mainstream that probably makes being against Trump useful for him, right? Optically. But what I'm telling you is the only real problems that he has with Trump, and this is a real problem. This is a real problem, right? He wants, while Democrats are worried about possibly saying something bad about our candidate, how dare you do that? How dare you show up and protest our candidate when this is the only person standing between us and Donald Trump? Liberals are wringing their hands about, oh, don't be too, we know that Kamala's policy on Gaza is fucking inhuman and horrible, but don't say it. Don't say it. And meanwhile, Nick Fuentes is actively being like, Donald Trump, if you don't go through and fuck up all those immigrants, we're going to get somebody who will. If you don't go full Hitler, we're going to get somebody who will. And again, it's like, that shit works because Donald Trump has actually sort of reneged somewhat on there was an attempt in the administration to sort of pull back after this latest round of killings, and Donald Trump reversed that, right? I don't know if it's because of Nick necessarily, but it is because of people like Nick. It is because all he has now, chat, is his base, and his base hates the fact that he would even performatively back off on his promise to do mass deportation. Hasn't he said there are 68 illegal immigrants, which is a dog whistle? Oh, the actual, is this what Chasmix Apocalypse is, Chasmix Apocalypse, I think I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Apocalypso, yeah, there we go, got the pronunciation, I think. Was that Fuentes that said the 68? I think I've heard Stephen Miller definitely said the 68 million number, and yeah, it is a dog whistle. I think a lot of the Trump proponents of mass deportations say similar stuff. Fuentes is only against Trump because his audience of 18-year-old white boys is turning against Trump and Fuentes. No, they're really disappointed. They are actually disappointed. Like it is optics. It is convenient for him. It is useful for him to crawl out of the sinking ship. But he was disappointed and had kind of written off Trump before that. That's not to say that if it's advantageous in the future, he's not going to jump back on if not the Trump train, the MAGA train. But yeah, ultimately the Trump base, the hardcore foaming at the mouth racists, right, want to see what Cosmic Apocalypso is saying. 68 million deported, and that would include citizens, right? That is a remigration, as the European right would say. I think we should have more white men. We should have more white men be disappointed personally.
Feel left out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The more of those people that are out there that are pissed off about Trump not achieving their racist wet dream, the better. Absolutely.
that feel they don't have a shot at the American dream is because of black and brown people, because of Mexicans, because of Venezuelans, because of Haitians, it's always other, Nick, with you, it seems to me. And I've listened to a lot of the stuff. It's always them. We need to build a wall. Where's the wall, Nick? He never built the wall. Why'd you vote for him in 2020? Why'd you vote for him in 2024?
I didn't vote for him in 2024.
Okay. My point being is that whenever you identify your problem as being something that is other, that you can point to, that's a minority, that is a group of people, that's the Jews, I mean, before, remember.
I don't know about that. I think there is one group that we can ethically and accurately point to as being the source for, if not all of, most of our problems. But it's not an ethnic group. It's not a religious group. It's not women. It's capitalists, right? And it's specifically the exploitation that they do as their in lieu of any productive contribution to society. They don't contribute anything. They take from us, right? That's true. And this is the problem. All of these scapegoats are meant to protect those in power. It's been like this since before capitalism, chat. This term scapegoat comes from like the Middle Ages, when they would literally, do people know this? Like there was some kind of shit that they would do, right? When they felt like things were going bad in the village, and they would take a goat. I don't remember, what do they pile? They pile something onto the goat that like is like representing all their problems, and they chase the goat out of the village. Like, I mean, almost like a kind of magic, or kind of like symbolism, right? Of like, okay, well, we got to get rid of that scapegoat, then everything will be better after the scapegoat is gone. And this is representative of infinite numbers of minority groups that were cast as the source of all problems. And what does this do again? It distracts us from who the real problem is, right? Which is going to be those in power. It's only going to be those with power. It's only ever going to be that. And those with power understand that if we are concentrated on saying it is Hispanic people, it is black people, it is women, it is whatever, feminist, right, that we're gonna not see that it's them. And they're in fucking gated communities anyway. They're out of sight, out of mind. They'd like to stay that way. When they start to see themselves represented badly in the public consciousness, that's when they turn on and actively assist the forces of fascism. We've got 1 hour and 21 minutes here. I gotta kind of switch. We're gonna do some bonus content here. We probably gotta get to. I'm pretty sure, as much as I would like to hang out here and see more of this conversation, I'm sure there's good stuff that we're gonna miss here. But if we're gonna have any of the Fuentes on Destiny last night on Destiny, it's important that we remember. Oh my god, if I can find the actual okay, Nick debates Melina. Now I don't have any timestamps for this one, so I'm guessing we're just gonna like try to watch this video. God damn, I don't know, chat. I mean, this is interesting. I just got to make an executive decision. Look, we might where are we at right now? We are at 133 out of 200. I think that's correct. I think I'm up to date on that. Make sure you're liking the stream too, because that really helps a lot. As far as getting more people in chat, it's super helpful to like the stream, right? Vote if you haven't already. Yeah, let's look at the vote. What is the vote saying? Paige Christie is on top in first place. We got a tie for second place between The Fall of Asmongold and Destiny Karen's Westside Tyler. That's Destiny coming onto Wick's stream. That's the second half of what the bespoke content that we were watching yesterday of Westside Tyler absolutely being the man for the moment in taking down Wick and exposing the gaslighting he was trying to do. Those are tied in for second place. And in fourth place, we got Westside Tyler meets North, the DGG or North, the guy that I always call Nate. His real name is North. I don't know why I call him Nate. He just looks like a Nate. But no, he's a North. He's from Alaska. Both sides, Tyler. There we go. Let's get into this now. Destiny. We gotta go.
So you're not married?
No.
Not yet.
Why?
I'm an incel. If we're going to look at some incentives here, why not look at the worldwide incentives to see why people aren't calling us out for what's obviously like unless it's like a world government.
Bad audio. It's really bad audio.
I don't honestly believe in world government. It almost feels like you acknowledge that there's a more
Wait, I didn't.
position
I'm sorry.
you could inhabit, but instead you feel some obligation to be the pole against the unreasonable.
Lithium. I don't think I read your super chat out, and I also don't think that I don't feel like the TTS voice read it out either. Lithium said Fox News frames blue states as losing residents all the time. It seems they are winning the narrative war. Texas, Carolinas, etc. are booming. Yeah, a lot of people are moving into Texas and deciding to move back.
Of the left by being unreasonable on the right, because it's almost what it sounds like you're saying. You're saying like it almost sounds like you're saying a reasonable position would be the official story of 9/11 is probably true, although some of it's kind of weird, but you can go to any news station and see that. So it's my job to be the counter voice, to be as fucking reactionary as possible, to be this multipolar force against the progressive left on every single issue. But then at some point, are you just feeding into the same?
I hate the voice of Abstiny.
Insanity? Like, instead of looking
says Ator
at this as a dichotomy of like left versus right, and I want to be like keeping the tension, like can't we view it as like truth versus untruth, or information versus misinformation, where we're pushing in a direction where we're just trying to be more honest instead of more ideological? Because it feels like that's your pull right now.
You don't like me?
Yeah. You're what?
Yeah, we'll give this a try, chat. And if it's not fruitful, we can switch back to the Hunter video. I don't have timestamps for this one, so I can't navigate this quite as easily as the Tyler video.
Oh, we're done now. He conceded everything on 9/11.
No.
He conceded that Trump had a dog shit temperament, but he said it didn't
Wait, that's not Molina. Who is that?
affect anything.
Anybody know who this is?
No, it was his trust. It was his trust in his advisors, his shadowy Jewish ectomorphic advisors.
Yeah.
That was the issue. As always. That happened to me, too.
Jews or bad advisors?
Combination of the two.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Serves him right.
What was the name of that guy? Your lieutenant?
Who?
Is that Molina? Is that Molina? I guess I don't remember what fucking Molina looks like. Also, Molina's Swedish, right? Just the first 10 to 20 minutes is Molina? What? I remember her having a fairly noticeable accent. That is Molina. Okay, I guess I don't know who the fuck. I guess I don't think, for a Destiny historian, I really don't. Yeah, I didn't pay too much attention to Destiny's GF. Her hair is dyed when the video is shot. I just remember her having. I thought I remember her having a more noticeable accent. Also being like taller.
Oh, that he wasn't a lieutenant. That was made up. It's true. He was even further to right than me. He wanted.
Okay. No, I recognize her now. Her face is the same. Yeah. I guess it's the hair that threw me. I guess you're right, Chad. It is the hair that threw me.
Recreate Aslan, and he said I was too cucked.
From Chronicles of
the
Narnia?
Destorian.
What is Aslan?
It's like this Latino, this like creating a Mexican empire or something.
Wait, isn't it Aslan? Like, am I wrong, Chad? Isn't it I thought there was. Is it Aslan? Azlan? Or I thought there was a T in it. Maybe.
Gotcha.
Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Melina is big. She is not Melina. Yeah, she's like, I remember her being like taller, kind of. But then again, she's always standing in the clips that I've seen.
What do you believe in?
In some clips, actually dancing with who was it, chat? Who was was it one of the guys from Fresh and Fit or something? Or was it, wait, it was like ABBA, wasn't it? Was it ABBA from ABBA and Preach that like Destiny's sitting there and, ABBA comes and starts like kind of pulls her close and dances with her. And Destiny says something like, "Oh, it's Mel time. It's Mel time." Or no, maybe he's sitting down. Anyway, she's dancing with his guest, basically. I think it was ABBA, wasn't it? The hair, that's what threw me a memoir.
Me?
I don't know anything.
Yes, yeah, that's all chat. If you want to disguise yourself from me, all you got to do is dye your hair. And I'll be like, "No, that's not the same person. That's a different person now. They've clearly got different hair color."
Okay.
I'm a Catholic, and
can you explain God to me?
What do you mean? What about it?
Why do you believe in God?
I believe that the world is created, and I think that the world is created by intelligence, by an intelligent being, which is God.
Which is not you. If that's how you look at like fucking religion, if that's the proof that convinces you, is like the world is like, I don't know what is the argument here? The world exists, and things that exist, I've only seen created. Oh my God, it's like circular logic, isn't it? Right? You know, in terms of society and stuff, like things that exist are created by intelligent people with a plan. The architect draws up a blueprint. You know, they sends the order off to the lumber yard to cut the wood. Just so they order the concrete and the insulation and whatever else, the nails, whatever else a house needs, and they put it together. That doesn't happen accidentally. You've never seen a house just magically fall together. So it must be that the earth, the animals, the plants, the really obviously, when there's an explanation that's real, like a fucking Occam's razor sitting right near your face, that it might be that these things called amino acids have certain chemical properties, right? Go with me if you will, that cause them to combine in such a way, that you're oh my God, I'm trying to remember the actual theories about how, I mean, it's a little fuzzy at the very beginning of how life was created, but yeah, like, evolution, in other words, very, very easy, very simple, explanation for how the world works, much, much more simple than positing there's a guy, it's gotta be a man. It's gotta be a man for Nick's fucking, Christ is king shit. Christ is not queen. Christ is not regent. Christ is not the emperor. Christ is king. Christ is a dude. God is a dude. It's got to have a penis, or else it's not valid, I guess. I don't know. Got to have cock and balls involved in the process. Even I don't even know. Chad, I'm trying to make sense of this worldview. I'm trying to make sense of the guy that, like, is just like, well, there's a world, and these things exist, so therefore there must be a dude out there in space that's making it happen. Yeah, that's right. And it's probably the dude that I heard about in the book that got passed around in church, right? When you get to church, you got the hymnal, and what else is there? The Bible, all right? It's got to be the dude that's in this book, because I went to this church when I was young, so that's I don't know. Christ is the Globalaska. Okay, I can't even, Direful, you're forgetting the actual name of it. I don't even know the actual name of this thing. It's gonna break my brain. Yes, it is. Omega Star, you're correct. It's gonna not just break my brain, it's gonna brick my brain. My brain is never going to get unbroken until we come up with an actual divine creator with divine intelligence who can put it back together. Somehow, we're going to need a God by the end of this to fix my fucking brain. With how how easily this guy globbles up, nonsense. Utter fucking nonsense, okay?
You believe in dinosaurs?
No.
Dinosaurs and people dabbling outside. Oh my God, I feel like Bjork songs offer a better explanation for the creation of the world, right? How the modern things have always existed. They've just been waiting in a mountaintop for to take over.
Honestly?
You don't?
No. I don't think it's convincing at all. I think it's ridiculous. It's a big scam.
You think the world's flat?
No, I think the world's round.
How do you know that?
I just think it is. Just believe that.
Is that how you ground every single thing that you believe?
What do
just
you mean?
feel like it, maybe?
Yeah, for the most. I mean, I look into stuff, and then I sort of, I think it's plausible.
Did they think that they could do intellectual boot camp for Fuentes? Like, I'm trying to imagine what the fuck Destiny thought was going to happen. Like, what was his ideal scenario for bringing on Fuentes? Because we know what happened. We know it's Jurassic Park is what happened. The dinosaurs got out. They ate Steven's brain. They took a third of his audience, and Fuentes was back, right? We know, but what did Destiny think was going to happen? Is this them trying to be like, all right, first of all, we're going to expose that you're ignorant. We're going to embarrass you a little bit. We're gonna bark orders in your face. We're gonna put you through intellectual boot camp, and you're gonna come out the other side like a productive, I don't know, a progressive. Is that what they were thinking?
The world is round. I don't think it's flat.
Okay, what else do you believe in?
Like what? I don't believe in ideology. I think we should have a king, and I think he should be Catholic, and I think that.
What? I'm sorry. What? What? I don't believe in ideology, and then professes a monarchist ideology. Wow.
He should be rich.
Why do you think that would benefit, or like how would it benefit anyone?
Because
Destiny just wanted to 69 this little man. Hey, look, how many likes do we have, chat? How many likes do we have? I hope it's more than 69. Giovanni 1, you just got jellyfish. Body Parser, you just got jellyfished. Evie Simsy, you just got jellyfished. 8-bit supercomputer, you just got jellyfished. Eternal Delta, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Thank you, Omega Star. That brings us up to 163. So yeah, we're in striking distance now of maybe adding another hour. Again, chat, I am sorry that I have so much to say all the time. If I had less to say, it'd be so much easier. My VODs would be so much more acceptable. I wouldn't get yelled at by people in the fucking comments of like, why is this 11 hours long? Why is this 7 hours long, right? But here we are again. And also we get through more content and, you know, even without hitting, you know, double bonus, right? But here we are. 36 more, is that where we're at? Yeah, 36. Is it 36 or 37? Did I add this up wrong? Maybe my math is questionable. I am bricked and cooked. That is, oh, sorry, I forgot that bricked means something else. Oh my God, Chad, I don't think I'm capable of that. That's bricked up, right? The other meaning for bricked? Is that bricked? I don't know. I don't know these words, chat. None of these words are in the Bible, okay? Certainly not my Bible. The Bible of future Bible heroes, yeah. I think he just wanted to make their relationship fruitful. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, yeah, I keep on forgetting he's got ulterior motives here when it comes to Nick. And look, now, chat, we don't know, okay? And I don't want to jump to any conclusions. I don't want to lead you to any false conclusions. Like, we don't know for sure that Destiny hooked up with Nick Fuentes. What we do know is that on this day in Destiny's DMs, because these DMs have been leaked, right? On this day, Destiny, yes. Let's just call him Destiny. Destiny talked about hooking up with a guy for the first time, right? Was disclosing to this 17-year-old that he was talking to, that he claims to be catfished by or whatever, talking shop about hooking up with guys because she had done it before. He was interested in doing it. He hadn't done it before. He's talking about his first sexual experience with a guy. Now, I mean, this part is true, right? The allegedly comes from, is it Fuentes, right? Like, Destiny did talk to this person about hooking up with a guy for the first time, was kind of like excited, was like, oh my gosh, I'm like, I did this. It was so like, kind of trying to be like, well, you've sucked a dick before. What was, you know what I mean? I don't know. Get some tips. I don't know what he was, tips. Oh my God, tips. No, why do I have to fall right into it? I fall right into it every single time, chat. Especially the bricked up. That's bricked up, right? The one where bricked means erect, right? Is bricked up. I don't know these things. I should probably study slang more, maybe. I don't know, sexual slang, so I don't like step right into the trap. You are 100% correct. It was 69. Wait, but how many likes do we have? Is it 69? Do we possibly have a little bit more than 69 likes?
Accountability and transparency.
What does bricked mean? I think the other meaning of it is like bricked up means that somebody is erect, is excited in a physiological way, like somebody with a, I think that's what bricked up means, right? You know I'm clipping this. Yeah.
Well, not maybe
How do
not
you have
complete
accountability
transparency.
on a monarchy?
Because if we had a monarchy, we would know who to blame for our problems. Right now, we don't.
But
know
what
who
does
to
it matter if
blame.
you blame the king?
If he's got divine, didn't he say divine right? 67 likes? Okay. I mean, that's even worse. No, wait, oh my God, I bought that. I was like, okay, that sounds like, I mean, I guess we have 60. Like, I would like to have like 93 likes by now. But, you know, if you tell me it's 67, I guess I'll have to believe that.
Because then you could kill the king, or
We can kill the in a video game.
whoa, this guy.
Do you think you're more
Wait,
like
Brick House is about, it really is 67? You're not just 67ing for the memes? I just like, so it's 68. Isn't Brick House about a woman with like you know, like a big booty and big boobs? Isn't that what Brick House is?
likely to displace a democratically elected president or a fucking king?
The president doesn't run anything, dude.
Okay.
So wait, if you have a king and then he gets killed, do we just get a new king?
Mm-hmm.
How?
It's revolution.
How do we get the king?
Or the king dies eventually.
Whoever
and
wins
new
the next
king
war
comes to power. Yeah.
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 Yeah, but like who? Where does the king come from?
He would come from the nobility or from the king's family.
Oh, but what if everyone died because they just kept being killed?
That
everyone was
doesn't
unhappy.
make any sense. Eventually,
Like, if you really didn't like the way that you were being ruled, yeah, the obvious thing, and I was talking about this earlier, right? When you put the fucking power of, you know, of the right to rule in like a family like the Romanovs, right? As brutal as it is, what happened to the Romanovs, right? You make that shit fucking inevitable. I can't even look and fucking blame the Bolsheviks because that's how it was set up. Here's the power. It's in the familial line. What are you going to do about it? The one thing that you can do. What a stupid way to fucking organize a society where the whole, if people become aware that they're, you know, that the system of rulership is fucked up, like the only path forward is to fucking, you know, kill off everybody with that can claim a divine right. That's a fucked up thing to do to that family. I don't like the idea of little kids being fucking liquidated, you know, because of the stupid ass mode of production that we've got. That's insane to me. That's insane to put the power in the familial line. God damn.
eventually a war
That's cruel. That's actually cruel to do that.
all against all would happen. And
Isn't
then
it better if people just vote? Like,
Yeah, you're literally hanging the sword of Damocles over the entire familial line. This is why Trump is kind of doing the same thing. And although there's a lot of scumbag fucking, you know, members of the Trump family, I'm sure there's some innocent people in there too, right? Anyway.
oh, we want that person to be the king, you know?
No, because here's the problem.
I am not a fan of barbarism, chat. I'm a fan of socialism, okay?
People are dumb for the most part, and they don't actually know what's in their best interest. And so they just get convinced through technology of all kinds of things. And they...
Yo, Vamps, thank you for the resubscribe. That is 67. What the fuck? Now Christian Strand's gonna say even more that I don't make sense. Because honestly, if you're not following along, like, what the fuck am I saying? What the fuck am I even saying? Why am I freaking out about the number 67? Why would I do that, right? Thank you, Vamps, for resubscribing. I do appreciate that. And it brings us up to 169, not 167. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a different meme entirely. And in fact, it's not even 69, it's 169. Meaning that we are 31 points away from adding another hour to this. And, you know, making room for even more. Yeah, 6-7. It's got me. I'm bricked. Nope, I'm not bricked. My brain is... Nope, because then it makes it sound like the brain has a boner. Chat, the brain cannot have a boner. There's no brainer, okay? The brain does not... Like I said, it was a muscle the other day. I was lying. It's obviously composed mostly of fat. That doesn't mean that eating, you know, a high-fat diet makes you super smart, but it is like the structurally, the biggest macronutrient that exists in there. Does that mean if you ate a brain, you'd be eating keto? Bricked up Gooner stream. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm trying to say the other kind of bricked, like a computer gets bricked. My brain is like a computer that got dropped on the floor 1,000 times really hard. No brain, no head. Wait, what? Oh no. Oh no. We're gonna have to start calling it a everything is computer, especially genital wise. God, what is wrong with me?
Wind up supporting and legitimizing a government that doesn't even really do anything. The civilian government doesn't control anything. The people, like, for example,
Why the fuck did all the monarchies fail then?
The government doesn't control everything, so why did January 6th happen? Was this before January 6th happened? Let's check, chat. Let's orient ourselves in time. When did this conversation occur? Hashtag long night? What does that mean? Did you do an orgy with Nick Fuentes and Melina? Why is that a little joke there? Wait, no, what is that? It says long night. Why does it say long night? Why does it say long night? Okay. August 24. Okay, so it's after January 6th. This happened after January 6th, right? Yeah, that's a great question. Like, if it's not important, you know, why did January 6th happen?
All the monarchies were overthrown by populists. The monarchies were destroyed by technology.
Well, didn't our democratic republic start like 1776? That was kind of before a lot of technology, right?
No.
Oh, thanks for reminding us. Foreign Sticks is reminding me that Nick was there on January 6th. I can't believe you've been subscribed for 67 months, Vamps. It's just because Dareful said we had 67 likes, and I wasn't sure if it was a meme or if it was actually the number of likes that we had, and I was like, are people 6-7ing me in chat? And Destiny's about to 69 Nick Fuentes here, like according to the messages, this might have been the night that Destiny had his first same-sex experience.
No way. Guns and gunpowder and the printing press.
We're not getting rid of guns and gunpowder in the printing press.
So. But I don't think it was a 69. I think like if the video that people are saying was Fuentes's cock and Destiny's, it looks more like it was, he was not, it was just Destiny using his mouth on Nick and not 69, which would be like a reciprocal use of each other's mouths on each other's. Oh my God, chat. Did this really happen? I don't want to think this happened.
I know, but the point being is, like, I don't think monarchies failed because they were bad. I think monarchies failed because of the disruption which was caused by technology.
I will say that, whether he means to or not, Destiny is doing kind of a good job of exposing, just how ignorant this guy is. And again, that's not to say that he's not smart, but he's been told that education is going to turn him into a communist. And he doesn't get that the way that works is that the more that you know of history, the more that you're able to use your critical thinking, the less likely you are to be reactionary. He thinks it's a bad thing.
Powder in the printing press, so.
I know, but the point being is, like, I don't think monarchies failed because they were bad. I think monarchies failed because of the disruption which was caused by technology.
So how would we maintain a monarchy now?
That's an open-ended question. You'd probably need to use technology to ensure a monarchy.
It's like 1984.
So you reinvent it. Yeah, he is kind of reinventing. Somebody in chat said something about Yarvin, Curtis Yarvin. Somebody in the Destiny chat making that connection.
Like 1984?
Yeah.
Not quite, but I mean probably.
Wait, can you explain like how the whole world would look like in the way you want it? I'm
Me?
curious. Yeah.
I would love everything were the way I wanted to. You'd have every country be a Catholic monarchy.
Okay. Yeah, but what would be the rules? Like,
Max Danger. I'm a Nick X Destiny truther. They're both scumbags, and it fits the bill for both of them.
What happened? What would it look like?
There is circumstantial evidence, right, that suggests that yes, this was the night that Stephen lost his bisexual virginity. Is that even how you say it? I don't know. But And you know, yeah, it was it occurs at the same time as he's talking to Nick for the first time. So a lot of people have put two and two together, along with the weird video of some really bad head being given to an anonymous cock, and said that that cock probably belonged to Fuentes, but I don't think it's something you can prove.
That would depend on
Mouth virginity? There we go. Well, I don't know. Maybe he's already used his mouth, just not on the same sex.
the country.
What would America look like?
America would look like a monarchy, and there would be a king. He'd be Catholic. Everyone would be Catholic. Everybody would be having kids. Everybody.
You know how Catholics are, right? They're like, yeah.
Actually, I'm curious about this.
What?
Does the king answer to the Vatican?
Yeah.
The current Vatican?
Totally.
Ooh, damn.
Was this with the woke pope, or was this before? Was this with the Benedict, the conservative pope?
Mm-hmm. He would have to.
So it'd be like a one world government.
Not quite, because the king would have sovereignty.
Yeah, but he ultimately answered the Pope.
But
no?
the Vatican's not an earthly kingdom; it's a heavenly. Or it's a
the Pope.
Yeah. Like that's what they say. That's what they say, is that it's connected to Peter, the disciple that Christ said he would build his church upon.
Dude.
Yeah, but he talks about moral.
At least, you know, in the lore, right? The actual history of early Christianity begs to differ.
Sure, but like the Pope could start.
Did I drink too much coffee? Maybe.
The Catholic Church has no power.
Yeah.
But in the medieval times,
Without enough food,
Catholic
I
Church
do
had
have
quite a
some
bit of power.
food.
Yeah, that's true.
Would
Why?
arguably go back to that, so that you'd have the Catholic Church be like a big playmaker and resolving disputes between countries, or
Maybe the shot callers.
Wouldn't have sovereignty over everything.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say shot callers.
Have influence.
I was trying to say shot callers, not shock callers. Although that's a good idea too. If you really want everybody to obey the divine monarch, right? Maybe we should all have shock collars, right? And the king is the one with the, you know, or like in Dune, right? We all have heart plugs, and the king has a, you know, sort of levitation device that he's able to travel around on, and you know, if you make him mad, he can pull that out. God, that's one of the most messed up scenes. Is that anybody seen Dune? Is the heart plug scene in the new Dune? I somehow saw I think it's like the old Dune, like it was like on TV or something, and that shit fucked with me as a kid. Like if you don't know, Harkonnen is I don't know, pulls like he's got people, he gives them surgery so they have a plug on their heart and he can pull it out. It's the David Lynch one. Oh wait, that wasn't in the fucking novel? Oh my god, chat. I've read Chapter House and Heretics and God Emperor. I know that's not the order that you're supposed to read in. I just really like Teresa's an awesome character. What's the other O'Doul? Is that the other protagonist in the later books? So yeah, I read those I read God Emperor first, and then that's what happened. God Emperor was in my high school library. Like I've told you before, I was the librarian for the high school, not the real librarian, but the they paid. I somehow got a job from my school to like organize books in the library. So, you know, since the librarian had already gone home, I was the library. I felt like the librarian. I was the highest ranking library person in there. It was basically high school work study. Kind of felt like, are we Dune maxing? I'm just trying to remember. So wait, the heart plug thing is something that David Lynch added. It does feel like a very Lynchian thing. Because like, yeah, I feel like what the Baron actually did to people was maybe a little bit more rapey, if I am correctly. There's an anime? What? Wait, I'm sorry. There's a Dune anime? Is this real? I don't remember the heart plug in the new one. I might be wrong. Lynch's Dune has the best soundtrack. Wait, who wrote that soundtrack? Was that Wendy But yeah, because that's how I got into sci-fi, right? Is there was we didn't have the first two Dune books, but we did have God Emperor of Dune. I think that's the first one that I read, and then instead of going like backwards and reading, because we didn't have it, right? Did I read Children? No, I did not read. Children of Dune would not have made sense to me, right? God Emperor can kind of stand alone, right? Or it worked for me. Oh, Toto and Brian Eno. Yes, Brian Eno. So much Dune to consume, true. And I don't even know, like, I just assume that, since I've only seen the movie with like Sting in it, randomly, Sting is the, Fade? I assumed that that was accurate portrayal of the book, and of course it's not. The book is very long. The original Dune, very very long book. So they're gonna have to change some things up. Anyway,
literally have sovereignty over your soul. I feel like the Pope would have a pretty big claim to.
Sure, but render under Caesar what is Caesar's, and under God.
But that's not the Pope.
Caesar, because
that's the church that Christ built. The rock that Christ built his church on. Like, yes, Christ said, render unto Caesar, right? Caesar, this was the empire that was occupying, Judea. Anyway.
That was given to the Roman government that wasn't Christian. Here, every government would be Christian, right?
Did I watch Dune Prophecy? Wait, which one was that? Was that the Sci-Fi Channel one?
Yeah, but it means that, like, the administrative things would belong to the government and the spiritual matters.
So, yeah, I read God Emperor, Chapter House, and Heretics, and then I went ahead and I read the books that aren't by Frank Herbert, that are by his son and some other dude. Okay, this one I caught. FTW all day with the super chat, lifting weights. God, I need to get back into the gym. Thank you. We're up to 170. Some people just cannot stand for something to stay 69 too long, and yeah, if you like that, we got to move on to 170. We're 30 points away from adding a extra hour. I'm gonna go ahead and move as if we're not adding an extra hour, just in case we don't get there, to make sure that you get your bonus content and all the good stuff. Prophecy came out on HBO. Oh, it's a Bene Gesserit origin story. That's really good. So what? Right after the Butlerian Jihad, then? Is that where we are with Dune Prophecy? I gotta see that. That sounds good as fuck. That sounds amazing. Stephen P with the gifted membership. Max Danger, you just got weaseled. I almost said membered. Let's not say that. You got weaseled. That's what you did. And FTW all day with the gifted membership to Austin Silver. Austin Silver, you just got weaseled. You are a weasel. Or you are a weasel now. You've become a weasel. You have become a weasel. So what that takes us up to 176. We're 24 away from adding an extra hour. It looks like we may just add an extra hour today. Don't know. I am become weasel, destroyer of. What is the weasel the destroyer of, though? I gotta know.
Belong to the Pope. So
but in a theocratic monarchy, the administrative and the
that is the best response I've ever seen to getting weaseled.
Faith become one.
I'm not saying a theocracy. I'm saying a king who is Catholic.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think there's much of a difference there, but
there is.
But if it's Catholic, then it implies a structure by which the Pope exists and is infallible. And if the king does something like, let's say, I don't know, remarries and the Pope doesn't want him to, then the king gets excommunicated. That causes a big problem. You got to question his divine right at that point.
Yes, there is.
Look, I don't say this about Destiny very often, but yeah, he's running intellectual circles around this guy.
Yeah, it's very technical, but it's real. That's how
I kind of feel like Sting was the same character, like the Fade, the son of Harkonnen, sorry, that Sting played. I kind of feel like that he's basically the character from Quadrophenia, but if he was on Arrakis, or sorry, if he was in the Duneverse, right? It's basically the Ace Face guy from that becomes a bellboy, and that's why the main character of Quadrophenia has to push his custom scooter off the cliff.
How it should be. This system.
Sting is the GOAT. Yeah, he definitely was in Quadrophenia. Like he was the ace, right? He was the head of the top of, yeah, we're talking about the divine right of kings here. The ace, chat, in mod culture was the hottest dude. He mogged everyone else. The ace was the guy that mogged all the numbers because they're all cards, right? And the high numbers were attractive guys. The low numbers, not so attractive guys. And the ace was the most attractive guy and the obvious leader of the mod of the mod social group of the quad of the mod's quad, with the ace was the first class ticket, so to speak.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're from Sweden?
Like we're talking about zoot suit, jacket with side vents 5 inches long.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, Sweden's terrible.
We have a king.
They've got a king.
Yeah, but he doesn't do anything.
Yeah, no kings do anything.
Yeah,
He's
not
a mean
anymore.
machine.
He's a what?
He wants the king to take prima noctis, right? He wants the king to do the shit that didn't even exist in history that everybody talks about, right? The first Destiny would love that though. If Nick could come in and declare prima noctis, isn't that kind of his thing?
The mean
Machine?
Oh yeah, he is for sure.
Why did you leave Sweden?
This guy.
Because Destiny's the face of DGG. That's right.
That was cute. That's romantic.
She's captured. She's a slave here for
Like,
until middle of next year.
Ooh, God! If you read some of the stuff is it stuff that Melina actually said, or I don't remember where this was leaked from, but people do say that Melina was in a little bit of a that a little bit under duress at times. So like a little bit. Okay, wait. Yeah, it's like Destiny would have to have a zoot suit, a white. If he was going to be the face, right, of DGG, he'd have to have a zoot suit, a white jacket with side vents 5 inches long. He'd wear his wartime coat in the rain and sleet, I believe. Being a mod was not easy, chat.
True.
It was much easier probably to be a rocker, I would say.
So you're not married?
Vamps. I have become Weasel, destroyer of voles and mice occasionally. Is that what weasels eat? Damn, I didn't realize they eat. Well, that's a little too close to the family, right? Melina, big timer, Swedish Twitch. Does she still stream? Yeah, I guess so, right? She I do remember her streaming back in the day.
Not yet.
I'm an incel.
So wait, but you want to have kids, or you think everyone should have kids, but you also hate women. So how's that
I
gonna
do
work?
hate women, but I'm I'm not like other people. I'm like an eccentric genius.
How are you supposed to get kids if you don't have a woman?
I'm gonna have to just tolerate a woman.
It's
a rough one.
Her?
Yeah, but we'll sleep in separate
Well,
beds probably.
Big
Really?
house.
Yeah, that's right.
So yeah, okay. So what do you want in a woman then? If you don't want to see her much.
Well, I want her dad to have hair because I want my kids to have hair. I want my son to have hair. That's a.
What does that mean?
Because they say that if like your hair genetics come from.
What is it, like the grandfather, your maternal grandfather? Is that, I've heard that before. I don't know how accurate that is.
Your mother's father.
I've heard that. So like you just don't want like balding.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, and and she's got to be hot. She's got to be not bothering me and nagging me about stuff. Not a feminist.
You gonna hang out with her?
No, no.
Why do you care about she being hot then?
Well, because you don't have sex with her to have the kids.
Well, just like once or twice to have the kids, right?
Yeah.
Well, like 10 times.
So she needs to be like a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, probably.
Just for those.
It's
twice, maybe.
Here's also why. And I talked about this on my show.
Yeah.
You go to an event. What if you have an ugly wife?
Well, you would bring her to events with you?
You
Just bring a mistress to events.
No, that would be mortifying.
Would it be?
People would kill me if I did that.
They wouldn't know what your wife looks like. You just keep her locked up all day.
No, I'd have to bring my.
What if you had your mistress dye her hair the same color as your wife's, and it was me that you had to fool, and I was just like, oh yeah, that's clearly the same person because they have the same hair color.
Wife, and if I bring some, rough looking person, it's not going to be. It's going to be embarrassing. So it's also for that as well.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's sort of what I want, but we'll see.
Why don't you take me to events? The fuck?
He doesn't do
That's
events. He doesn't. You got to do Omni Liberal Pack.
Shut the fuck up.
OPAC.
What? Is she prefiguring LibCon?
I do a conference called AFPAC. He's got to do one called OPAC, the Omni Liberal Political Action Conference. I'll help you set it up.
Oh yeah, will you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so
for
nice
a
of you.
price.
Oh, I'm sure.
For
Don't
a
worry.
price, of course.
I'm well connected. I got lots of money. Don't worry.
Yeah, well, it takes a little bit. It takes expertise.
Unless you get unless you have to handle a lawsuit, and yeah, it kind of reduces your
expertise back in me. I got money and expertise. Okay.
Okay.
Listen,
let's see
they
what you
control a
got.
lot of capital. They can demolish the largest buildings in the world. I'm sure they could set up a. I'm sure they could set up a conference for me. All right.
I'll put you in touch with all my enemies that could support the Omni Liberal Pack for the status quo, for democracy.
Days.
and all
It will
that.
be the status quo.
Capitalism.
We'll just talk about how cool the FDA is.
Yeah, and the FBI.
The cool things, the FCC. Yeah, respect our intelligence agencies. We'll have like a moment of silence for all the hard work.
Oh no.
Christopher Wray or whatever, and
That
all
would be
the
the
people.
real dialectic.
Yeah.
That's what the people want.
That'd be base.
Is Destiny versus Nick, 2036.
We'll have it like down the street from yours. Probably be some violent conflict, I'm sure.
Yeah, it would be mutual.
We need like rules of engagement though.
That's true. Yeah, we would need to coordinate that.
Did you watch The Wire?
No.
Oh shit. We would have to have rules like if you want to fight only like bats.
Do you watch the most lib-coded? Am I right about this, chat? Isn't The Wire kind of like the inheritor of the West Wing? Am I tripping on that? I never watched The Wire. I gotta admit, I never watched it. I know it was popular. I feel like it was lib-coded. Is it lib-coded? Is The Wire lib-coded? Did Destiny just ask Fuentes if he watches the most lib-coded show currently on the air? Or am I just... Never saw it, says Flashpoint South Africa. The Wire is a cop show? Is it lib-coded? Or, okay, maybe not. It's not like a political show.
Yeah.
Or like
Yeah,
maybe
no
crowbars, but no guns, no knives.
No
Because if we
headshots.
start stacking bodies, cops are gonna get on us.
Yeah,
Not
no
good.
axe,
Yeah.
No diamond pick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't you do? Are you gonna do politics? You gonna get involved? I know
So-
you tried to do that.
I hate to hear Nick make a Minecraft reference. I fucking hate it.
Campaign in Nebraska.
He's gonna do sex, drugs, and travel.
Sex, drugs,
That's
and
his
travel.
new hobbies
That's
now.
my
Yeah?
hobbies. Yeah.
You should
Okay, now I recognize
need more.
Melina.
You could be a great man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sex, drugs, and travel. Life of leisure. What about a legacy? What about a
Yeah,
destiny?
I know. I'm working on this. It's coming. Okay.
What about your destiny?
Yeah.
What's your destiny?
It's coming. A media company. That's what I want to start.
Really?
That's what I want to do. Yeah.
Actually, like a website?
Yeah, like something like
I mean, he was right when he said his destiny was coming. If he means gooning, yeah, very realistic cop show. So not lib-coded necessarily.
the Daily Wire. They do a good job.
Ooh.
That'd be fun.
And make movies?
Maybe that's.
Wait, what is he talking about wanting to be on the... I'm sorry, what? Daily Wire? He did, like, around the same time, he reached... Anybody got a date for me on the Ben Shapiro conversation? He did reach out successfully to the Daily Wire. I think he talked to Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson at the time.
Yeah. Sex, drugs, and travel. Life of leisure. What about a legacy? What about a
Yeah,
destiny?
I know. I'm working on this. It's coming. Okay.
What about your destiny?
Yeah.
What's your destiny?
It's coming. A media company. That's what I want to start.
Really?
That's what I want to do. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I got it. A media company like the Daily Wire. How old is this? Good question. This is from 2022, right? This was when Destiny, and at the time, the important thing to remember is that Nick was deplatformed. The deplatforming worked. All right. Nick lost his momentum on social media, lost his fan base. There were still hardcore people that supported him, but they were few and far between. Again, the thing that needed Nick was a turtle that had been turned on his shell, turned upside down, and he's like struggling. He can't get up by himself. And then Destiny comes along and says, "Oh, this little turtle. Oh wow, this is Nick Fuentes. This guy used to be big shit. What if I could bring him on my stream and smash him to pieces in a debate, right? And then put him back together again, because we got to do it again. Like, right, what if I could just control this alt-right guy and have him perform, what is this, like the Buffalo Bill show kind of? Perform, as the remember the Wild West back in 20 whatever when Destiny did his debates that people, the reason that people liked him. Well, here, you could see him defeat Nick Fuentes, who you might remember from the same time period, every single night. And yeah, we saw how that worked again.
Website?
Yeah, like something like the Daily Wire. They do a good job.
Ooh.
That'd be fun.
And make movies?
Maybe that's in the future. But right now I've got doing Change My Mind events set up for, I think, next month.
Really?
Yeah.
So he's trying to do Steve Crowder, Charlie Kirk type stuff.
I'm going to come to every one.
Oh, yeah? They're in Texas?
He just said, I'm going to come.
I'm going to fly to every single one.
Nice. Dude, that's great. You're going to be my biggest fan. Yeah. Get a ton of gripers to just hog the whole fucking table,
Yeah. I'm going to say, I can't let him preach to this many people. And then I'm going to fly
absolutely
over
based,
I need to stop this
I'll
guy.
be crushing conservatives. Like, tell me why trans women are unnatural, and everyone will get crushed, and then you'll come out the hero.
Like, he's a racist.
Exactly, yeah. And you'll be like, so Destiny, you like trans people?
Yeah.
Do you want trans white nationalists to kill BLM supporters? And I'm like, well, I didn't actually mean that, really. Well, isn't it true that you said that? Oh man, that'll be a wild debate.
Okay, that's fun.
Look at Nick. Look at the contempt that he has for this guy. And look at how Destiny is utterly unaware that he's about to get shanked. And by shanked, I mean he lost like a non insignificant portion of his community to Nick Fuentes after kind of baiting racism, like talking about dipshit protesters need to get mowed down by a bunch of rednecks, right? He made himself popular. This is why the Nick collab made sense in the first place, right?
Funny.
This is fucked up.
You should. That'll be good. That'll actually be good.
Yeah, hopefully.
That's right up your alley too.
Chat, do you think that this was like their first, like both of their first gay experience? Like according to the, leaks, Destiny, if you believe that it's Nick that he was talking about, which was this leaks happened around the same time as he collabed with Nick. So that's the circumstantial evidence that people use to say that it was Nick in that video. Nick was the member being filleted. God, Nick turns on him promptly after this. Okay, keep on watching.
Yeah, that's ideal.
We got to get to bonus content at some point. Although, yeah, we're 24 points away from adding another hour.
Debate, yeah.
So they're going to go and they're going to be like, you're a fucking cringe liberal. And you're going to be like,
I'm actually a debater liberal.
Yeah,
I'm an
right.
omni-liberal.
Yeah,
we're a debating.
Debate bro, omni-lib.
We're smart like
You're
progressives,
gonna be the Ben
but
Shapiro of the left.
Oh my
You're
God,
like,
my dream. Finally, yeah.
You're good.
Facts don't kill about your feelings.
Yeah, you're literally going to say
I'm going to say that like every video. Yeah, for sure.
Unironically. People are going to go out and be like, I feel like the people should have a voice. And you'd be like, that shouldn't care about your feelings. The FDA represents you.
I'm going to do with these red pill guys. I'm going to have a big chart of all the logical fallacies. And every time they say one, I'm going to open it up and be like, well, you just committed the tu quo fo fallacy. Yeah. Actually, yeah,
That's good. Yeah, that'll be good. I'm going to enjoy that. I'll watch those. I'll live react to them.
Wow, thanks so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Do you want me to leave or something? I go overstaying my welcome?
No, you just until you're done. Got a lot of viewers, so just milking the content,
Oh, yeah.
What do you, when are you leaving Miami?
Thursday.
What's today?
Today's
Monday. Okay. What do you, where are you staying about? You don't have to give an address.
I can't say it. People are going to come try and kill me, dude.
Yeah, Chad is noticing the sexual tension between these two.
Are you like within like 5 or 10 minutes from here? Or are you like way the fuck out? Are you like in Orlando or some shit?
In a few months. Okay, not in this video. I got it. We are sort of running out of time. I think we might get to 2 hours. Look, Oh my God, what should I do? What's in Paige Christie? The Paige Christie video. Yeah, we gotta make sure we have time for that, chat. If you want me to come back to either more Destiny content or more, I gotta make sure we get our bonus content. And if you want me to come back to this, because this is an interesting watch, actually. We're at 13 minutes and 30 seconds. We got the Paige Christie video. Paige Christie has done a whole ass video on Ethan Klein and his Taco Bell restriction, right? The crew is not allowed to collab in some cases. The crew is not allowed to, do just chatting on stream in some cases. In the case of Love, not allowed to get Taco Bell because Taco Bell is an H3 thing, supposedly. Paige Christie. Look, I just want to make sure because I know I feel like I've been shorting you a little bit, not on purpose, but on bonus content. I want to make sure I don't do it today. And instead, you get your Thai truck ad, don't you? Thai Toyota ad. All right, let's skip this.
Way that this could potentially even be true. Tamara can't collab with crewmates outside of the H3 podcast.
Right now, the crew, I love Nate. We're not allowed to stream with each other right now. And please do not clip that.
Instant fucking regret. Instant regret. Like, please do not clip that.
Oh my God, please don't. Please don't. Because I don't know if I'm allowed to say that or not.
Harley has been restricted to do only gaming content and is not allowed to do variety.
Wait, I'm sorry, only gaming content? I thought, wasn't there somebody that wasn't allowed to game? Okay, maybe I got it backwards. Paige Christie is head. We got a tie for second between Asmongold and Westside Tyler. Oh my God, what am I pressing? That's crazy.
Outside of the H3 podcast.
I'm not allowed to just chat.
Because allegedly, it's in direct conflict.
I'm not allowed to just chat. Ethan bought the rights to me just chatting.
Ethan bought the rights to me just chatting. And that Love stated that there was no Taco Bells and no collabs.
All right, let's go to Taco Bell. I'm gonna order extra lettuce. You know that now that I think of it, I might have to be a buzzkill. Cause low-key I guess that's become a H3 thing now. So I shouldn't do it on my stream.
You can't stream you going to Taco Bell.
I'm not supposed to, compete with the show. Yeah, I can't do it, I think.
Because it seems like you all are kind of like working full-time as like streamers. Just want to make sure you all know that you guys have jobs here.
You are a millionaire! There is a cost of living crisis that is global!
Now you guys realize those are potential memberships to our channel here that you're siphoning.
And we saw Ethan ripping on unemployed people, ripping on people on welfare, right? In the midst of an affordability crisis. West Side, that's right. West Side Tyler, yeah, tied with tied with the fall of Asmongold for second place, right? We get if we get to add 2 hours, then I'll probably have time for 2 different bonus contents. I just want to make sure that we get this one in. If we end up getting excuse me. If we end up getting the 24 points further that we need to add another hour to the stream, then I'll go back to the Nick content, either Andrew Callahan and Hunter or Destiny. He's not for free markets now. Wait, what? No, did he say something that indicated he was against free markets? No, he's a big fan of capitalism, right? What he's not a fan of is, I guess, unemployed people, people that are on welfare, right? This was his attack on Hassan. His audience is full of poor people, right? It's a weird thing to say when America is full of people that are just struggling to get by, people that are kind of pissed, people that have been fucked over by capitalists like him. Now, Chad, if I said that Ethan was like the top tier predator of capitalism, I would be lying to you. He is a centimillionaire, I guess. He's got a fairly small business, right? But no, he is a capitalist, and he is, when he reaches into his bag of insults for Hassan's audience, it's like your asses are poor. You are on welfare. You are losers. and it's just like not really reading the moment, because again, this guy's disconnected. He doesn't have to worry about, you know, housing, food, all the important things that people, he doesn't have fucking student loans chasing him down, right? And so he just fucking rips on, you know, all the unemployed people, all the people on welfare, all the people about to get dumped off of SNAP, all the people about to get dumped off of Medicaid when this big beautiful bill actually hits, which is coming up right after midterms.
There is a cost of living crisis that is global.
Now, you guys realize those are potential memberships to our channel here that you're siphoning off.
Absolutely insane. That is insane. You're an insane man. You're an insane man. Sorry, guys. Give me all of your revenue. You're not allowed to make an income outside of me because I have lawsuits to fund. This guy is insane.
I think you guys should
Wait, what is this? I called this out about a year ago, probably longer. Sam has a sponsorship with NOCD where she spoke about her diagnosis, and Ethan accused her of using his status to go, or using his status to go behind his back. Then say NOCD got the H3 staff discount by sponsoring Sam for less than what he would ask to sponsor the pod. He contacted them and took the sponsorship for himself. When Sam left the pod, NOCD stopped returning Ethan's calls, and he complained about the lost sponsorship. That is funny. He has been like this.
Over the game, no donations, no TTS, no membership. And then see who's really still streaming.
God damn, look, I don't even know if this is like would this be licensed? I'm probably not licensed music, but yeah, Paige Christie's got a full scale production going on here.
Are we good? Are we Gucci? Oh my goodness. Now before we even get started, girl, I must be...
That's a pretty elaborate intro. What was that again? Where does the... Okay, so like... Oh, wow. That's like a... Is that really a 2-minute intro? Damn.
Quite some time away from this juicy topic that we've got today. Today's Friday, the 24th. It's now just turned, it's Friday the 24th. This all took place on the 21st, and I had no idea. So, as you guys know, I have been documenting...
Love her intro. Yeah, I wish I could show... I just don't know, chat. I've had so much problems with getting demonetized on streams lately. I'm trying to... Yeah, good for Sam. Yeah.
Ethan Klein for so many years at this point, and I really just kind of fell out of love, I guess. That's funny because we're going to be talking about love. Fell out of love with this topic purely because it is very difficult to have any kind of reasonable conversation when it comes to...
And somebody tell me, yeah, no, she's streaming. Okay, so is this normal? Does she... I thought she... I'm going to type in chat for you to refresh and reload. Press that F, what is it, F5, not F4, F5. Let me type it in YouTube chat too, refresh and reload. How are we doing on likes? Is there any way we could get that to 100? She is trolling, I love it. But yeah, like I didn't know this is Streamlabs. She's, I didn't realize she streamed. Never seen Paige talk about political streamers, but that's cool. I thought she was more drama related. Yeah, I'm surprised to see her, you know, making a video out of, like as it started, I was saying it kind of feels like a streamer video, and it turns out it is. It actually is.
Ethan Klein, because...
Are we better now? Did anybody get bounced?
Of how polarizing his opinions have been on recent events that have taken place in the world. So even if you try...
It was a very short F, so maybe some of you didn't see anything, but Yeah, we did technically drop a stream that right there for a split second.
You fail, even if you try and rectify, it's even worse. You just like, it just makes things too messy. And for me, it went from me for a long time just disliking Ethan Klein and, you know, calling out his hypocrisy on my channel to now getting to this point where it's like impossible to talk about him because he's now got like a lot of stands, a lot of people who support him. We got Nicholas Diorio's channel, which for a period of time, he was pretty much like the H3 podcast waiting room. Like that was where everybody went in between shows, in between the next episode. So he ended up generating like such a huge fan base outside of his own fan base, just purely in his support for Ethan Klein. This is something that some of his fans, some of his OG fans who have been around for a long time have said when it comes to Nicholas Diorio, that he, you know, his channel has changed, his ethics have changed. There's a lot of people who no longer support him, which is something I did not foresee happening in the year of 2026. I did not foresee that happening, but for some reason,
and again, chat, I feel
vibing with it. It feels like there are certain people on the internet who will defend Ethan Klein's behavior.
I do feel like I always want to press the point on Nick Diorio, and just like my chat, like most of you do not know who this guy is. You don't know why he's important, what he represents, what him having to distance himself from Ethan represents. So I haven't covered this much. It's a good thing that Paige is. I think did she do another video on Nicholas Diorio?
Regardless of how apparent it is, regardless,
like to be fair, Nicholas Diorio does have me blocked. I did make a very vicious meme that depicted him as a remora fish. It's one of those fishes that travels along on a shark's underbelly and shares in the feast when the shark makes a kill, and it maybe becomes scared. You know, it rides on the shark for protection, right? I said Nicholas is the little remora fish avoiding the Anissa Jomakuda. Right, that is Anissa. When she started to bite back at Nicholas Diorio, he didn't want anything to do with her. So, yeah, half of the internet is making fun of her for this. Do you have that meme, the Anissa Jomakuda? Yeah, it's on. Oh my god, I think I have it bookmarked. It's on my Twitter. But yeah, it was a reply to Nick's go live announcement, and guess what Nick did in response? He deleted the thread, like his blast off tweet. Chat. It was on his blast off tweet. I showed that meme and he deletes the fucking thread.
Of how disgusting it is, they will find some way to like reasonably argue the point. And the way that they do this for the most part is I always find that like they do this thing where they position the argument from a place of logic, right? And you have to logically agree with this one particular concept. And by agreeing with this concept that encompasses everything it is that Ethan's going through, you can't be critical of Ethan in that. So even though you agree with the concept, so say if the concept is killing babies is bad. This is just you know, me using a euphemism, right? An analogy, if you will, right? I say killing babies is bad. Oh my God, everyone would agree that killing babies is bad. But then they put it into like a whole separate situation where it's like killing babies is bad, and Ethan Klein has mentioned a few times that he doesn't like babies to be killed. He doesn't stand by that, despite displaying that he likes to kill babies. Not saying that this is the truth. This is an analogy, a terrible one. This is an analogy, but what I'm saying is...
I think I know what she's talking about, right? I've run into this. My debate with Irrelevant was a lot like this. The debate bros, what they'll do is when they want to debate, they'll write out kind of a logic tree or a logic chart, almost like a flow chart, and they'll have a bunch of things at each juncture and say, okay, so you agree with this. And it's something that, yeah, obviously that's true. I'll agree with that. All right, you agree with this. You agree with this. You agree with this. And it turns into like a big if this, and this, and this, therefore this. And it's very convincing, you know, to format your argument like that. Because if you've got like, you know, a weak, I mean, this is how formal logic works too, you know, if then kind of statements. So, but, you know, the idea is like one of these links is weak. There's one there, you know, everything you agree with, and there's the one thing that you're like, actually, you're oversimplifying that, right? I know why you're asking me this, because it sounds like something that is unarguable, but actually, if we take some time and just like pull our heads, see the forest for the trees, you'll realize that, yeah, well, the way that you have worded this is, it's questionable, right? If you interpret this word to mean this, then this is true. But I think the way that you're interpreting the word is to mean this, and I don't agree with that. And they'll be like, oh my God, why won't you obviously agree with my thing. Why won't you just take the L? This is how debate bros work, right? They got to get W's. They never want to take the L. The more W's they rack up, the more their legend grows. And like, oh my God, great debater, irrelevant. Oh, he's so good. He got that bitch no comment check to agree that being trans is like blackface, I think was something like what his argument was there. And again, there's like some part of their logic just doesn't actually follow. Some part of their logic is wrong. But since most of it is right, they're like, what do you mean? It's a perfect argument. That's what she's talking about. That's what she's dealt with before. And yeah, Diorio operates like this too.
That you have to agree with the overall concept. So it makes you feel stupid for even like looking at Ethan and giving him any kind of real criticism. And it makes people who might have logically felt that Ethan was wrong or bad or behaved a particular way in a certain situation suddenly like flip their opinion to now like, oh, well, I mean, I have to.
Because they're afraid of being, they're afraid of being slandered, honestly, right? They're afraid of being lied about. They're afraid of being clipped out of context. And that's the idea. If you don't go along with their logic train, they're gonna clip part of you disagreeing with that and be like, oh, I can't believe you would disagree with something that was so obviously true. It's just because you don't want to take the L.
Agree with this one concept that killing babies is bad. I don't want to be the guy who doesn't agree with killing babies. You know what I mean? Like, we can all sit there and say anti-Semitism bad. Like, I don't think there's a single person who's like, oh yes, anti-Semitism is the way forward. Like, anti-Semitism bad. However, Ethan, Zionist, dude, Zionist.
Yeah, do you agree with anti-Semitism? Is that what you're like, no, I never fucking said that. Like, but this clip implies that you do. Like, yeah, when you put it in that fucking false context, sure. When you decontextualize it and recontextualize it, yeah, it does look like that. Also, Emily French, thank you for the 5 gift subs. What do we have here? Strange Tamer. You just got weaseled. Casper of NY, sorry. You just got weaseled. Tiesta Verstegen, you just got weaseled. And Rivler Clip Shoddy, which I'm probably mispronouncing something there, but you got weaseled, and so did Van 4008. And that brings us up to, oh my God, 191 out of 200. That's where we're at right now. I don't know why. Why am I coughing? I'm hungry, but that shouldn't make me cough.
I mean, we can criticize within that bubble. It doesn't mean that, like, in tandem we all want all Jews to die. Like, that isn't the case, especially for me at least. Anyway.
Wait, what is happening? Is YouTube like challenging Twitch right now? Is that what we're seeing? Twitch subscribers up to 244. They've been ahead for a while now. It looks like YouTube members is up to 211. So it's coming close. Once again,
I haven't really been covering Ethan Klein. The conversation around him is spiraled way beyond, his racism and his sexism and things it is that I feel like I'm a little bit more qualified to tackle. It's now turned into a much bigger discussion of which I do not think that I am qualified to tackle, and I am no longer going to attempt. So just to make that clear, why I've kind of stayed away from Ethan Klein. However, a couple of days ago, guys, right? Let's just move into this because this is really, really interesting. So there is this account that I've never heard of before called Uma Palmer. And they
here we go.
Document Ethan Klein.
Friend of the VOD, chat. Friend of the VOD, Uma Palmer.
Is that I saw from this account today. So it says, H3 podcast producer Love appears to have removed all mentions of H3 podcast from his socials. This comes only days after revealing that Ethan Klein restricts him from even eating Taco Bell on stream or collaborating with his crewmates on his personal team. See the comments. Ethan has also recently complained that the crew's personal streams were siphoning potential views from H3 revenue. So just to make it clear, Ethan Klein believes that these people are siphoning views from him. This is what he said. It's a soundbite. You ready?
Now, you guys realize those are potential memberships to our channel.
I genuinely, when I saw this, thought that this must be a fucking lie. There's no way. There's no way. That's so ridiculous. So here's what it says, right? We got love, and it shows that he, in his bio, he used to have love from H3, and then that has since gone. And then next up, we have love and his, username, love from H3, and that's on TikTok. And now that also has gone. So people are speculating whether love is a part of the H3 team or not. But I thought that this whole situation was a lie. I'm going to be honest with you. I thought that this was a lie. I did not think
Look. Yeah. It looks like a bit. I guess it could be a lie. That's what I thought too. Like, right? In fact, I think I even commented. I don't know if she, did she, I don't know how much Twitter she's scrolling, right? But yeah, my comment was in there saying something like, it could be a bit, it could be bait, right? It could be bait for Ethan to try to get people to make this claim, and then love to be like, haha, I'm still with the team. So I kind of hung back on it for a while, right? A few people made videos about it. We haven't really seen any explanation for what's going on with love, right? That's the big one. And it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell if the Ethan restricts, given what we saw yesterday, though, given what we saw yesterday on the H3 After Hours podcast and the way that they got the boss call when they didn't defend, Pac-Man and Destiny the way that Ethan wanted them to, I'm going to say this does seem like something Ethan would do, especially like looking at his diminishing returns in terms of subscriptions. That's got to happen at some point, chat. He went from like a 55 to 60,000 K concurrent streamer, one of the bigger podcasts, if not the biggest podcast that, live on YouTube, right? He went from that to being around 12,000, right? That's going to have some bottom line ramifications. And so it does make sense that Ethan might, even though this seems paranoid, it's a really bad look for him. He might, this, again, I started off as a skeptic here. I'm starting to be convinced that this might be real.
Capacity that this could ever be true. But then after I heard this,
now you guys realize those are potential memberships to our channel.
I was like, oh, okay, maybe it is. So just to bring you up to speed, right? This is what they say. They say Tamara can't collab with crewmates outside of the H3 podcast. Harley has been restricted to do only gaming content and is not allowed to do variety streaming outside of the H3 podcast. And that Love stated that there was no Taco Bells and no collabs. And I thought that this was insane. There's no way that this could potentially even be true. I've heard of companies in the past, like if you work for one company, you can't work with a competitive company for like the next 5 years. Like those kind of clauses being inside contracts are not things that are abnormal. Like say if as part of your contract with the H3 team, you can work for H3, but then you have to wait an additional 2 years before you can work with another podcast company, something like that.
Chat, I gotta take care of this cough somehow. I'm gonna give you over to Irene. We're 9 points away from adding an hour to today's content. I need to do something. All right. I'll be back shortly. Oh my god.
That I could understand, but actively stopping any other member of the production staff from being able to have revenue outside of the H3 podcast, which by the way is on literally 4 to 5 days a week, is kind of crazy because in this economy, everybody needs side hustles to get where they want to go. Like that's just the way it is. I know some bitches who be selling everything on Facebook Marketplace. I know some hoes who buy from Temu and quadruple the price on Amazon, and they sell their stuff on Amazon. Everybody has to have a side hustle nowadays. So it's not abnormal that somebody would choose streaming or anything of that format in order to make additional money. A lot of people have TikToks. A lot of normal people who weren't making quote unquote content now now have TikToks and are making money from TikTok. So I thought that this must be insanely incorrect, right? Where are these people? I don't know much about H3 besides Ethan. So these are all of his team members. These are all of the people who work in production. You will often hear them come onto the mic and have a, back and forth with Ethan Klein or questioning him on certain topics. Like that's their role. Some people do sound, some people do, visual effects, some people do loads of different things, right? So these are the people who work there. So the first one that I want to show you is this one. This is Tamara. And I'm showing you this one because I think it's genuinely insane the way that she reacted to this. Like she knew like instant regret. So let's take a look.
No, I'm not digging. Okay, right now the crew, I love Nate. We're not allowed to stream with each other.
Okay, so just to bring you up to speed, she's reacting to people who are asking her questions in the chat. People in the chat are asking her, why she's not doing any collaborations with Nate, who's also a part of the production staff at H3. And this is her response.
I love Nate. We're not allowed to stream with each other right now. And please do not clip that. Oh my God, please don't.
Instant fucking regret. Instant regret. Like, please do not clip that. And I kind of just say, Tamara seems like a lovely girl. If you don't know who Tamara is, she's now like the latest person on H3. She is the person who came and pretty much replaced Olivia's role after she left to go do the Ridiculous podcast, which I think was a ridiculous move in of itself, but I digress. But she's like supposed to have replaced Olivia and Olivia's spot on the team. So that's who she is. And for the most part, I haven't caught many episodes, but she seems like a really cool girl. She's like, an artist. She's very arty-farty. She seems really cool. I was surprised by this.
Drew, I love Nate. We're not allowed to stream with each other right now. And please do not clip that. Oh my God, please don't. Please don't. Because I don't know if I'm allowed to say that or not. Please.
Hello.
At Nicoleta super chatted $20. Ethan said he was gonna refund me all the money I've given to the crew, bro. Installment plans are acceptable, lol.
It got clipped, Tamara. I don't know. What kind of contract would also not allow them to speak about the terms of the contract? Like, I don't know many, maybe it's different in the United Kingdom, but I don't know many employment contracts that you can't talk about, right? RIP, very much RIP. She actually replaced Cam. Oh, okay. So apparently she replaced another team member. I thought it was just like a girl-for-girl straight replacement of Olivia. So I just thought it was like a one-for-one replacement. At least ones with the NDAs built in. There is, in a lot of contracts, a non-disclosure clause? No way. I did not be, like, when I was like normally employed doing 9 to 5, I was not reading them contracts, girl. It could have been in one. I would never have seen it. I was not reading those contracts. Not at all. So the next one I want to show you is Love, right? So remember, just to bring you back, Love has now deleted H3 mentions after what it is he said on this stream. So let's take a look.
All right, let's go to Taco Bell. I'm going to order extra lettuce. Now that I think of it, I might have to be a buzzkill. Because low-key, I guess that's become a H3 thing now.
Babes, going to Taco Bell has now become a H3 thing.
Now you guys realize those are potential memberships to our channel.
I'm going to make that a subscription bell sound effect. I'm going to make that a subscription. Oh my God, yes. I'm going to make that a subscription sound effect. Girl. Going to Taco Bell and eating Taco Bell on stream is now a H3 thing. Now, riddle me this, guys. Do your employment contracts act like that? You can't stream you going to Taco Bell. What's that? Katie just says he's been studying Keemstar's business model for lolcow. Maybe that is weird.
Wait, Ethan Klein has been studying the lolcow business model from Keemstar? Oh my God, chat. Oh. I don't know what happened to me. Why did I suddenly start to cough? And anyway, we'll figure it out. FTW all day. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I think I have some weasels to mention in chat here. Jericho Anderson, you just got weaseled. Dude, it's lies. You just got weaseled. Gleeky Jess, you just got weaseled. Lightning 9494, you just got weaseled. Wait, is there? And Harun Karan Kali. Harun Karan Kali, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Oh my god, chat. Okay. I'm trying to be okay. I'm trying to I just went and like I don't know what this is, chat, from time to time. Are we over 200 now? Yeah, we are. We are absolutely over 200. Has anybody got any other ideas about songs to play as celebrations of? Like, we'll just do the liberal thing for now. Everybody likes that, right? We're at 206 out of 300. Again, chat, remember, I stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, skip Thursday, Friday, Saturday, skip Sunday, for 4 hours a day starting off, and you know we can expand that to 6 hours, as you just have. We're gonna I got some rice. I don't know why I feel like eating something is gonna like help me. It's really tasty, chat. I had some like soup that I warmed up in the rice cooker this morning. And I guess there's like a little bit of the flavor, like the cinnamon flavor of okay. Okay. Starting to feel a little bit better. I don't know what happened. It's just like I get overcome by the overwhelming need to like cough and sneeze, and then my nose starts to drip, and then I like blow my nose for what seems like 10 minutes, but it's probably more like 5 minutes, and it's better. It's usually what happens. Eating with well, it's not like a reflux. It's not like I'm getting like acid burps or anything like that. It's just it's a respiratory thing. It's like all of a sudden, like I need to clear my throat, and then there's like sneezing and coughing, and I'm gonna turn into Ethan Klein. What if I'm catching Giardia, chat? Is this how Giardia starts? Did I get Giardia from watching too much Ethan Klein content? Is that what this is? Either way, chat, we gotta do something to celebrate this, okay? Liberal. Is that really what the one I should go with? I always cut it off before he gets transphobic.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths.
Yeah, that's about the point where I cut it off. Sub add time. We're gonna add some time. I'm going to use a command to do that. Look at that. 15 minutes left? Wrong. 1 hour and 15 minutes left. What number went down? Oh, wait, no. What? Oh, interesting. It's because I probably didn't hit OK. I probably like canceled out of that window instead of hitting OK. Let's try that again. 206 out of... Oh my God. What is wrong with me? Out of 300. That's what it should say. And again, chat, as much as I would like to like say, if you hit 300, we'll add another hour. The hours past 2 on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and on Saturday. Go to the Friday stream. That's where we put all the overflow, because that's the one day that I can go over normal time. It was very good to be able to go over normal time yesterday, because we had some crazy content with Westside Tyler. Absolutely, excuse me. Embarrassing. Who is that? The liberal ranter? That's Alex Jones. That's Alex Jones. I don't know what the context of him saying liberal. Yeah, it's hard to tell because he does like it doesn't sound like an Alex Jones voice, right? It sounds like a it sounds like a real person, like not a weirdo like Alex Jones.
Force government euthanasia.
All right, that's enough, Alex. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough.
I'm gonna order extra lettuce. You know that now that I think of it, I might have to be a buzzkill. Cause low-key that I guess that's become a H3 thing now. So I shouldn't do it on my stream. The whole Taco Bell. I'm not supposed.
Have I seen the new InfoWars with Heidegger? I saw the first one. I didn't know how long they were gonna keep the It sounds like Richard Wolff. That's what Richard Wolff talking about liberals there.
Supposed to compete with the show.
He's not supposed to compete with the show. If you work for H3, forget being a mukbanger, guys. You can't be a mukbang content creator because that's their thing.
I mean, to be fair to H3, from what Love says, it's Taco Bell specifically. Right, Rave, am I right? They get Taco Bell a lot. Like when they do the I haven't watched like a full episode of H3 in forever, but I do remember one of the one of the things they do on the show is they get food. Like they're like, oh hey, who wants to get this? Who wants to get, like they talk and then they order it and then it comes and you see Ethan and Hila eating it and the rest of the crew I guess eating it as well. But yeah, I think it's just Taco Bell. Because of the diarrhea, because that's the connection. Ethan wants to, but in this case, Chad, if Ethan is stopping Love from getting lettuce, like getting Taco Bell with extra lettuce, he might have just saved him from diarrhea. Right? They actually get Taco Bell because Love likes Taco Bell and now he's not allowed to get it off. What the fuck? Because H3 loves poop, especially diarrhea. That's their favorite kind.
Bearing in mind their thing only started when Trisha Paytas wanted them to bring on various different kinds of food for their little podcast. That's when that became a thing. It wasn't a thing previously. You can't eat a Taco Bell because you're unsure whether it's going to be competing with the podcast.
Oh, okay. So Jim Haggerty is on to do the InfoWars show, like to the, there's a lot of different segments to what Tim Heidecker does. I think one of them, at least when I saw it, was him imitating Alex Jones. Is it worth watching?
That is insane. Their show is somehow...
Is he eating a corn fritter?
...really successful too. What is he even worried about? That's the point. It actually still has like a lot of viewers. I think they're clearing 30,000 or at least 20,000 each episode, each live stream.
One thing I'm going to call bullshit on here. I'm pretty sure that's not true. Yeah. Again, from what I've seen, I don't know, maybe Rave can confirm this, right? But 12K is, and if you're talking about concurrence, like people watching at the same time, yeah, it's around 12K from what I, like, if it's a, bigger deal, if it seems like drama or something like that, or they're covering something that everybody's talking about, maybe 17K. Is like the most that I've seen. H3 crashed me up, yeah. The Tradwife segment with Haggerty was genius? Okay, I didn't see that one. Ethan is copywriting diarrhea, but only because his lawyers couldn't do shit. Oh no.
It's so...
They couldn't copyright shit.
Bizarre. Like, that's when controlling becomes like, it gets taken to a whole new level when you're that controlling. Like, that's not normal. I don't care what anyone says. A clause that you can't make the same kind of content. Say if they decided, oh, whilst I'm working...
Lately, it's more like 10K? Is that what she's saying? I thought she said she thought they were doing like 30K.
H3 podcast. I'm also going to have my own podcast. That... Fair enough. It's a complete conflict of interest. I'm with you 100%. But doing a IRL stream in which you are taking your viewers to Taco Bell so you can eat Taco Bell and talk, that's crazy. That is so far away from what the H3 podcast is. That is light years away. Light years away. So no, that's weird. That's weird that everybody feels so uncomfortable. Placebo just said, back when I watched Ethan, he was actually encouraging the crew to do their own online side hustles with streaming. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. See, I didn't know that.
And you know why he's doing that.
Oh,
you know why?
You're
Sorry. You know why he's doing that, right? The reason that he was probably encouraging them to do side hustles is to have an excuse for not paying them more, right? That's what capitalists do. When they're making more money, when they're doing better, what do? They share it with the crew. Do they share the wealth? No, they're not fucking socialists. They're self-maxing, right? They're sharing it with themselves and not with the crew. So yeah, go ahead and do a side hustle. I mean, you're getting so famous on this show, you might even die of exposure. I mean, not quite. Die of exposure is the joke about like not being paid to work at not being paid to write articles at the Huffington Post, and the assumption that that the writer will get so much exposure that it'll be, you're gonna make more money on your own platform, I guess was the idea.
From this tweet, welcome to the stream. Also, having more H3 related content on different channels is always better. I figured. So odd. It is very odd, girl. Thank you for bringing this to the internet. I'm thoroughly enthralled. Thank you for this thread, because I'd never seen this before. And imagine feeling as if you're gonna have to like walk on eggshells around him. Like I know.
Reminder: Ethan also tried to blame Hassan for making Ethan cancel the live shows, which were the crew's yearly bonus. Oh wait, the live shows? Oh yeah, in person, like live shows. Yeah, he's like Hassan has sent these evil communists to harass me, and if I try to do a live show, I'm gonna get assassinated. So we can't do that anymore. And yeah, the crew's yearly bonuses that they don't get now. Oh my god. Well, look, you're setting yourself up, aren't you, Ethan? You are absolutely setting yourself up for yeah, look, they should try to maximize their side hustles, because that's the only way they're going to get away from Ethan Klein. He's kind of trapped, like, you know what I mean? It's kind of like this kind of job sort of traps you in it. You give everything to the job, and they just take and they take and they take, and they don't give back, right? They don't give back when they have more than enough money, and they definitely are not giving back when they're feeling the pinch themselves, right? So used to sit at 50 to 60K regularly. That's what I was just telling people. Yeah. When I watched them the other day, they had 4K. Okay, that was probably maybe in the beginning or particularly low viewing time. But yeah, usually what I see is like 10 to 12K in chat. Rave is speculating that a lot of that might be botting. It's hard to tell, but it does seem like, that is a thing that Ethan would do to save his ego, because a lot of this, the whole concurrence thing, although it does translate into lost revenue, it's a lot of the hit that Ethan cares about is being a centimillionaire with the side hustle himself at Teddy Fresh, or not even a side hustle, a second business. Wait, is it a second business? I feel like somehow the show is like folded into, like when Denham's got sued, she didn't get sued by Ethan Klein. She didn't get sued by H3. She got sued by TEI, the Teddy Fresh company, right? Hi, I'm Rave, your H3 Encyclopedia of Giardia. I mean, again, the reason that Americans are getting exposed to the cyclosporiasis is that, getting exposed to the cyclospora, getting cyclosporiasis, is that they're putting poop on the fruits and vegetables. They put poop on it. Somebody pooped on it. That's how that happens. That's how that kind of shit gets transmitted, right? The lettuce got poop on it, and you don't cook lettuce, so you eat it, and then you get infected with the parasite as well.
No word of a lie. I'm not saying this just because I dislike Ethan. He seems like the worst boss to have.
Okay, so TEI is like the umbrella corp then. It's created to encompass all the businesses after it was speculated that the Cav cases that that Teddy Fresh and H3 commingle funds. Oh, so they could make sure to get all their money, or that Cav could get all of his money off of Ethan. You can wash it. Wait, is there a way? What are you supposed to wash it with? Like a little bit of vinegar, right? Yeah, we eat the poo poo. That's correct. That's the America that we're talking about now. Housekeeper lawsuit really showed how intermingled their entire operation is. Housekeeper was on the Teddy Fresh payroll. Nice. I didn't. Yeah, I did remember that. Yeah, I think vinegar is one way you can do it. I wonder what about salt water? Would salt water help? But you gotta put what is it, like 1 part vinegar for every 3 parts of water. I don't know where to buy like bulk vinegar here. Okay. I got these, I can get it at the corner store for like, I don't know, 16 baht, which is, I don't know, 50 cents, like for a little bottle of vinegar, but I can't get a big bottle of vinegar. We've been eating the poo-poo since 2016. Yeah, straight out of Trump's ass too.
Worst boss to have. Anyway, let's continue.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I can't do it, I think.
Oh, yeah, so Girl Friday Tuesday asks, what about TED Entertainment? That name showed up on the PPP Loan ProPublica website. I wash the lettuce in salt water. I mean, yeah, obviously if you leave it in there too long, you're gonna get a little osmosis. I don't know, maybe your lettuce will be less juicy or something, but acetic acid is vinegar.
I think I might have to pull the plug on the idea.
Although it's straight up acetic acid would be more concentrated. Vinegar is usually massively diluted from straight up acetic acid. TED Entertainment is TEI. Oh, that is TEI. Okay. Yeah, every time somebody says TED Entertainment, I think like Chuck Entertainment Cheese, or like, what is the Freddy Fazbear thing? Freddy Fazbear Entertainment, something like that. Fazbear Entertainment.
Which is a buzzkill. I'm doing like heavy math in my head. I don't think I can. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna play it safe. Sorry, guys. Yeah, it's a little bit more locked down nowadays, guys. So.
Oh, one sec. We got Bala, who just said, eating Taco Bell is not a propriety segment type. Lol. Think he's trying to copyright Taco Bell carvid. I don't know what's wrong. Imagine losing your job for going.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, Girl Friday and Tuesday is telling me that Ethan. Check this out, chat. Wait, that's the wrong. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing here. Let me open this up. I gotta put this chat on screen. Okay, there are other variation of companies linked to them with the TED name on that site. They cleaned up with those PPP files. If you don't know, we're talking about the loans that were given out to companies around COVID time. If you could claim some hardship due to COVID, you could get one of these loans. They never had to be paid back. From what I understand. And yeah, Girl Friday Tuesday is saying they got over $1 million if you added it all up, probably another under 2 million. So Ethan was complaining about Hassan's community being on welfare, right? Welfare, the taxpayer, provides money, you don't pay it back. That's welfare. What do you call this? Right, and there is a name for it. It's corporate welfare, and it's a lot more common than you'd think. All of these fuckers calling us useless eaters, calling us freeloaders, are not only are they taking advantage of their workers, not only are they exploiting their workers, not only are they exploiting their customers, yeah, they are also taking money from the government and then calling us fucking greedy for wanting a goddamn social safety net. Get a big bottle? Well, I gotta find where they sell the big bottles. I gotta find a better place to shop, I guess. Because I'm always going to the corner store for this shit. I should really... Because there's a grocery store... The grocery store that's closest to my house is like in a mall. And I don't know if this is like a universal thing about mall grocery stores, but the one The one that near my house is very. I have been to a mall grocery store that was cheaper, but it's like on the other side of town.
I know. That's actually insane. That's actually insane.
Like, we're not supposed to. That's why I can't stream with Tomorrow anymore either, and the other crew.
So he's not allowed to stream with other people a part of the crew. Because people, by watching them together, could potentially...
For fruit, just washing with soap works. I do, like, one thing is that, like, the water that comes out of the tap in Thailand, it's not good to drink. I try to, you know, use bottled water for everything that I can, but there's got to be a way to figure this out. Mark Wayne Wollen hovered up a PPP loan and then refused to vote yes on student loan forgiveness, because of course he did. He's an utter scumbag, this guy. He even proposed interest added to the COVID loan pause for students. What a piece of shit. What a weasel.
Essentially,
I mean,
watch their
in the Hassan sense. What a Weasley.
Instead of watching the H3 podcast, go and watch them instead. How insecure have you got to be about your body of fucking work? How insecure do you have to be about your body of work? Bitch, if I'm running this show, people are coming to see the show because of me. They want to hear what I have to say. Imagine being so insecure that the mere idea of somebody else having any kind of spotlight is enough to make you feel like you're going to lose everything. That's mad.
Well, yeah. And look, Chad, you know why it is. You know why it is. Like, part of what Ethan does is, like, really common. I mean, you've probably seen, like, radio host, you know, different kinds of hosts do this sort of thing where they'll, you know, they'll sort of present themselves as, like, they'll play a character, right? And sort of play off of each other. Sometimes the boss, you know, will act like an asshole boss, right? But in reality, Ethan does have a pretty acrid personality. I don't know, makes maybe more sense as a YouTuber where you can sort of hide that and cover it up. People only see a little bit of you. You can curate that, but on you know, stream for 4 hours with people, it's kind of hard to hide who you are. And it turns out the person that Ethan Klein is a person that people like less than his community, than his crew, right? Love, like I said, you know, he's got his own. He's very, I don't know, what am I trying to say? Self-possessed is the word that I used. He is himself. He in like a relatable, like going to Taco Bell and wanting to get like lots extra lettuce, right? That's relatable. I mean, it's relatable to me. I don't know if it's relatable to you, but that's relatable, right? Same thing with Tamara, right? I think, you know, in fact, her live streams, from what I've seen, were doing pretty good last I checked. So yeah, no, it makes sense that if really the choice is between Ethan and the crew, I think most of the fans are going to pick the crew ultimately. I mean, not obviously, like, the fans seem to really like Hila too. Let me throw that out there. Right, as much as we might not like Hila, Ethan is an ugly human. It has nothing to do with looks.
Insanity. The man, honestly, I knew that like his paranoia was getting a little bit over the top.
And I do think this is paranoia. Yeah.
This is crazy.
Unfortunately.
Oh God, do you remember what we watched yesterday? The kind of look in his eyes and Hila's eyes when they talked about their experience with being harassed by Hassan's community. And like, yeah, and then they come in and they cut you off from all of your, you know, the people that you work with, all of a sudden won't work with you anymore. And he's just attributing everything to Hassan, when a lot of it is more attributable to Ethan and Hila Klein themselves. Reminder as well that Ethan refused to fund Love's visa. And, okay, that's kind of a wealthy chatter ended up, oh, that's how Love got, okay. Oh, funding it on Love's independent streaming. That's probably a lot of money, considering what Trump's doing with visas right now.
I know it's about
stupid socialist Hassan, exactly.
I know a lot of people have been asking why I haven't been doing stuff with Tamara, and people are like speculating that we're
One sec. Placebo Lauren just says, Paige recently loved, the same guy who's in this video, did a stream with a former crew member, so it's good for him.
Oh.
Do you think so?
Wait, what former crew member? Does anybody know who this is?
Do you think he's just
Is this real?
doing that to do it?
I mean, that'll piss Ethan off. Like, even if he doesn't say you can't do it, that'll piss Ethan off. Like, I would guess there's probably like an unwritten rule of, if they are streaming with, although they've done it. Have they done it before? Like, with Olivia or something? I was a huge fan of H3 for years until Ethan lost his fucking mind. It was always about the crew. For me, yeah, the crew are like relatable. I mean, many of the crew members, not all of them, I guess. For me, with a gentle conflict with their boss and as a sense of humor, and like some bosses will do, on like radio, on shows and shit like that, will kind of play off of that, but they're wink and nod, and you know that they're not really a bad boss in real life, right? But with Ethan, it's just like, even if it's a bit, right, it kind of matches up with something that's very real about his person. I bet it was Cam. It was Cam.
The loophole. Do you think that's what he's been subjugated to? Because he literally cannot stream with this co-host, with the people it is that he goes to work with 5 days a week.
Wait, what's Olivia doing with H3?
It's not the same. IRL streams in no way, in its setup alone, is it comparable to anything it is that Ethan Klein is doing. This is not the same genre. This is not the same. There's not the same format even. He's on Twitch. He ain't even on YouTube for real. Like, I'm sorry. This is a little bit much. Anyway, he's addressing right now people who are asking like his relationship status with the crew members because they're no longer streaming together. So it seems like this might be something that behind the scenes at the H3 Podcast Network Television Incorporated, behind the scenes that like...
Is AB still there? AB's at a EDM festival at the moment, which I should have guessed that's what Shambhala was. Like, it sounds like an EDM festival, but but I think he's coming. No, I think he came back. Like the last show, I think AB was on, or maybe they were just talking to AB from the car or something. Yeah, I don't think AB has left yet. Although, yeah, like this maybe the person that's eaten the most shit for Ethan, not literally. Figuratively, would be AB. Seems like it went from a gag to real life. Oh, I mean, that'll happen when Ethan is, getting paranoid, right? When he is literally breaking down from his, public image just turning into trash, which he blames on Hassan. And we all know the real reason that his public image is trash, right? He's just looking for somebody to take it out on, and here's a crew member right next to him. Yeah, God.
Is causing some
That's
kind
rough.
of contention for the actual crew members.
Asking why I haven't been doing stuff with Tamara, and people are like speculating that we're like not friends, which is a bummer, which is obviously not the case.
That's it. Membership cancelled.
Yeah, I have people in every stream
Did you
nowadays.
hear somebody?
So that's a joke, right?
Somebody in the chat said, that's it, membership cancelled. Oh, Ethan Seethin.
I mean, oh God, yeah. Even though it's a joke, that's not going to keep Ethan from treating it like maybe it's not. Holy shit.
Girl, Ethan's pissed. Bitch, Ethan's pissed about that. Ethan is somewhere seeing this and he's mad upset about it. Oh, he's pissed. He's pissed. Ethan is definitely pissed about this. Hold on, my screen's all over the place. Ethan is definitely pissed about this. This is too much.
It's like asking why I don't stream with Tamara, and that's why. I don't want people to like think we're not friends because of it. Yeah, I didn't think it was necessarily to say, like but I think at this point it is important to like explain why that's not happening.
Oh.
Yeah. I saw Tamara mention it on her stream too. People over there are also speculating, of course.
How much do you want to bet that this has become a thing behind the scenes? Like Tamara spoke out, and then maybe she's getting like, this is me in my mind.
We did see this before, right? We did see Tamara speak out on the show. I think it was in the midst of Ethan justifying his lawsuit against iDubbbz, and Tomorrow straight up said, but it's for like, so it was, so somebody, he was responding to somebody that was like, you know, basically, why are you suing Ethan? Why are you suing iDubbbz for something that Destiny said? And Ethan tried to be like, I don't know what, he gives some bullshit answer, and Tamara kind of called him on it. They question her, she stands her ground, and then at some point she realized she was in trouble, and she backed off. She eventually did back off, but yeah, Tamara's a very straightforward person from what I've seen, right? And it's just not in her personality maybe to run covers from someone, and if somebody says something untrue on stream, like her first inclination is to be like, no, that's actually not true, right? Assuming, well, you know, maybe they just, you know, don't know, right? But yeah, it became pretty clear that regardless of the truth, Ethan was not entertaining any notion that, you know, it's not iDubbbz's fault, or it's really Destiny, or that the caller, the chatter, you know, had a point there. He was not, you know, I don't know. I legit like Tamara. Yeah, she's likable. Same thing with Love. So some of them are kind of likable. AB, God, I mean, he's, like I said, he's eaten so much shit for Ethan. I'm not sure he can even come back into his own community now, right? With the shit that he said about Palestine. But yeah, yeah, you gotta admire somebody that's straightforward. That's what people like about Westside Tyler in that Destiny thing from yesterday. That's why I gotta ask you, chat. We got 48 minutes left here, right? This is, I don't know, like I'll try to get through this. You know, I'll try to let her rip a little bit just so you know, we can get through this. And I'm just asking. I said maybe we'd come back to the Nick Fuentes and Destiny. Maybe we come back to the Nick Fuentes and Hunter and Andrew. I also am seeing that Destiny Karen's Westside Tyler on Wick video, and I want to remind everybody that was the part of the Westside Tyler video we didn't get to. So what happened? Basically Tyler left pretty much victoriously, and then a bunch of the cast, like the other people from the Goon Squad, the people that were trying to harass us on, they came on, and then last of all, Destiny comes on, and Destiny is like, what do we know about this Westside Tyler guy? Like, Destiny's basically like, how do we dox him? Right? And then I told you before that Tyler is undoxable. He's got his name and his town that he lives in is public record. He says his name every day on stream. And so it's, you know, you can't dox Tyler, actually, but Destiny's trying to do, I don't know, or find some dirt on him or something like that. I mean, that's what they do with everybody. That's what they did with J-Stalk. With obviously Hassan, right? They're trying to pin something on Hassan of like, oh, he abused his dog, or maybe he abused the other dog, or maybe he, you know, had sex with a underage sex worker when he was in Germany, or just going for something, anything that they get used to, discredit, because ultimately, he's not, you know, if it's a logical argument, Destiny's not gonna win. Put my stuff towards Tyler and Destiny, says Omega Star. I will do.
Reprimanded in some way, and then he's like, nah, you know, my captain, I'm gonna stand for you too, kind of vibes, you know, because that's what it's giving.
A lot of people, like people online are speculating a lot, and it's usually wrong. So that's why.
Wow. That is what's been going on H3, okay? So we've also got another person, and this next one is Harley, right? Now, we all know who Harley is, Sam Hyde's best friend at one point, because...
Epic Bacon Boy. If you remember, way back in the day, there was a channel called Epic Mealtime, right? These guys would, I don't know, buy a bunch of Taco Bell stuff and then rip it apart and put it back together as, like, lasagna with extra cheese and bacon, always bacon, right? Epic Mealtime, like the most unhealthy food that you could possibly imagine, right? You take junk food and we somehow make it worse, right? That was Epic Mealtime, and this is what this guy got famous for.
Wasn't Sam Hyde out here teaching him how to fight when he was doing his little creator games thing? Anyway, this Harley guy, he has now got a show with Oh God, that girl with the fuck ass bun. What's that girl's name? She's chunky. She's brown haired, really curly hair, and she's a white lady, and she's got a fuck ass bun in the picture. I hate a fuck ass bun. I truly do. I hate that autumn season fuck ass bun shit. Uggs and big scarves, fuck ass shit. I hate it. I hate it with a passion. Who?
Hey, Tor says, excuse me, Irene, it was Epstein mealtime.
What's her name? That girl with the microphone. She should be called that girl with the fuck ass bun. Quite frankly, I can't fucking stand that bun. Oh my God, I don't know why that pisses me off so much. The girl with the fuck ass bun. Yeah.
Her name is Kate.
Yeah, that's her name from now on. No more girl with the girl with the fuck ass bun. Yeah, I cannot stand that girl with the fuck ass bun. She is the biggest Ethan Klein glazer I have ever seen. The pair of them have been given a show. Oh God, there's been so much that's happened since you've been around, since I've been covering this. So they've got like another show that's called H3 After Dark. They've like renewed that channel that they started and stopped in the 2020s, right?
Wait, is she saying fuck ass Bob or is she saying fuck ass bun? I can't tell. The British accent is throwing me.
H3 After Dark, and it's like Harley and the girl with the fuck.
Oh, she does have a bun. Right? It's a bun, right? Is that what she's talking about?
And Harley and girl with the fuck ass bun, they have this little show there, miles and miles away from each other. They do have production on it, helping them to sort through the things, but it's like another place for people to watch H3, which is given to me, because Ethan Klein is very much given to me like...
Brave, back in the day, I had the straight up housewife Bob. You know what I'm talking, or I don't even know if it's a bob. It's like the, with the bob is like that, right? And this was like my hair like turned up to the outside at the, like I looked like Selfie from Final Fantasy VIII, like that kind of hairstyle. I don't know if that's a, she got like straight bangs and yeah.
Wendy Williams, like no one else is gonna do my show but me. So I think he needed to know that the person who was hosting that show wasn't going to overshadow
it's
him.
a flip.
This is something it is that I've seen. Now, you guys remember, I made a video.
But I think it was a bob. It was like a long bob maybe, but yeah, because it was short in the back, long in the front, and it flipped up.
My last video on my channel was about Rich Lux, but I'll give you this, right? That guy's a fucking...
That's her hairstyle right now? I love that hairstyle.
Clown. Suspicious. Weird.
I always worry that, you know, people, I don't know, someone's going to think I'm a trad wife, but like, you know what I mean? It's like, it looks like a 60s housewife kind of vibe is what I had.
That's weird. Very weird. He might be a weird person, and we're going to compartmentalize that box, right? Rich Lux was fucking amazing on the H3 channel. He was so funny, extremely likable. If you didn't know Rich Lux and that was your first introduction, oh, you'd love him.
That's what I'm wondering. Why do they have more views than us?
Because they buy bots. Have you seen them? They bot.
I don't think that's...
It's true. Rich has a point.
Hold on.
And then when I leave a comment, they delete it.
They bot and they're rich.
Then they tell me, well, you delete comments too. And I'm like, I can't even get a comment to save my life, so why would I go and delete it?
And this is all with Smosh Breeze.
Yeah, Smosh.
Oh, so she's saying that because that you know did seem funny. And in general, like I've seen Rich be funny. I mean he's not. I don't know. I don't like, you know. Obviously he's a piece of shit, but he can be funny. Was Ethan maybe threatened by that? Is that where she's going with that? That like. Because he, like, you'd think that, like, okay, this is working out really well. Let's have this guy on the show more often. Maybe even make him a regular. I mean, he's not. I don't think he would mind, you know, quitting whatever gig he's working at, becoming a full-time H3 crew member. But they didn't do that. Is that because they're worried that he's going to outshine the superstar, the alleged funny man, Ethan Klein?
He was witty. He was so funny. He was out joking Ethan. He was making Ethan feel like he was a guest in his own show.
Nice.
And I watched that and I was like, oh. When
I
the H3 After Dark was happening, I was like, oh, Richard's got a job. That's his job. That's his job. It was not Rich. And it's not because Rich wasn't a great candidate for the position. He's actually so good that I think that Ethan was worried about it. That's what I think. Because the people H3 fans, oh, they love them some Rich Lux, girl. They love them some Rich Lux. That's why he's there licking
His memes were actually pretty good. Like the I can't stand all the Dan shit. Dan blocked me. Can't stand Dan.
cornhole every goddamn day. They love some Rich Lux over there, right? So I was very surprised that it was not his job. And I thought to myself, man, because we weren't talking at the time. So I said to myself, I was like, man, I bet he feels really shit about that, because I bet he thought that like it was his role, but nobody came to him. Because I thought that he was amazing on the show.
Bro, who is your editor? Like this is a really well done video.
And I'll give him his 10s there. Don't like him, but I'll give him his 10s. Yeah, the whole audience loves it. Oh God, they love him. I want Ethan to hire Rich Lux to accelerate the downfall, to be honest. Rich Lux would only accelerate the downfall by saying some weird sus shit like we just heard. Okay? That would be the only way that he would accelerate the downfall.
Possible.
Beyond that, I think that in terms of how the crew interacted with him, how Ethan Klein interacted with him, how the fans received him, oh my God, I thought the job was his. Harley?
Yeah. Yeah, that's for real. That's for real. And we're seeing that with Destiny too. I mean, I'm not going to rip on, like, I don't know, all the new crew members, but this is Harley's questionable. Even more so than Girl with a Mic. Right? What is Harley? He's a washed up, like a gimmick YouTuber. He only got popular. It wasn't him that they were coming to see. It was the fucking bacon. They were there for the bacon lasagna. They were there for the ridiculous, like, 10,000 calorie meals. That's what they were there for. Because that shit was really popular. Like bodybuilders, right? Bodybuilders who would eat like, my 5,000 calorie diet or shit like that, right? It was really popular at the time, I think. Yeah. Rich did some gross content.
No.
What is this? He did some gross content around CSAM just to farm the conflict between two influencers? Oh no. That's not good.
No, not Harley. Harley's not giving much of anything. I'm just going to be honest. Let's move on to Harley. This is what he had to say.
I'm not allowed to just chat.
Okay, no. Yeah, he said he's not allowed to just chat. Ethan bought that, basically. We gotta fast forward it, because again, I don't know if this music is gonna get me in trouble.
You can just talk to your audience pretty much about anything. He's no longer allowed to do these variety type streams where he's not gaming and he can just sit down and chat with the audience, because allegedly it's in direct conflict. Let's bring this back.
I'm not allowed to just chat.
No.
Just chatting.
Like, who's this? It sounds like Azito de Base. Who's that? Who did that one, chat? Azito de Base? God, I can't remember. This is like fucking all the EDM music I used to listen to. Am I pronouncing it wrong? Dub Base? No, that's a producer. Wait, what? I'm talking about the song. I can't find it now. Well, there's an artist named this. I don't know if they named themselves after the song that I'm talking about. Why can't I remember? It's not Benny Bassani, is it? Am I forgetting a Benny? Wait, this is Azito Da Bass. What about Day Bass? Who fucking... Timo Moss. Yes, he's named after a Timo Moss. Wait, remix? Best known for his 1999 electronic dance track "Doom's Night" as its famous Timo Moss. Oh, okay, so he did the song originally. It's Timo Moss that I'm thinking of, but I never knew that was a remix. I thought that was Timo Moss's song. I was a Timo Moss fan because of that song. God damn it. It was really this other guy. And that the name Azito da Bass was it's the stage name of Ingo Martins, a very old school EDM producer, apparently from Germany. Okay, anyway, EDM history for you. EDM history. Come on, get that out. Get that out.
Ethan bought the rights to me just chatting. Now, I don't know if this is a joke, because I don't know this guy's humor. I don't know this guy, to be honest. People are saying that he's the guy that used to do the food challenges. That's what I heard. I don't know this guy. I don't know this guy from a hole in the head. I don't know this man at all.
He made crazy food and he ate it. That's what it.
I'm sorry to this man.
That's why he's fun, famous.
I don't sound ridiculous. I don't know who this man is. I mean, he could be walking down the street. I wouldn't know a thing. Sorry to this man.
I do not know who this guy is. So I don't know his humor. Maybe this is a joke. But considering the other two people we've seen talk about this, it's kind of insane that he would also say something of that nature. That's just my 2 cents. Honestly, I'm surprised he's working under H3. He's like a YouTube OG. On a after dark show. Like, dude is just wanting a salary at this point, a salary, and he probably has people to look after and look up to. I don't know. I have no idea, because yeah, he's an OG. I know a lot of people know who he is. He went from bacon strips to not being able to bring home the bacon thanks to
he was the epic mealtime.
Oh my god,
like kind of the most. Sorry, he was like the most I don't know, the most prominent creator in Epic Mealtime, right? That the main guy, wasn't he the guy that always said bacon? Like he had some catchphrase about bacon, like more bacon or something.
The king of true late stage capitalism, H3. Well, do you want to hear how H3 reacted to this, guys? I want you to put a 1 in the chat if you want to hear how Ethan reacted to this. Because they get jovial at the end, like a little hee ha ha, we're having a bit of fun. They get a little jovial at the end, but ain't shit funny to Ethan. Ain't shit, motherfucker. I'm ready to burn down a motherfucking building.
That's a good joke, ain't it? Fuck out my motherfucking face. Ain't shit funny right now. I could tear down a fucking building.
Ain't shit funny to Ethan. He is not laughing, not a giggle, not a smile, not a smirk. He's dead ass. Dead ass. And listen, they try and make it a little joke at the end because they realize how dark of a turn this has taken. But my guy, Ethan Klein, dead ass. Dead ass.
Also, the fucking thumbnail of that doesn't even look like Ethan. That looks like Ethan from like 20 years from now.
He's just...
What? How does he look so old in that picture?
Come, take a look.
My concern is, you guys are still like working on this show, right? Because it seems like you all are kind of like working full time as like streamers. I want to make sure you all know that you guys have jobs here.
He says, I just want to make sure that you guys know that you have jobs here. Nah. The other two guys, they were joking, and Josh and all those guys, and Josh is it's not a real thing that's taking place in H3.
Yeah, when I first saw this, I thought this was a bit. And I thought, maybe they told the crew, hey, lean into the bit that we're doing. Maybe they even told the crew, listen, these snarkers, they're watching our every move and they're looking for something to catch. We're going to give them something to catch that is going to embarrass them. Right? We're going to give them something to catch that's going to bite back. They're going to go full hog. They're going to go all in on this Ethan doesn't allow the crew to do XYZ thing. And then we're going to pop out and be like, surprise, we fucking fooled you. It was all a gag and you fell for it like the stupid ass snarkers you are. I thought maybe that was what was going on. That possibility is receding in my mind. I now think that is not what is going on. Anyway, chat, we've all seen the Ethan Klein, the moment, haven't we? We've all seen this, right? I want to give you the link. No, sorry, the link to this video is what I'm going to give you. All right, I'm going to give you the link to this video and encourage you to go watch this, and also go follow Paige Christie, amazing YouTuber who seems to be branching into streaming, who I am mutuals with on Twitter. So go follow my Twitter mutual, Paige Christie, and look for big things coming in the future. We need to do a second bonus content, chat, because I haven't been giving you enough bonus content. I always get so stuck in the main content that I don't have time for the bonus. And this was stuff that, this is something from yesterday. I apparently dipped too early from
FBI immunity because he's an informant.
Okay, so there's Paige. Wow. There's North, Darius, and Mooks. Now, they have a conversation for a while, and then look who shows up. Who shows up? It's Destiny. Wait, what is he doing? And he's looking through the microphone like a. What is he? Okay, is that supposed to be funny? Am I supposed to be entertained? I can't tell. Maybe he does have a spyglass. Maybe he likes to watch. I'm not sure. There's a Manosphere Jubilee. Oh no, that's a Destiny video. Never mind. I want to see if I've got any timestamps for this one. Oh wait, no, I do. They're from last night. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Get past the Cuxtony content, get past the H3 content, past the Pisco, or Pisco if you prefer, content. Oh wait, maybe I didn't have, I thought I had some timestamp for this. I guess not. Let's just see what happens.
Tyler guy is?
Oh. Okay, so here, let's just roll it back some to when Destiny. Oh my god, that's a great freeze frame, Wick. Anybody who thinks Wick is afraid to take his hoodie off, you're wrong. He's totally comfortable in his skin.
Wants to come on or not. If he doesn't, that's no big deal. I'll give him a minute. Well, great. Awesome. You guys are great filling the void, filling the time,
Yeah,
right?
you're
The
sorry.
content's amazing. Just the
I'm
silence.
trying to make it.
You know, he's joking, but at the same time, there's like a truth to the fact that his only real views, his only the thing that keeps his channel alive is his association with Destiny and Destiny's willingness to come on as often as he does, which is probably not often enough for Wick, right? Considering that, yeah, Destiny's like the main attraction to his channel. So this is the life of the Orbiter.
Good tweet for my thing for the
You want to see
promoting
my
the
fucking
West Side
Osu
Tyler
gameplay? That's
thing.
what I'm doing.
No.
What are you doing?
Nobody cares.
Like Osu.
Osu. Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Nobody cares.
It's a rhythm game. You should play it.
A rhythm game.
Play any games, Wick?
Yeah, I play like 4X games, shit like that. Destiny, what's up, man?
Nice.
Do you know who this Tyler guy is? Oh, yo, I'm getting the super echo.
Oh boy.
Actual games. How does like?
Give him a second. The audio's scuffed as fuck.
Is he watching the web stream?
He must be. I don't know. Is he?
He's making the mistake that Majority Report callers make. Ever seen this on Majority Report? Where they like they'll have a caller and the caller will have their volume up and it creates this horrible audio like it fucks up the audio so bad. And Sam always has to be like, you need to mute your audio. You need to turn if you got the stream on any other device, turn that off, right? It sounds like that's what Destiny just did, which is a very major faux pas. It's an amateur move. Is what it is. It's an amateur ass move.
Okay, well when he gets
Claims
back,
to
when he
be
gets
the
ready.
audio guy and then joins and then has
Let me
that
read
happen
some.
to
Let me
him.
read some super
Imagine.
chats. That's true.
Let's not.
Okay. Oh, there he is. Hello, Destiny. Can you hear
Wait.
us now?
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, I didn't say I wanted. I just asked if you needed me for something. Damn.
Oh.
What do you need you? We need to clarify things.
We
right,
need
Wick?
you.
What do you need clarification on?
I thought Wick
Okay.
had to clarify. I don't know.
So I'm gonna be meeting up with Westside Tyler tomorrow at 5 p.m. in real life because apparently we live in the same city. So
Bro,
any
stop,
suggestions?
bro. Give me a shot,
You going to
man.
Waffle House?
Why? We're going to the courthouse.
Tyler threatened to.
Interesting.
Tyler threatened to beat up Darius. Challenged him to a fight on my stream. And North steps in and said he wanted to meet him up. I discouraged.
No,
this.
I'm
I think
not
it's
here
a
to
bad
fight.
idea.
I'm not here to fight. I'm here to talk. But
Are you
just,
gonna stream
just to
it?
be clear, I want to stream it. Yeah, I want
Oh,
evidence if he tries to beat me up. So
So yeah, this was on what he's talking about did happen, and it's on our bonus content. I haven't had a chance to watch it, so I don't know if it's enjoyable, funny. I just threw it up there since Tyler had thrown it out and North had agreed to it. I think Darius, they made provisional plans to have, I don't know, Tyler fly out to LA or Texas. I'm not sure where, fight Darius. Darius is up there in the upper right corner with, I don't know what. Anybody tell me, who is this? There's a person. Who's the old dude that Darius has as his avatar? I don't know. Even his speech pattern is mimicking Destiny?
Okay, who is the West Side Tyler? Who's this guy?
He wrote an apology letter that you're still alive. Okay. He's
that guy. Oh, internet troller. Yeah.
Yeah, you know who he is now? Okay, yeah. There is one question actually that something he said that I actually don't know. Do you personally run Digital Ground Game?
No.
No? What's your affiliation there? What's your connection?
Complicated. It's just like it's the DGG group that is doing like all of our political action. But I mean, like technically, I'm not like their president.
I mean, I'm the reason for their existence, but no, technically, I do not run the organization. I don't know.
I could say like, "Fuck you, Destiny. We're gonna never talk to you again."
They could become Hassan's ground game and keep the name DGG.
And technically, I mean, I guess they could do that. I don't think they would, but
Fair
yeah.
enough. Okay, but you do have like a working relationship of some sort.
I mean, I would say like informally, heavily, yeah.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. But yeah, he was on here implying that you ran it, and I was like,
Again, apologies to anybody who loves the Irene can't math content, where I try to add up the result of the polls with the donos and determine which is in first place, second place, third place, etc. I just kind of did it really quickly tonight so that we get to the content sooner. So hopefully that's appreciated and not.
I wasn't actually.
The old guy is J-Stock's dead father, according to a failed dogs. What the fuck? Oh, thank you, Snap and Crackle. You are bringing the lore that I would be lost without. J-Stock says his father and stepfather are alive, and the guy in his picture was in his 90s. So yeah, maybe not a real thing here, right? So yeah, the doxing thing, just to explain that to you, it's an intimidation tactic Destiny's community uses a lot and claims not to use, and bitches and cries whenever they think, even like with Hassan, right? Hassan looking at the PV stuff, looking at the progressive victory stuff online, ran into some disclosures about members. Now, this wasn't like real name, address, anything like that. It's not what we normally think of as a dox, but I suppose it was like information they claimed that somebody could use to get to their real information. They were very perturbed about that, and they accused Hassan of doxing. Obviously, he wasn't trying to dox anyone. If anybody's guilty of doxing, it would be Progressive Victory themselves, the dark money group that was, I think, had misfiled some of their stuff. Like, I think that information should not have been, it was not supposed to be available on the internet. But welcome Raider, welcome, I got it backwards. Welcome streamer, welcome Raiders. Good to see you tonight, Streamlord. I hope all is well. We are all is kind of not well on this panel, as we have a very unwell Wick after being embarrassed by West Side Tyler. God, we're right. Like, it's a fucking rogues gallery tonight, isn't it? Right in the middle of bonus content here, but double bonus content even. But yeah, Destiny is gonna come on, and I am told try to inquire about some of West Side Tyler's personal identifying information. Now they're in for some bad news here, because one thing about Tyler is that, and I've talked to him on stream. I've dealt with this guy before. I kind of keep my distance, because yeah, he gets into some wild shit. There's a lot of stuff I don't agree with him on. It's hard to really figure out where he's coming from half the time, but he is a debate bro, and he came on Wick's panel to debate. Wick is like the only person that can exist in this sort of like null zone of reason and facts and truth. That's what Wick's job is to take what Destiny does, which is unacceptable, and make it somehow argue that it is acceptable. After all, it's totally fine. Destiny's a victim, in his own harassment that he was trying to do against Hassan. This is what Wick is, a magician, right, in his avatar, and this is the magic that Wick does, but the magic spell kind of fizzled in the face of Tyler. So now Wick's really mad at Tyler, they're bringing on Destiny. They're like, hey, Destiny, what do you know about this Tyler guy? And watch where Destiny goes with this, because I think he takes it to a really inappropriate place. And again, the deal with Tyler is this, right? All of his information is already public, right? The exact person that he is known. He was a journalist before this, so you have that kind of situation with as a journalist with your byline and everything, and kind of does not understand what is wrong with doxing. Tyler, like, right? If he thinks he's talking to a bad person online, I've seen it happen before. Well, yeah, like release, all kinds of personal information about them, like right there. So they're playing a dangerous game, trying to dox an undoxable gentleman. Not so, I don't know why I use the word gentleman, but that's, Westside Tyler. And not realizing that this guy doesn't give a fuck. This is a combat vet, believe a machine gunner, kind of similar, kind of like Platner without the allegations, if you really want to get down to it. This is not the kind of guy I would be. There's a reason that I do not associate myself with this guy anymore, because he plays dangerous games and I don't want to be anywhere around that. But Destiny, I don't know, thinks that maybe he can intimidate him. Let's give it a look.
Sure, if you did or not. And
what does that? I mean, even if I do, what does that matter?
Well, the argument is that because you're friends with Darius, he's affiliated with DGG because you're the president of DGG, or because you're the
What was the whole argument they had about like coordinating? I wasn't coordinating. I just talked to him. I just texted him to meet up at the same place. I wasn't coordinating with him. What do you mean?
Runs DGG, and so that would be the affiliation, and that's why he would.
You got the affiliation. We got the coordination. That's what the argument last night between Tyler and Wick, part of what it was about.
Darius is fair game to paint as a DGG operative. That's what his argument was.
Okay. Do we have do we know that guy's like name and address and where he works or whatever?
There we go. Right off. Straight up. He's like, can we get a dox? Can I order a dox? He's ordering a dox the way that most people would order a pizza.
Westside Tyler?
Can we get some pepperonis and like a double cheese pepperoni with onions and olives? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think his name is Tyler, and apparently he lives in the city that North does.
I think his name is Tyler.
So yeah, should I be able to contact like his work and everything to let them know?
Can I get him fired? In other words, can I call his work and get him fired?
Oh, that he said that he's sad that I'm still alive, and I feel like he threatened my life. Like, I don't know. It's kind of, why would Darius be an affiliate? Why would Darius be an affiliate of DGG just because I own? Or even if I did own and manage.
Oh, hey, here we go.
Like,
let's get a shout out going.
It refers to being someplace like in an official capacity, right?
I suppose.
Typically.
Yeah, it's retarded.
Anyway, but yeah, that was my clarification question. I don't know if any of these goobers had a clarification question for you or not.
Do we message each other beforehand?
No? Wait, beforehand what?
As in, like, were we coordinating with each other that, like, oh, we're going to show up to the event, and then you're going to show up to the event, and we're all, like, in a big group?
He's still fighting an unwinnable battle. Like, North is still not understanding the very notion, the very definition. And again, I told you this, like, this is something that you're going to see with just a lot of new debate bros, a lot of people that are just getting their start doing debates and stuff like that, right? The first inclination is to be like the first inclination is to try to debate every single point, including a point like, what is the definition of coordination? If I texted someone and agreed to meet up with them at the same time and the same place, have I indeed coordinated with them, or is that a sub-coordinating type of thing there? Streamlord, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing.
Group chat with each other. Yeah, apparently that's what people are saying.
Did anybody contacts you?
No, we had a group chat for like the DC stuff generally, but then I was having to message you guys to see where you guys were even at. We were trying to turn on the stream to see where you guys were at.
Yeah, we were just trying to see where you were at. We weren't coordinating.
Okay.
We were just gonna be like, I'm gonna be at this place at this time, and where are you at? No coordination took place.
You were coming until like you DM'd me.
I mean, we saw each other for the first time as we crossed when you guys, I think you guys were getting kicked out and I was walking by you. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, yo, Destiny. And then, you're trying to keep it on the DL.
Sure. I mean, I knew you guys
What are you talking? Okay, this makes it sound worse, not better.
were there, though.
I was just trying to keep it on the DL, right? I know we talked about not appearing to be coordinating before. So I was trying to make sure that that was not a super conspicuous aspect of what was going on. These guys are hilarious.
Does this matter? Or what?
I just retarded. They think we're coordinating and stuff like
It's
that.
an
Like, we're
accusation
trying
that we're coordinating. He said we were
They made an accusation that we were coordinating just because we agreed to meet up at the same time and same place ahead of time.
sending each other coordinates.
Yes, that's what it means. If you give somebody your Minecraft coordinates, that's what coordinating is. Yeah, and we didn't send the, we didn't send the Z. We sent the X and the Y coordinates. We didn't send the Z one. So technically, I guess we're not coordinating. We could have been in a cave somewhere. We could have been like up in the sky in a mob grinder, maybe. I don't know.
Wait, okay.
Do people still make their mob grinders in the sky?
Hold on.
In
How do
Minecraft?
you guys run from like arguments that you don't have to run from? Like what?
Yes. This is what I was trying to say. This is what I was trying to say. Like, there's no fucking like it's a knee-jerk response, right? He's debating this guy. He wants to win. He wants to look good. He wants to impress his boss, Destiny, but he's not able to. Like he all he knows is like, all right, well, if I agree to something, somebody might win the argument. So I'm just gonna say no coordination took place. I'm gonna debate the definition of coordination. I'm gonna describe exactly what I was doing, which was coordinating, and then say, but it wasn't coordination. I was doing this and that and the other, but it wasn't. Like this is we waded in the water up to our knees, but we waded in the river up to our knees, but we didn't go near the water, right? This is the kind of argument that he's making. Destiny's pointing out very obviously, yeah, you don't have to deny that. That's not a bad thing. That's not the thing that would, that's not going to win Tyler whatever argument. Like, yeah, we clearly coordinated. There is no fucking point in trying to dispute that.
Coordinating. I wanted to go to that event and I wanted to hang out with you guys on stream. But
The implication is that we're coordinating to assault Hassan. That's the
Well, no.
accusation.
Oh, no.
So we had to deny that so that we wouldn't. If we say there's no coordination, then how could we be coordinating to attack Hassan?
Coordinating to go out
That's
to
retarded.
fucking eat.
No.
I guess the playing to like the cabal like narrative or whatever. It's not even
The
worth.
cabal is a group of friends that are like trying to hang out at an event. That's retarded.
but regardless, we did.
No, they just wanted to hang out. Yeah, they just went like they were bored. They were like, "Oh, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna? I don't know. Let's go to this college Democrats thing. Sounds like a fun time."
Didn't even communicate that we should meet up there or do anything there during that time. I was just like,
Nothing, irrespective of the keynote speaker, right? That we all obviously know is Hassan.
Dude, I literally like get shit on because you won't even go to dinner with me. Like, people are saying that like, oh, I'm coordinating you to come to this event and get everything set up. I'm like, bro, no. And then he said, we did coordinate because you said you were going to be at an event and I showed up there. But I'm like, wouldn't that mean Hassan coordinated with me to go there? So why did he kick me out? It's like, doesn't make
What?
any fucking sense. Like, you can't, just because you tell the public I'm going to this event, doesn't mean you're coordinating with the public. You're just fucking.
I guess I don't know what the big. We were gonna go to the event. We were probably gonna see each other. I mean, like, if we had to like message each other.
I wonder if it's dawning on Destiny how incompetent and pathetic his new orbiters are. I wonder if it's now dawning on him, right? Because he has to explain. You don't have to deny that we coordinated. That is not the that is not the bad thing that we're being accused of. It'd be silly to try to, say that we weren't.
Argument. I don't
know why. There's nothing wrong with that. Or just like
Why do they sound like a bunch of high schoolers? They are acting like a bunch of high schoolers too. Like, this whole thing is like, this whole go snark Hassan in public thing. I don't know. Look, I mean, I guess Nick Fuentes was like maybe just graduated from high school, but when he was snarking Charlie Kirk. Oh God, that was the thing from the Nick Fuentes. I left I left to go get a drink or something, and I was like listening to it, and Fuentes had oh my God, what the fuck was it we were just talking about? Sorry, there was something that he said that was obviously not true. I remembered it a second ago and it's gone again, Chad. I'm not doing great today. I drank the second cup of coffee to try to get extra awake, and I don't know what it did. Not the right thing, though. They're all barely. Well, yeah. That this is like the Nick Fuentes thing playbook that Destiny is using. What was I saying though? Oh yeah, Charlie Kirk. Nick mentioned Charlie Kirk as an example of left-wing violence, and left out the fact that he was like the first suspect, not in terms of actually doing the deed, but whose fans are these who has been radicalized to hate Charlie Kirk. Yeah, Nick Fuentes has been, basically, I don't know, snarking Charlie Kirk for years and years and years. This is, again, his part of his strategy to make himself relevant, climb off of, Charlie Kirk's astroturfing, the fact that all these conservative groups are just like, just pouring money into his organization, and he's kind of artificially boosted. If Nick Fuentes goes where Charlie Kirk is, he's going to get a little bit of that glean on himself. What you need is some Vietnamese coffee. That is possible. I don't know, somehow, if you're going to overdo coffee, you got to overdo it in Vietnam.
Well, his overall argument, hold on, his overall argument that Darius was affiliated with DGG, and because he was affiliated with DGG was responsible for Darius.
Yeah, exactly. Some non-weasel coffee is what we're looking for. A coffee that has not, no weasels were harmed in the making of this coffee.
Threats to assault Hassan Piker and by a...
I literally just thought it was a brand when I bought it. I literally was like, Weasel coffee? There's a brand called Weasel? Oh, please sign me up. I didn't realize it was like, no, it's been through a weasel. That's why they call it weasel coffee.
Salt.
It's been through a weasel's digestive tract.
He means ask questions that make him uncomfortable that serve no other purpose. It was...
Sure, but there's literally no...
Crazy.
There's no, like, Darius has never been involved with the DGGP people. I don't even know if he's in that Discord server. He's certainly not part of any leadership. I don't even know if I would say I was there in a DGGP capacity. Like, I saw a lot of DGGP guys there, and they were...
I'm sorry, what is DGGP? That sounds like you're talking about, like, some kind of... Like, this sounds like a fetish at this point. It sounds like you're talking about some weird age regressiony stuff, which is a real thing, Chad, according to his long-term friend Connor Points, who talked to a Groiper's wife that Destiny had apparently had an affair with, or some kind of online affair that, where there were allegations of this from this person of some kind of a weird role play that they were doing, possibly involving their children. Possibly involving role-playing their children. That's the fucking rabbit hole never ends with this guy. Digital ground game pack. Okay, so they are trying to be a organization, like a canvassing style organization. They are trying to trick the Democratic Party into pouring money into them. Yeah, age regressiony, exactly.
Things, and I dropped by like the little party thing, drinking event they had for like 10 minutes, but I was barely there, if I would even say, in a DGG, like digital ground game capacity. So I don't know. There's like, why wouldn't I? Like, there's two ways of this.
Do you see also how they're playing around with definitions? Like the basic bitch definition for DGG, like literal definition, his website, destiny.gg. Colloquially, his community is called DGG. But for them to just be able to like create an organization, maybe even a pack called DGG, and then like confuse the issue about like which DGG are we answering about? Like, right? Is this Destiny's community? It most certainly is. It's not going on Destiny's website. Obviously, it's going on in real life. And they create this organization so then they can deny, oh no, that wasn't DGG. What are you talking about? No, it was literally the people from the community that you've called up into the major leagues, that you've drafted them as your new orbiters, but it's not DGG, because DGG is an election organization now, I guess.
There's any implication, but there's two ways to go. Either one, I am trying to get Hassan harassed, in which case, why would I want him there as a DGGP guy at all? I would have as much distance as possible. Or
there's a very good question of why did you want Darius there, right? Because when Darius's role is, as Tyler said, the heavy, what kind of intimidation or possibly physical confrontation were you anticipating?
Two, he's going as an official DGGP person, in which case, why wouldn't we have him on like official DGG panels? Why wouldn't we have brought like 30 people with us? Because we could have done that to make an even bigger commotion about it. Like there are so many, if I was going to use the full weight of our organization, I feel like we had like, I feel like there were like 50 DGG guys at the LibCon event. I would have just brought the whole like fucking crew, and then it would have been a big deal because they would have had to find and kick out so many different people if I wanted to do that much of a ruckus.
Yeah.
Man, that would have been good
That'd be
content,
Kino.
but yeah, it would have. None of this makes sense when you think about
Wait,
it
what dude is 5'6"? Darius?
for more than 5 seconds.
The deal with Darius is that he's got a restraining order against him from his ex-wife, and is, you know, a little bit of a criminal record. There is supposedly, now I haven't seen this, right, but I've heard tell of a video of him strangling some woman to intimidate her against testifying against Destiny. I'm gonna wait until I actually see it, you know, to believe it or not, right? And yeah, like the videos of him, you know, assaulting the guy that Frogan was with. There's
Second.
I mean, he's a IRL nuisance kick streamer. That's what his content is, right? Fucking with people in public to create content that people want to watch.
But they don't really think for more than 5 seconds. They've already made their decision, and anything and everything that happens is more evidence that they were correct and their decision was a correct run, and what they think is actually true. It doesn't actually matter. None of this.
It's not a cult, says Overt Sloth. Yes, totally not a cult.
Yeah, I know, none of it does. I would say to be on the offensive for stuff like this, just ask them for like, what is your like strongest piece of evidence for this? It can't just be that any single person that I know that I'm friends with that goes and streams.
It's a political organization, right? It's a canvassing organization. It's a civic-minded group of you know, individuals coming together for the greater good of humanity.
Part of my digital ground game crew, like that we agree that that's retarded, right? Like that argument doesn't hold.
It is retarded.
Water for literally anything, yeah. And then
but he made that retarded argument full-throated, right? And he said that, right? If they know you,
well, look, we're not going to see the full-throatedness of it, of any of this, until you know, Daddy Destiny comes home and Wick has to throat him.
if they know you, then they are affiliated with you. That's.
I mean, if you
that's
want to
his
torture the definition of the word affiliated, but like that's not typically what we mean in an official capacity. That's retarded.
I agree. But here we are. It was fun though. The guy, I'd never spoken to this guy before, and I'd heard some things, I'd seen some things, but I was like, okay, we'll have him.
I thought the Stalker guy was part of DGG or part of no, they brought this guy. This is a guy that he fucking orbits, or sorry, that orbits Destiny, right? This is a kick streamer that, you know, he's you know, apparently for a long time collaborated with.
On, and we'll see what he has to say. And this is the guy was content. I'll say that.
No, Wick, you were the content, right? Remember at the beginning, Tyler claimed that Wick didn't do any good content on his stream, and I had to call bullshit on that. Tyler was wrong about one thing, and that was it, right? He disproved his own statement at the beginning by saying that Wick does not do good content. We saw good content come out of what is affiliated. I don't know. They're trying to say, you know, are you part of DGG? Are you with them? That's the question, right? Because after they get caught doing this shit, they try to all be like, well, no, we just like happened to be there at the same time. Oh, hey, Destiny. Oh, hey, Darius. Oh, hey, Mooks. Oh, wow, how strange how this happened. Couldn't have anything to do with our tax, you know, coordinating this, right? There was, you know, the argument about, was it coordinating? Was it not coordinating? And then the argument about who is affiliated, who is connected. Is this just Darius? I mean, the guy with charges that does IRL harassment of people, the guy that claims that he didn't do stalking because he only drove around the guy's house for 44 minutes. And apparently it's only after the 45th minute that you become a stalker, that what you're doing, driving around somebody's house is actually stalking, right? I mean, all these little, like, you know, arguments over, you know, details, over aspects, over definitions to try to deny what's fucking obvious. They went there to disrupt Hassan's speech. There was a very good reason, and that was ultimately what Tyler was arguing, that you know, the people that kicked them out had a very good reason to do so. That is indisputable. But in the world of DGG, they love to gaslight their own community. They love to create a counter narrative, counter to the truth, counter to what everybody on the outside sees and knows and observes, right? If they can get their story straight, if they can get their fans, more over to, because remember, the fans think these guys are smart, right? That's why you're a Destiny fan. He talks fast, he's somewhat well-spoken, and he uses vocabulary that is slightly over your comprehension level, right? You kind of know what that word means, but you're not sure, and you're like, oh goddamn, this guy's really smart. This guy's he's using words I don't even know for sure, right? I think I know what that means, but oh god, these guys are really smart. So if they're trained to listen to these people and say, whatever this guy is saying, like, I'm not very smart, but whatever this guy's saying, it's very smart. He sounds like Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro's smart as fuck, right? He sounds like Ben Shapiro. He must be very smart. Hey, if I repeat his argument, maybe people will think that I'm smart too. Oh no, I'm starting to like this. Yeah, this cold affiliation is becoming an even better deal, right? If I repeat the fucking words of my infinitely smart cult leader, then other people will mistake me for a smart person. And I'll be able to kind of lord that over, like, no, actually, it's this. I heard that, like, right? I heard this, and they repeat the fucking narrative. And you're just like, how does anybody think that? And the answer is they don't. They don't think anything at all. The DGG fans, the Destiny fans, they don't think. Destiny does that for them. They have outsourced their thinking to a thought leader, and this is their thought leader. And these are his, I don't know, his seconds in command. These are his ordained affiliates. Let's just say that to piss DGG off, since they
might be interesting to
Too bad
watch.
he ran.
Yeah.
Like, guys,
Oh, he's suggesting that Destiny watch his debate against Tyler on stream, right? Because he thinks he looked good. He thinks he cooked.
People think Darius is for GGG.
Yeah, ironic. It's like, bro, like trying to start a fight with me off rip for no reason. I'm like, bro, we didn't even like talk, and I didn't even get to disagree with you, man. I'm like, dude, like let me at least like have a reason to like want to fight you. Like, I don't like you're just being wrong right now. Like that's it. We didn't even get to talk. Like, dude just wants the content. That's what it sounds like.
Oh, he just wants the content. Great. You should hear that from an IRL Twitch, not Twitch, Kick nuisance streamer. Yeah, he just wants the content. Like Chud the Builder, Diet Chud the Builder here says that Tyler is the one who just wants the content.
Clout goblins.
I mean, it literally is a clout goblin move that he's doing, but it's like
You're the clout goblin off of Hassan. That's what this whole thing was. If you want to understand what went on, Destiny, seeing Hassan getting paid all this attention to, realizes that if I put myself in proximity of Hassan and cause a controversy, people will pay attention to me. Right? I'll get that attention. That's a clout goblin. That's how that really works, right? That's who is the clout goblin here? It's Destiny.
Like, whatever. I said, go get it off a door.
I had Tali on at first, and he made me kick Tali off because he didn't want to talk to Tali. This was very sad.
So he wanted a one-on-one debate. What's wrong with that?
I understand.
Plenty of stuff you can criticize Tyler for, wanting a one-on-one debate, and not to have somebody in there to distract is not one of those things.
And you guys don't like Tali, but Tali's not scary, I don't think.
It's not about liking Tali or not. It's about what she's there for, which is to debate you.
Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw you guys talking, and it seemed like she was like not going into his like meme, or not entertaining his meme. So
that's it. That's it right there. Yeah.
I would be annoyed too if I was her. But yeah, Talibots, sorry you were sad. Sorry I had to kick you off. Sorry. But we got content out of it. Okay. Destiny, is there anything you wanted to know about anything? Anything you have to say to my...
Anybody else you want to dox?
No, I don't think so. I love you very much. Have fun. Be careful.
Bye-bye.
Well, that's the end of Destiny on the stream there.
I got to say it before he left.
Okay. Okay.
He usually leaves.
Let's see if Uncle Muffles has a problem with you guys. Uncle Muffles!
Yo, it's the Muppet guy. What's up, man?
Hello.
What is happening? Wick,
What is happening?
Why did you say Lactoid was a respectable lawyer?
He is a respectable lawyer. Okay?
No.
I disagree with him on things.
Not as good as Tylenol. I feel like Tylenol is the better law. If you're talking about lawyers with weird names on Twitch, I would say Tylenol is the better one to go with there.
Lactoid, as far as I know, unless he has lied to me, is a lawyer in good standing.
I have spoken with Russian nationals, and he's the biggest Russian dick suck I have ever encountered.
That's true, but that does not, again, counter my point where he is a lawyer that is in good standing.
The justification he makes for Russia invading Ukraine are legitimately insane.
That's also true.
You can watch his debates. I'm sorry, if he's trying to use like that logic for any interpretation of law, I want him arrested.
That's a crazy thing to say.
It's not. It's not. You can watch the debate he had with Dylan Burns.
That him making an argument and you arrest him for an argument? What?
No. For his interpretation of law, like if he were actually to be in like official capacity, an arbiter or like some mediator of justice, that I think is a fault within our system that needs to be fixed. Because holy.
I just disagree with you, man. I think that that's a wild standard. If some lawyer has crazy beliefs, that we stop him.
Again, disagreeing with Dylan Burns does not make you a Putin apologist. I don't know about this lactoid guy. He may very well be just that, but you know, plenty of good people have disagreed with Dylan Burns and been 100% right about that. Present company included. Chat. That is 0 minutes, 0 hours, and 0 seconds left. Which means we're going to do something a little bit interesting today, okay? I am seeing that one of an NCC chatter is actually streaming right now. The Amazon Effect, a case of study of corporate media, corporate influence on student macro ethical reasoning. I'm curious what this is about. Let's right into Amanda Panda Sensei. All right, I think that we're gonna... yeah, Amanda Panda, actual sensei in Japan, or I don't know if she's currently in Japan, but when I met her, she was teaching in Japan. So we're rating in now. While we rate in, oh my God, chat! How many people do we have in chat? That's a big crowd. We're gonna send a lot of people Amanda's way, so be nice, okay? I don't know if we have rated in with this many people before, so you know, sometimes it's a little bit unnerving when you're streaming to you know, people, and then all of a sudden there's way more people in the chat. So just be nice, be chill, and learn something, because I think we're gonna learn something from this from what our Panda Sensei is teaching here. So anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and shout out my Patreons at my Patreon weasels. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out the beginning and end of every stream. Let's do those now. All right, shouts out to go to Neopergosh, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Remix, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oralt's Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noape, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Zara Xerex. Somehow I feel like I missed any people. If I missed you, I apologize, all right? So yeah, there goes the raid. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang. Thank you, everybody who liked the stream, including the people who forgot to like the stream, but you're liking the stream just now out of embarrassment. That is also very good, and that will also help people find their way to my VODs. This VOD. Yeah, you have a good night too, Dom. And yeah, I'm going to see you again, not tomorrow, because remember, tomorrow's Sunday. I stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, skip Thursday, Friday, Saturday, skip Sunday, 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern time. That's when the stream starts. We go for 4 hours on most days. We can add 2 hours, so a maximum of 6 hours every day, which we usually end up doing somehow, regardless. And yeah, on Friday, it's different. Time is theoretically unlimited. So yeah, see you all Monday. Much love. Take care of yourself and each other. Seriously, it's this crazy, scary world out there. Watch each other's backs, okay? And I will see you on Monday. Much love.